the other way, dude.
Yeah,
all right?
I'm trying to be an adult, bro.
Now you look like the kid who had the wheelie backpack in school that wanted to debate everybody.
Good. You want to know why? Because this shit works, bro. I swear to God.
Yeah.
They put me on Fox News, right? They're like radical, dangerous, Marxist terrorist Hasan Piker is trying to, overthrow the American government. The communists. And grandma sit there and watch, and they go, "But he's so handsome.
He's such a nice boy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How could he be dangerous? He's such a handsome young man.
Yeah.
And it works. So that's why I'm doing it.
And you gotta not get a tan though for that to work.
Yeah,
too.
no, of course.
You gotta stay indoors.
I gotta keep pasty.
You can't.
Yeah. Well, if I go to federal prison, don't worry. I'll
did
get
it.
No sun.
He did it, Your Honor.
Yeah.
I'm just practicing for when they call me on the stand.
Oh God.
Do you think when you go to prison you're gonna get more Muslim?
Yeah, obviously.
Because you can't convert.
Jesus
You have to
Christ.
just kind of get even more Muslim.
I think you're gonna get more Muslim. I mean, he's not that Muslim. I feel like he barely does any Muslim stuff. I could see that though. We'll call him Hasan X Piker, or just Hasan X. The great Hasan X. Brother Hasan X. Have you heard about the teachings of the Prophet Elijah Muhammad?
Possible, but I never believed that.
I'm just in general wishing him good health, man. He's just
Me
a good.
too.
Yeah.
Me too. I've been thinking quite a bit.
Yeah,
I've
been
been
thinking. So, all this stuff's got a little out of control.
Yeah.
Look, we were just guys on the internet. We didn't know how dangerous this socialism stuff was, guys.
I was thinking,
but I want to say, if you think it's too late for Hasan and you need to make an example of him, that's fine. Everybody else, though, everybody else should get a pass.
Yeah.
Everybody else who ever dabbled with socialism should get a pass.
What I was thinking is, why stop at one ballroom?
Look at Stavi trying to turn Hasan into some sort of sacrificial cow or something. Oh God! I guess it's the right season for it. It is Eid. I think this is the Eid where they do all the animal sacrifice. I guess. I mean, I feel like this is a bit more crass though. And just giving up Hasan. How could we ever have the certainty that sacrificing Hasan will somehow give everybody else a pass? I think that's dangerous.
Dangerous morons.
Let's do 2 ballrooms.
Oh yeah,
because
that's
I
true.
really,
one just for the fellas.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean? You don't want in your ballroom, you and your boys, and then all these dumb bitches with makeup start ruining a good time.
No broads.
No broads. Just
Yeah.
Mr. Trump. You can watch Jackson Dart. He'll dance for you. We'll just get a bunch of hot guys in a ballroom just for you, President Trump.
What was that?
Have some guys.
Dude, athletes are so
Big
dumb.
strong guys.
I know.
They have no understanding. Like when I see them hang out with Aiden Ross, I'm like, why would you do this for your career?
Well, because they're dumb little kids.
Yeah.
Like that's the thing. Like this, and look, whatever. An athlete is conservative. Wow.
Yeah.
A white guy
You're a
with
little
Ole
baby.
Miss loves Trump. Big shocker. It's just so stupid on his part where it's like, even Fernando Mendoza turned it down. And speaking of Cuba, he's a white Cuban. That's like the most racist a guy could get. The most conservative a guy, the most Republican a guy can get is white Cuban.
Yeah.
And even he knew not to, he was like, oh, I can't do it. But Jackson Dart's, he's a dumbass with a mullet. Of course he's going to say Trump's the man.
But it's just doing it maybe a year ago is fine.
Totally.
But doing it at the peak of his unpopularity is crazy to me, where I'm like, dog, you're getting nothing out of this.
No, but he just thinks he's the man.
Yeah, and people will forever bring this up and hold you to account. They'll
Especially
be like,
in New York. You're in New York.
You remember when you went up and defended the Epstein affiliate pedophile president, which I don't believe.
We didn't do.
Yeah.
He didn't.
It's nothing about Mr. Trump's behavior in the past.
I did everything right, and they indicted me.
Yes,
Not being friends. He's never been friends with Jeffrey Epstein. He didn't host pageants for little ass kids.
Talking about
And
Jeffrey?
he never was weird about his daughter.
This guy's been talked about for years.
Now, talking about how he wants to his daughter, he never said that.
He never said shit like
that.
that.
And if he did, it was good, and we should all say it. About
this is good. The subpoena's working.
Yeah, the subpoena's
having its intended effect.
But it's funny because, again, all of this stuff is in the air, right? Like, we don't know anything.
Yeah.
And it's crazy because, the Twitter sphere
You think you just saw Ducky in the chat? Like the Ducky from the Galactic chat? Wow. Ducky's famous.
Has decided like that it is real. Like if you look at Twitter, I got a federal case. I'm already in prison.
Yeah.
And I'm leaking state secrets.
Yeah.
I'm leaking secrets. And on the one hand, they're like, oh, why is he snitching? He's so dumb. And on the other hand, they're like, oh, typical commie.
Of course
he would snitch. And
who are you even supposed to be snitching on?
no, I literally brought up like what the government's been trying to do about like a broader case that they've been for years pursuing against this guy Neville Roy Singham. He's a really interesting guy. He's an activist, right? He's an American. He's like a centimillionaire, almost a billionaire, and he just like off and moved to China and living the best life.
Yeah.
Right? And they are trying to make him into like George Soros. They're trying to be like, oh, he's the other George Soros. And I think they're just trying to, and they're make this seem like I'm snitching. It's on a Wikipedia page.
9 months. Woo.
Hermit, thank you for the resub. 9 months. 9 beautiful months. Okay. Was this Hasan and Stavi from Thursday? It was Hasan and Stavi from sometime this week. I don't know what day it was. What do I look like? I look like the guy who's keeping track of Hasan's schedule or something over here. Come on. We're not gonna watch this whole thing because, like, I don't know, like 15, 20 minutes in, maybe 30 minutes into this. I don't know exactly when it does this, but at some point, they just switch over to talking about dicks a lot. A lot of dick talk. It's mostly dicks. Like for like an hour. It's a 2-hour. It's a 2-hour clip. It's a 2-hour clip. Like it's like a good 75-85% dick talk for whatever reason. I can't remember. I think it's I think they get out of talking about Elon Musk, and then for like a good hour 30 after that, they're mostly talking about dicks. So we're not going to watch this whole thing. Doesn't seem productive.
He mailed the cum to you,
or you have to
you him.
Yeah.
And I did present that, and she didn't like that either.
Oh, I went too far.
So you got to push back.
I've already gone too far.
This bullshit. Aren't you ashamed of yourself?
No.
You leave it like this. And here's the thing that's pissing me off. How important they've made your dumb ass. You're dumb. You're a piece of shit. You should. No one on the news should know about you. You should. If you had slightly worse bone structure, you'd be making $40,000 a year on Kick right now. But because of the way things fucking went,
I'd be the woke chud the builder.
Yeah.
I'd be walking up to Republicans and calling them Nazis.
Yeah, that's good.
Which
woke
is
chud the
now
builder's not
in
bad.
my new worldview. Of course, Nazi is the real N-word.
That's
N-word.
the only N-word that we shouldn't say anymore.
Yeah.
Illegal.
Haven't they suffered enough?
Yeah, it's really up. History's not been kind to them.
Yeah. I just started paying attention. I don't know what they did before, but in the last few years, people seem to be really rude to these Nazi type guys.
It's up.
How rude.
But also, I wanted to show you here additional proof as to why I deserve everything that's coming for me.
Please.
Chatters want you to see this. This is Elon Musk's baby mama who's sitting on that chair that you were sitting at.
Oh,
a
nice.
couple days prior. Ashley St. Clair.
Oh, wow.
I think she wants me dead.
Yeah, she's trying to get you killed.
I think she wants me to die.
Now, let me ask you this. Did you ask her to describe Elon Musk's penis while she was in this chair?
I didn't get to it because I brought up...
No journalist.
That is not how I interpret it. Like I was saying before, I'm pretty sure Miss St. Clair over here has some kind of like a weird crush on Hasan. You know, we don't choose who we love. And I think she's got deep, deep feelings for Hasan. I mean, listen to the lyrics of the song. Right? She's saying, I'm in love with the criminal. Who's the criminal? I mean, allegedly the criminal in this. Hasan Piker. Right? So is she not saying that she's in love with Hasan?
What?
I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
I think she wants me to die.
Now let me ask you this: did you ask her to describe Elon Musk's penis while she was in this chair?
I didn't get to it because I brought up
No journalistic integrity whatsoever.
No, but I did.
No journalistic
I did broach the
integrity.
subject. I did broach the subject. I asked her straight up to her face. I said, "Did Elon Musk mail you his cum in a napkin?"
Yeah.
Which is like the first way to broach the subject. And she was...
That's you lightly opening up the discussion?
Yes, and then after that, I was like, look, because I thought I was being kind. I was like, which is worse, he mailed the cum to you, or
Right, or you have to
you
Yeah.
and I did present that, and she didn't like that either.
Well, you gotta push back, dude.
Yeah,
what's going on with these suits? If you want to dress like this, you gotta be a real. If you want to be Geraldo Rivera, dude, you gotta be Geraldo and ask the tough questions.
Yeah.
Be
the only
Geraldo
good
and
journalist
ask
I
the
can think
tough
of.
questions.
I need to know what does his penis look like? How hard? He probably can't get hard.
Like, not fully hard.
Okay. And this is where things go off the rail. I take it back. It's 13 minutes and 49 seconds into this. And for the next, I don't know, hour at least. And still talking about it. I'm just going to skip even further. For the next hour and a half, as I said, I did not exaggerate. You thought I was exaggerating. I'm not kidding. We got to go all the way down here to get past all the dick talk. That's not my fault. You can't blame me for that one. Don't you look at me. That's not. I didn't make this clip. I'm not the guy who said all of these things, guys. They were both. I mean, I feel like Stavi was really leaning on it big time, but they're really both complicit.
This guy's clearly meant for Florida.
He lives in my heart and in my soul. That's where he lives. I love him so much.
That every day.
Every day.
America deserves
Every day.
Yeah.
Oh,
Makes a lot of
yes,
sense.
Yeah.
Lombardo.
Even if that's explicitly what you
Lombardo.
said and meant, why would
This
you
is
do
right,
that
Scott
every day?
Lombardo. I can't remember this fucking guy's name.
Because I need to make sure everybody understands that that's what America deserves.
Yep. And it's still in the news, by the way.
And he's best friends with Mayor Mam Dandy.
No, you're
Ma'am Dandy.
Dandy.
Yeah.
I'm not glazing. I'm serious.
Here, you want this?
Yeah.
I haven't used it.
We can, come on. Socialism. Socialism, baby. Who else? Okay, don't dab me up. No, sorry, my bad.
Ma'am Dandy.
I'm the last New Yorker with balls.
Oh,
I'm the last. Oh, I'm the last one. Oh,
man,
everybody.
dude.
Oh, no
He's
more
still-
balls. Everything's gone. All the balls are gone. This is so dumb. This fucking guy. He calls himself an artist. This is art. This is what he calls art. Holding up a meme that he made on Mematic or whatever he fucking used on his phone, printed it out at fucking Kinko's, and then walked around in his fancy little boots over here. I'm the last man with balls in New York. The whole place, I tell you.
Ma'am Dandy.
I'm the last New Yorker with balls.
Oh, that's it. Yeah, you're the man.
No one wants
You're
to
the f***ing man, dude.
This is from today.
Hell yeah.
Just like in the movie Scarface.
Wait, what the
Hating people like me. So you can point your finger and say, that's the bad guy. And I'm gonna be the bad guy. Because I'm not afraid to wear that badge.
Yeah.
Everybody else is so sensitive about being labeled.
Yes.
Or somebody might not like them. To tell the
Yeah, this guy definitely doesn't care
Yeah,
about
you
people
don't give
not
a
liking
fuck.
him.
Dude. You don't fuck. You're
loves-
the man,
he
dude.
revels in
You're
it.
you're a G,
fucking
man.
truth. Yesterday was Memorial Day. And I did everything I could, even though he wasn't coming, but sometimes the mayor does show up at Staten Island parades. And the last thing that was going to happen was...
Why the was Zohar Mamdani show him at the Staten Island Memorial Day parade? He's like, I wanted to kill him. Why isn't he showing up? I wanted to
getting ready.
assassinate the mayor.
I love how he pretends this is some great burden and not his
Hey, man.
entire...
I keep forgetting this fucking guy's name. I don't think it's Scott. I can't remember the fucking guy's name, but like he's over here saying, "Why won't Mayor Zoran come to the one place in New York where he is truly hated, like the one island in this region where he has a negative popularity rating? Why did he not come?" when I demanded it on Twitter.
For existing.
Yeah.
No chance this guy has a rich, fulfilling relationship with his children
he
or
does
wife.
art. He does finger painting. He finger blasted a canvas at the MSG rally, and it was.
Oh, he did it live.
Wait, chat, send me the video, please. We have to show Stavros. This is the last thing before we show the Tony thing, and we can let him go.
Find it while I piss.
Okay. Does anyone have the finger blasting?
An American.
We need the finger painting. No, bro, my run for mayor, keep that in mind. Oh, that'd be so sick. Oh, breaking.
Libido, that's
Breaking
it.
news.
Libido.
Artist
It was
Scott
Scott. It was Scott. I was pretty damn close, okay? Lombardo, Libido. I mean, really, is that not the same name? Am I not just saying the same word right now?
Praise Trump painting in real time at Madison Square Garden rally. Man, the GOAT. Honestly, the GOAT, dude. Little did he know, his favorite president of all time would be besties with this demon. Man, dandy.
The beginning of the rise of the Antichrist.
A demonic entity.
Scott Low Libido. Yes, Columbia Rican. Well played, sir. Well played. Get one of these.
Let's see what we got here.
Breaking news.
Ladies and
Artist Scott
gentlemen, please
Libido.
welcome
This
to
is 500,000 views. Breaking news. Artist Scott Libido creates Trump painting in real time at Madison Square Garden.
This is not his
Artist
only.
Scott Libido.
Was this the one where
Conservatives out there who've been in the closet all these.
This is not his only work of art. I believe he did a tour of America where he painted barns. He painted the American flag on barns. I can't remember. He's done some really dumb shit. His artwork is, I mean, it's like lower tier than, I mean, it's beyond, like, it's like nationalist pop art. Okay, that's basically what it is. But from a guy with limited artistic talent.
I came out of that closet 40 years ago, and I got a lot of help for it. But now, you creative conservatives, it's a new world. Come out of the closet.
you came out of the closet
I would
as a
just
painter?
like
Is that
to-
what you said?
Yeah, no, as a conservative, as creative conservative. This is one of the greatest works of art. Like, it's a performance art and it's also art on a
This
canvas.
actually is incredible. Though. This is.
Oh, just wait for the big reveal.
Oh, God.
So they watched him paint.
Yeah, silently.
No one was talking. Why wasn't he doing this in the background? This is incredible.
No music?
Bro, this is
You can't get
This
some.
actually is insane.
No, it's oh, so awesome. Dude, what the are they? The conservative movement is so insane, dude. Like,
It's completely unhinged from reality.
yeah.
I mean,
I'd rather watch this than Tony Hinchcliffe, I'll be honest.
yeah, this is much more interesting art, without question. I mean, of course, this is fascinating.
This is
You've
a
got
great moment of respite.
You've got a stadium full of conservatives.
Oh, you don't have the mic. Where'd you put the mic?
Put it.
You just tossed it?
I literally put it on the desk.
Or did you put it in the
Oh,
bathroom?
no,
Did you
sorry,
leave it in the bathroom? Mike Stavi! All right, dude, don't worry. He's got it.
Sorry. They just wanted to hear somebody interesting on your stream for once. Somebody capable of being entertaining while
I'm
talking.
disappointed. I want to see the end of that. Oh, thank God.
Oh, hell yeah, dude.
Oh, thank
They're
God.
quiet. Pin drop. Okay, so
This
he-
is fascinating.
So he keeps painting, like he puts the base in, okay, but it doesn't end there. Then he starts finger blasting.
Oh, he's finger
yeah.
painting
Look at
the
this-
shit
look
out
at
of
the
this
strokes.
thing.
Get in there. Look at the
Oh,
strokes.
my
Well
You
done.
thought it was
God.
over, right? You thought it was over. Hold on. There's more. He's still finger blasting. Okay.
Finger blast.
Okay, where's he gonna go with this? That's the question on everybody's minds. Wait, what is he doing? He's going up to the
What
top.
is he doing?
Okay,
He flips
top of the
around. It
canvas.
just says the
Wait,
end.
hold on.
Oh, no way.
Oh my God, he had that hidden. Wait, hold on.
Oh, my God. Oh, it's incredible.
Holy shit.
It's a big round of applause. That's the weakest sauce I've ever fucking seen in my life. Like, you know, I was expecting it to be. I've never seen this one before, but you know, I was half expecting it to be. You ever see like the America's Got Talent one, where somebody goes and they paint like a picture of something and then they flip it upside down and it looks like a completely different picture? I thought that was going to be something like that. Instead, he just painted over a sticker, unpeeled the sticker and went, rah! He just finger painted and then The more I learn about Scott, the more that I fucking like this guy. He is fucking bonkers. Oh my god. America. Fuck yeah! Where you can finger paint and peel stickers to glory on a national stage. My god. That's art. Okay?
Shitty Photoshop.
That's art.
Yeah, he points to it.
Point. You gotta point to it, unless people don't know. People might
Incredible
not.
showmanship. So I'll give him that.
People
He
might
knew what was going to
not
kill.
know.
All right, you want to see this last round?
Yeah.
How are they to know that you're the one who did that without pointing? It's not like they were sitting there for multiple minutes watching you finger paint like a child and then peel a fucking sticker off of a fucking canvas. Like, what the fuck is wrong with this guy? He is like maximum deluded. I'm the only one with any balls left in New York.
The barrage that he
Please.
hit on. Scott Lobito went nuclear over Zoran Mamdani's Tyson streamer Hasan.
Who the fuck is this guy? He's just a guy from Staten
I will say
Island?
this much.
Yeah, he's a crazy guy.
I will
from
say
Staten
this much. It takes some real balls. It takes some hefty cojones. Even theoretical ones, right? Just imaginary ones, to go on a national stage in front of essentially millions of people. One would assume were watching that, and finger paint, and to do a finger painting in front of millions of people in a non-ironic way. As if you actually achieved something. That takes some serious self-confidence, I gotta say. Unearned self-confidence, sure, but self-confidence nonetheless. Right? You're like, look, I'm the best finger painter in the entire fucking world, okay? I don't even, you think you can do it better? Come on.
Come on!
He's a
Is
conservative
that Bo?
painter.
What the f*** that guy's?
I have no idea who this guy's name
Is
is.
this Bo Dietl?
I don't know who
This
this
piece
is.
of garbage, I still don't know what that's all about with the president, why he has this scumbag around.
Having
Yeah, he hates that. They also hate that Trump loves Zoran.
like Hasan Piker that said and continues to say, as he travels this country and gets to speak at American universities, saying that America deserved 9/11.
Free speeches, you goomba.
But also, it's funny because he thinks I go campus to campus, and I go, all right, everybody, America deserved 9/11. And everyone's like cheering.
And if
like,
anybody disagrees with you, cut their dick off.
Welcome everyone to this keynote speech with Hasan Piker on why America deserved 9/11.
And now you're a girl.
yeah.
And this piece of
He's going to campuses. He's saying if you don't think Muslims should be able to rape anybody they want,
Yeah.
now we turn you into a girl.
Yeah,
Can you believe this? And this is Mam Dandy's best friend.
Yeah,
This guy's fucking awesome.
Okay, you're not awesome. That's
9/11,
what he says.
and this piece of little gypsy
Gypsy.
man
Jesus
dandy
Christ.
smiles and goes there when knowing that he's best friends with the
Gypsy.
f***ing guy. That pissed me off.
I like that they didn't bleep that one, where they were like,
Yeah,
all the
yeah.
other stuff is bad, but we'll just throw that in there for him.
I've been trying for years to get the appropriate size American flag at Ground Zero in time.
Come on!
The appropriate size.
I've been trying for years to get the appropriate size American flag on Ground Zero.
The flag isn't big enough at Ground Zero. Oh my god. Scott has got some wild fucking things he's focused on, dude. It's incredible. His main focus is flags. Am I the only one that sees it? This guy has some weird, a serious obsession with flags. His entire life's goal is to get more American flags. The bigger, the better. Oh God. It's just so fucking funny. That flag is not big enough. How? God damn it!
For the 9/11 25th anniversary, and I'm this piece of.
Cut him off at the end. All right. So that's crazy.
Shout out to the good people at 824.
That's crazy. Stavros, how key is
That's going to do it for me, folks. And just so you guys know, I was here specifically to disavow Hasan. This will be the last time you see me on this stream.
Yeah.
And I pray he gets a lengthy prison sentence.
Oh, every time you
Right,
click
EJ,
me,
right
you
away.
click me on stream, there's like
I know.
the most autistic
Republicans clipping. They're like,
Yeah.
see?
Yeah, his fucking friend. I bet Stavros is never gonna be back before. It's like I've never encountered such a self-reporting friendless
People
person.
don't know what friends are, dude. It's
They're like,
fucking crazy.
clearly these guys hate each other. They're ripping into one another. This is real friction. I'm scared.
Yeah, dude, you should be scared.
Yeah.
Well, thankfully, the federal government will take care of you once and for all.
Yeah.
Good luck, man.
All right.
Good luck. Hopefully, your comrades can airlift you out of here.
Yeah. Don't worry. I'm gonna rat them all out to the federal government. You know how it is.
Bye, everybody.
All right.
See you, dog.
Aww. Okay. Ooh. That's crazy. All right.
By the way, just in case you were wondering, how big is the flag at the site of Ground Zero? It's this big. It's this big. That's not big enough for Scott. Scott's like, look, the flag needs to be bigger than Freedom Tower, okay? That's the only way we'll know we're free. Come on.
I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
All right, Well, Hasan, he was focused on getting to the real news. That's not what I'm going to do. Fuck the real news. All right, pretend like it doesn't exist for like another 15 minutes. At least. All right. From Hasan and Stavi. To the I've Had It podcast. From the boys. To the ladies. Yes, indeed. Let's talk about the bombshell Twitter battle surrounding Erica Kirk and her extracurricular late night activities.
Devout Christian and family values warrior and champion, grieving widow, Erica Kirk has been accused of some rather untoward things. Please pop this up. Wow. I have now confirmed through two separate sources that Erica Kirk has already moved on and fast. A trusted eyewitness who knows the Beverly Hills hotel scene personally saw Erica Kirk on Thursday evening, May 14th, at the ultra exclusive invite only bar 1912, getting very intimate with Blake Wynn. They were hugging, kissing, and the witness says he had his hands on her ass. What? She goes on to say Erica was also heavily intoxicated. This is from the same woman who claims to be a devout trad Christian who doesn't drink. So if I'm reading this correctly, in summary, Erica Kirk is getting all liquored up at the Beverly Hills Hotel playing grab ass with somebody. And I would first think, okay, this is some random post on Elon Musk's free speech website. Nobody can believe this. Well, I'll be goddamned. Goddamn intentionally used there, Erica. If you didn't put out a tweet denying this, denying it, pop this up. Erica Kirk. Every single word here is a lie. Charlie's love will last me a lifetime. The Lord is the only one who can ever feel that.
No one believes that last one. Charlie's love will last a lifetime. I find that hard to believe. Like, there's no way during his life that he was so affectionate that, like, that guy, the guy that thinks that women shouldn't vote or go to school or, like, have jobs. That guy he was so affectionate. His love, it's okay. Sure, she's in her, what, late 20s? The rest of her, she's gonna be fine. She doesn't need friends. She doesn't need that.
Void.
In fact, I expect Erica, okay, everybody who's claiming this, how dare you, okay? Erica will be joining a convent any day now. She'll be saying, just to prove to all of you how little I care about the pleasures of the flesh and how devoted I am to Lord Jesus Christ. She's gonna be a nun. She'll be posting pictures to her Instagram any day of her in her habit, you know. So just you wait.
Immediately, if not sooner.
May 14th, I was home in Arizona celebrating my son's second birthday. Blake, who is about to be engaged to his longtime girlfriend, was a dear friend of my husband's, and I'm grateful for his continued support, just like hundreds of others. Your deranged obsession with me and blatant disregard for any form of truth whatsoever is deeply disturbing, and I am praying you get help you so clearly need.
Disturbing.
Brush
off the Dorito dust and go touch grass. Unsubscribe. Now, what's interesting to me about that claim, like, the go touch grass claim, is that she was clearly not touching grass. Or maybe she was laying in the grass, scrolling through Twitter. I mean, I guess they're not mutually exclusive. But I feel like the phrase go touch grass effectively means to get off of the internet, right? So she clearly wasn't off of the internet. She wasn't touching grass. She was scrolling through Twitter, found this, and then wrote a goddamn 3-paragraph reply to it. You know, she exceeded, like, the character count over here, you know, to get all of her thoughts and feelings out about this. She's clearly not touching grass. I would not be shocked if there was some sort of dust around here. I don't know about Doritos. She clearly sounds like she has some problem with Doritos, but matcha dust or something like that. I don't know. I don't know what Erica eats. But she clearly wasn't touching grass, and in fact was touching her fucking phone. It sounds like somebody else was possibly touching something else. Which is fine, you know, it's fine. Just stop Christian signaling to us, for the love of God. You know? Everybody grieves in their own way. It's been like a year. It's been almost a year since he's been... And sure, I don't know how long they were together for. But once again, everybody grieves in their own way. Some people need a physical connection to move on in a healthy way. You know, maybe that's what she needs. I'm not saying necessarily that's what's happening. We don't know. All we have is a tweet to go off of here. But it's 2 tweets, right? Because there's 1 tweet and then there's response to a tweet. That's part of the problem here, is that it feels like it's being given credence by the very woman herself who's trying to... It's the Streisand effect, right? It's the Streisand effect. We all know It's fairly simple and clear what's happening here, I think. Speaking of the ladies, Jillian Michaels, who we've been talking a lot about recently, went on to a guy who we never talk about, Dave Rubin. Yes, the David Rubin Show, collaborating with Jillian Michaels. Talk about all the difficult stuff that's going on out there in the world. One would assume. And definitely not about how they feel aggrieved by other influencers or something like that. I'm sure they're focused on something very serious, like inflation or, geopolitics.
Here's Jillian Michaels.
And I don't think that she's probably even currently bought by Zionist money. I don't know that for sure, but I do think that there are a lot of people that don't want to foreclose that possibility.
I doubt that she's getting paid directly by Israel, but it's also conceivable that, I know my sponsor, they are really more interested in their health supplements, but they also really care about Israel.
Well, but you also
Genocide coffee.
Yeah, exactly.
You also got to think about what her actual friends think, and Dave Rubin, would be upset if she said that Israel was bad.
Do we have the clip?
Oh, let me get it right here.
But she's, by the way, I meant to point this out earlier, when she talks about her liberalism, it's just as if she just read, maybe the second book she's ever read was Burn This Book by Dave Rubin, and she's just copying Dave Rubin's shtick from years ago.
I'd be very curious as to what she is liberal about. Now, I know that she, and she said,
she wants to be able to get married as a woman.
She wants to,
but rights for me, but not for thee is the most conservative thing possible, so.
Oh, yes. Is this from Actual Friends, or is it on Jillian Michaels' show?
This is Actual Friends.
Okay, and it's Actual Friends, but are there only 2 friends left now? Have they lost all their other friends?
I mean, you can just have 2 friends.
Okay. They're actual friends,
Dr.
these 2.
Drew's
But they
busy.
start off with 4 or 5, and they just keep losing friends.
You know your friends that you constantly have to say are your actual friends over and over again.
Yeah, you guys are my actual friends.
Actual friends.
Here they are talking about...
is Rubin's hair darker every... Because that's what you do when you're friends with somebody. You make sure to put a qualifier before it. Actual, real friends. We're real friends. We're not just friends. We're real friends. I like all those fake friends out there. Right? Right, buddy? Yeah? Pal? Friend? Guy? Person I rarely see. Hasan just tweeted about Dave Rubin just getting demolished on Jubilee. Unfortunately, we can't watch that because Jubilee's got a whole thing about their content. What's fascinating to me about the whole Jubilee situation, because the debates are often at least fun to watch, if not informative, right? Because there's oftentimes sort of a lack of real substantive conversations on there. But if they were really concerned about having dialogue, right? Like Jubilee's whole premise is that they supposedly care about dialogue, and then they copyright their content so hard that nobody can talk about it. It is somewhat what's the word? Paradoxical, no? To have a channel focused on dialogue and debate, and then tell everybody on the internet they're not allowed to talk about it. Like, who chose that decision? Who was like, yeah, let's gatekeep these supposedly open discussions?
Single time we pull up a clip from him.
I mean, it is just pen ink at this point.
He's just finding Rudy Giuliani.
Like, if they care so much about having those fucking discussions, they should make it so that everybody can talk about them. Instead, they're like, no, you're not allowed to. You have to watch it on our channel. If you talk about it in your own free time on your channel, you're a piece of shit. Okay? You're a piece of shit for talking about things. That's rude. These are very important issues to talk about, and that's why no one's allowed to talk about them. Okay?
Looks like Roy Orbison. Same barber as Rudy Giuliani. Go ahead.
Conditions for them to succeed, and Donald Trump is trying to do that. I want to address the gay part for a moment, because I've actually had a lot of conversations with Christian nationalists, and I got to tell you, Dave, they may not be for gay marriage. Matt Walsh arguably being the most aggressive about gay families.
And by may not.
Having said that, I've spoken to Ben Johnson,
against it.
who couldn't have been more lovely. I've watched your conversations with Charlie.
They may hate me on a, sort of base level. Just my existence might be abhorrent to them. But you know what, Dave? That's not everything.
Who said, "Listen, I'm a Christian. America's not a theocracy. I wouldn't want to end your marriage." I've spoke to Andrew Wilson, who is like, "Listen, this is a power game, and I want to win it." But couldn't have been more lovely to me outside of our position about that, and he was still lovely to me even when we were talking about it. My point being, you can have conversations with conservatives, and they can say, "I'm against gay marriage. I'm against gay families. I don't believe in it from a religious perspective," but they are always civil. They never wage ad hominem attacks. They're never aggressive. They're never cruel. Whereas...
Okay, first off, I find that to be rather, incredibly wrong. What planet has Jillian Michaels been fucking living on? Right-wingers don't wage ad hominem attacks? Since when? That's new. That's new. I thought that I feel like Republicans are constantly trying to character assassinate people, right? Like, what are you talking about? No ad hominems. They're constantly they called Zoran Mamdani a fucking Islamist and a Muslim. You know what I mean? Like a Muslim extremist, right? And a fucking communist and like what are you talking about? Sleepy Joe Biden, crooked Hillary. I mean, these are all technically ad hominems. Right? There's such a long list of Republican ad hominems that it would take us all night to go through them. Right? It's crazy. This is wild. She's just living on some other planet. Republicans are just they're just nice. They're just nice people. They never use somebody's, for instance, what do you call what that fucking douchebag Tony Hinchcliffe does? His comedy act is basically just ad hominems, right? It's just him, saying mean, shitty, racist stuff about people, right?
What I found so ironic in watching so many clips of Sam Cedar just hurl his pejoratives at me. He made fun of gays at least 3 times. One is a clip of you and I. One is a clip of Benny and I, and one is a clip of Crowder and I, and it was like, I'm not trying to be a dick.
Those are 3 gay guys.
That's it. Is that the meaning of the gay straight alliance? They're both gay.
It's a great joke.
I was.
What's incredible about this is that this is something that Dave hates talking about, because his audience hates the fact that he is gay, right? His audience literally were on Twitter in his comments just berating him and his husband for having a surrogate child, right? They were basically telling him that was a sin, and that it was an abomination unto God, and that they should repent and go. They're gonna go to hell, and they shouldn't exist, basically, right? And she's like, "Oh, Republicans, they love, they're so much more inclusive. They're just so inclusive, and what she also does here that I find just fascinating, because it's so childish, is she thinks that making fun of a gay person is the same thing as making fun of someone for being gay, right? Making fun of Dave Rubin. Whenever we've made fun of Dave Rubin, that has nothing to do with the fact that he is gay. He's allowed to be gay, and you know what I mean. We would never tell him to not to be gay, but she just thinks if you make fun of somebody who is gay, that is in fact homophobia. She is so baby brained, and she came into the political world. When I think about it, she kind of came into talking politics. It was like a year or so ago, a little over that, And this is in the midst of the time where we are saying that making criticisms of Israel are the same thing as anti-Semitism, and I feel like she's doing the same thing here, but in like an even more idiotic way somehow. It's like if you make fun of anybody who is gay in any way, shape, or form, it can be for their political ideology or for whatever else. That's still homophobia, don't you see? You're being a bigot.
Shocked. And I'm thinking the worst attacks, the most vicious, the most aggressive.
Like, there's no possible way that Dave Rubin's already dwindling audience could possibly be on board. I mean, this is some real woke stuff right here. I mean, bad woke. I mean, I would certainly never, but it's like, she's coming from a completely insane framing, but she's, basically trying to play the woke game from the right. And it's never, I mean, this doesn't play to anyone. I just don't even know who it plays to. I don't think she workshopped this with anybody, I think she just thought this and said, I'm just going to say this right now. But like, there is no way that anybody on the right wants to listen to this shit. And the numbers, I don't know what the numbers on this video must be, but they got to be bad. Or they were, but they, good God. There's no way that Dave's audience liked this at all. I kind of want to go look at the comment section. Was this on Jillian's podcast or Dave's podcast?
The most personal are from the Brian Shapiros, the Sam Cedars. So don't talk to me about gay.
I don't care about any of those guys. But what I would say is when you're a lefty and you believe that immutable characteristics are the most important thing, which is clearly that's what woke is. So if you buck that trend, right? They need their gays to be oppressed in a certain way. You need your blacks to be oppressed in a certain way. You have to push out white people. You have to push out Jews. Like you have to push out Asians. You have to keep everybody in that thing. So they consider you and I to basically be, I don't know,
Uncle
sexuality
Toms of the gay
traitors or something like that.
Uncle Toms of the gay community.
Jillian, I'll give you a great example.
Did Dave Rubin just say the sentence, you need your blacks oppressed in a certain way? Is that, I mean, I know that he's not literally saying that, and he's saying this in, he's like one layer removed, but like, what a way to put that. Quote unquote, you need your blacks oppressed in a certain way. Dave Rubin, 2026.
Of this, and I sort of blame you for it, but I did that ridiculous Surrounded show the other day, and I'm not sure when it's going up, but it was, basically like MAGA guy.
Okay.
You know why some people, us included, are mocking you for that? Is because you support a political party that doesn't believe that you should have equal rights. I understand that Jillian seemed to speak with some conservatives that were nice to her, and perhaps that's changed her mind about the politics of it. But
well, here's the point: is that like Jillian and I would imagine Dave Rubin, and they treat what we do here as a job, as if they were a spokesperson for a soap or something.
Right.
Like, I mean, that's the thing. It's like, I've met with these guys; they're completely professional. And they come in and they're very nice. They're personally very nice, and I love working with them, and it's great. Now, one of the problems is they want to literally make the laws so that I cannot have a child and that I cannot be married. They want to strip me of my rights. But they are polite. I would imagine, like the idea that that's the issue. Mm-hmm. I don't care. I am a bully. Now, I'm not just a bully to Jillian or to Dave Rubin. I bully my kids. I bully the people who are... But the point is, like, no, we're here to talk about policy and politics. And you're willing to say, you know what? It doesn't matter that Ben Shapiro wouldn't come to my wedding. That's a personal thing, too. But it's not just that Ben Shapiro wouldn't go to your wedding. It's that Ben Shapiro does everything in his power to make it impossible for you to have
my wife's vagina.
A husband or a wife, to have a family, to live that life. They do everything they possible. Their project is to do that. And whether they're like that, even if they said like, well, I just do that on air. In my real life, I don't really care if Gates, but it's just whatever, which is not what they do. But the point being that we make an active choice to say it is far more important that people have equal rights and that certain marginal communities or non-marginal communities, for that matter, are not denied their rights rather than be polite.
But that's what matters to them.
Yeah, I don't think I've actually engaged in any of that kind of stuff, right? Like, partially because I don't do interviews or anything like that. And so, like, I'm not hanging out with these guys off work hours or on work hours. Perhaps to some detriment. I mean, to some degree. I mean, just might not being perhaps better at the networking side of all of this and not collaborating more. But, I've just stuck with what I've been doing for the last 2.5 years. I haven't really changed it. I've considered doing things like interviews, honestly, but I wouldn't. I don't know if I'd be bringing Dave Rubin and/or Jillian Michaels onto the podcast. I get the sense they probably wouldn't want to come on. Okay, now we're going to go on to the news, the actual news. And in New Jersey, there's been a lot of news. In Newark, where at the Laney Hall Detention Center, there has been a hunger and labor strike. People have been being treated effectively like slaves. Kept here against their will and with no ability to defend themselves and extricate themselves from this fucking horrible situation. New Jersey Governor Mickey Sherrill held a press conference on, I think this was Friday evening. Something like that.
For days, I've asked ICE to act for access to inspect conditions, to see what's happening inside in New Jersey on our soil.
Oh, she asked ICE, hey, ICE, can we inspect it, please? She's the governor of New Jersey. And she's like, hey, could we?
I went there myself and I was denied entry. For days, my colleagues in our federal congressional delegation have done the same. For days, ICE has refused most of our requests, raising serious questions about what it's trying to hide from public view. Yesterday, the New Jersey Department of Health sought to inspect the site, but it was denied full access as well. And for days, protests have grown. We've seen increasing violence, arrest, and pepper spray at Delaney Hall, as well as public threats from the Trump administration. And we've seen the risk to public safety rising outside.
Notice how she says we've seen violence, arrests, and pepper spray, but does not at all. She uses very vague language she uses, right? There's no ownership of this violence, of the arrests, of the pepper spray. It's just happening. It's just like happening in a vacuum. Nobody's doing it. It's just people are getting arrested by nothing.
Of Delaney Hall. It has grown unsafe, and that's completely unacceptable.
Oh, who did that?
We know what ICE has done in other.
Who made it unsafe? Once again, she continues to use this language, basically alluding to this lack of safety here, this chaos that is ensuing and then just saying it's unacceptable. Oh, who's doing it? Who's causing the chaos? Refuses to name anyone specific.
And we know American citizens lost their lives. And I refuse.
You see, like, and so, like, it sounds like she's. If you listen to that, I just want to go back a second. If you listen to this, the statement, because of intentionally worded language, she makes it sound here like it's ICE, but she's actually talking about something else. Listen to how she says this.
And that's completely unacceptable. We know what ICE has done in other states, and we know American citizens lost their lives.
So she makes a completely different statement here. She ends that statement and moves on to talking about how in other states, not her own, not in Jersey, she's talking about in other states. It's a completely separate statement. And it can be interpreted in all sorts of ways. And that's what she's doing. She's being fucking shifty. She's intentionally obfuscating what her thoughts on the situation are. And it's pathetic.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
And I refuse to let that happen in New Jersey. We all need to do everything we can to cool things down now. I will not give ICE the pretext to expand operations in our state. For that reason, New Jersey law enforcement is today establishing a peaceful, protected protest zone.
So there you go. I'll let her finish this statement.
Today, establishing a peaceful, protected protest zone in the area right outside Delaney Hall. My administration will be working together with community members, faith leaders, advocates, and state police to help people move there today.
Oh, how helpful. How helpful. The state police are going to come help move people from a public area, right? From a public sidewalk, from a public road, and put them into a quote-unquote free speech zone. A free speech zone. Oh, you don't have free speech over there. You're going to have to come over here if you want free speech. That's not how the First fucking Amendment works, Governor Cheryl. This is like so fucking disappointing. I did say that I didn't think that she was going to be the most leftist of governors, but boy, oh boy, she's really not doing a great job. I was being proven wrong for a short period of time, if you recall correctly. I mean, she did some fairly good stuff early on, but she's starting to really go tanking. She's tanking fast. She's basically blaming protesters for the unrest, right? And she says, "Oh, we will not allow for a precedent to be created for them to increase their presence here." She's just like sitting here basically giving credence to all of the arguments being made by ICE as if there is a reason for them to be there, right? As if somehow the existence of protesters would give credence to more ICE. ICE is not protest control. They are not crowd control. They are immigration enforcement. And by saying this, Governor Cheryl is giving credence to these fucking ridiculous arguments we've been forced to listen to for the last year and a half. And it's insane. Moving on. I'm not going to listen to the state police douchebag or any of these other fucking cowards. Let's go here to Status Quo News. People on the streets doing the actual journalism, reporting on the protests that Mickey Cheryl doesn't want to happen. That Mickey Cheryl says give credence, or give, what was the word she said? Pretext for more ICE forces. The existence of people exercising their First Amendment. All right, I'll be right back.
We're live? Hey, it's Jordan with Status Quo. We are live outside Delaney Hall ICE camp. Hold on. I knew I was going to sneeze. We are live outside Delaney Hall ICE camp in Newark, New Jersey. It's day 8 of an ongoing massive hunger strike and labor strike. And we have been live every single day here. And last night we were live for 6 hours and 17 minutes, to be exact. So if you were with us last night, thank you so much for watching us last night. Thank you for joining again tonight. I'm not going to lie, I hope it's not 6 hours and 17 minutes tonight, because we're all tired. And I woke up this morning with my neck and arms still burning from the pepper spray. But we're here for this critically important story, and we have serious updates to tell you. Let's start with what's going on inside, because that's why the protesters are here. And smash the like button. Share this live stream so we can get it out to as many people as possible. Leave a comment. Liking the live stream, leaving a comment, pressing share. It helps, kind of jujutsu this through the YouTube's algorithm. Also, throughout the show, I'm going to push you to support us. Last night, while we were live for 6 hours, we got almost 150 of you signed up as paid Status Quo members, which is incredible. We need to do that again tonight, because contrary to a lot of the air quotes journalists, who are many of them were sitting in their cars while ICE was bum rushing unarmed people into moving trucks. Let me repeat, we saw many journalists sitting in their cars as we were out here dodging pepper spray and batons and tasers and everything else for the last few nights. So that's what you're supporting when you sign up as a member, actual living, breathing journalism. It's me in front of the camera. We got John behind the camera. We got Will behind the camera too. So support us if you can. So let me tell you what's going on inside before we talk about what's going on outside. The hunger strike, I was told, is waning. Nobody knows like an exact number of how many of the hostages, which is I call them hostages. Nobody knows how many are still involved in the hunger strike. But I was just told it's decreasing. Yesterday I was told it was still about 200. All I was told today is it's waning. So obviously that makes sense, because it is very difficult to abstain from eating for a long time. But there are still prisoners inside that are partaking in the hunger strike. What is not waning is the labor strike. If you don't know, the hostages inside were working for $1 or so a day.
Voluntarily, by the way.
Voluntarily. And they were even having those payments for the slave labor delayed. Many of them were never even getting the payment.
It's all voluntary.
What's that? Huh?
It's Cam.
Oh, that's Cam, the right-wing propagandist.
You're literally lying on camera. How am I lying?
Tell me.
Slave labor in there. It's voluntary work program. They get paid.
You're getting paid a whole $1 a day. What's that? $365 a year or something like that? If you work every single day. Wow. How nice of the United States government. You could buy a whole. What can you get for $365? A gallon, a tank of gas? What's that worth exactly? $365 for a whole year. Like this guy is a real sicko. To be like, look, they're getting paid. They're paid voluntary laborers. We're making $1 a day voluntarily, dude. It's like totally. Like they like doing that. They like earning $1 a day. It's like totally what they're into. They're like asking to be in the detention center so they can get paid $1 a day. Totally voluntary. Yeah, it's a fucking ridiculous premise. Of course, those people aren't there voluntarily. Many of them are not even there legally, right? Like the U.S. government hasn't gone through the legal process to even put them in these detention centers, but they're there anyway. They're not being given their, constitutional rights, and then they're working for $1 a day, and you can call that voluntary. It's fascinating. You gotta be real fucking sick, twisted fuck to be thinking like that. Something gotta be wrong with you in the brain area.
You have a mental health problem.
So they're telling protesters you're violating law by being here. They're telling people you're unlawfully on the street, or you're going to be arrested.
Failure to comply with this lawful order may result in your arrest and prosecution for offenses including but not limited to defiant trespassing.
Smash the like button, guys. Share this live stream. We are live. The mainstream media, as far as I can see, is not. Please support us. Statuscoup.com/join. This is why we exist, and this is why we need your support to stay out here showing federal, state, and local government protecting fascism.
Yep. Sadly, but truly, the state cops here, I'm going to assume were put there by Nikki Sherrill. I mean, she literally just got done saying that she was going to mobilize the fucking state police to force people into a free speech zone. So at the behest of the governor, the state and the feds are working together to repress people in New Jersey.
Our street! 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 Our street!
And by the way, you also have out here, you have a religious leader over here. I don't know if he's a pastor or a minister, but there are religious leaders out here. There are elderly people out here. There are young people out here. There are journalists out here. And they are literally... Is that the tear gas? Yeah. We're going to put on our masks here.
Shut it down!
All right, America, right? So, what are they firing there?
I don't know.
I don't know what they're.
Shots.
I don't.
Warning shots.
They're firing some type of warning shots here. We have the goggles on, our respirators. We're being forced to move backwards here. People are chanting, "Our streets, our streets." This is fascism. It's not just the federal government, it's the state and local government assisting the federal government in war against the American people. That's what's going on here. And if the Democratic governor is trying to protect protesters and protect freedom of speech, she's got a really funny way of showing it, because this is not that. This is why Democrats continue to lose the faith of the American people. This is why, even with Trump in power, Democrats have such low favorability ratings in Congress. So things are being fired up into the sky. It looks like some type of warning shot. I don't know what they're shooting, but they're...
Make sure I'm not walking over anything. Hold my back though.
So while I'm trying to narrate what's going on to you, I'm also holding John, who's holding the camera, and trying to prevent him from bumping into...
Who's causing the chaos here? Is the existence of the fucking state police, right? Is the existence of the state police here geared up, shields and batons and helmets, on horseback? Is it them? Or is it the people with cameras and the people exercising their First Amendment? Well, I guess really everybody here, cameras or no, or what are they, you know what I mean? Like, if you're speaking or if you're recording, it's all First Amendment. Apparently that is the threat. That's the chaos. And we got to stop allowing this fucking framing, right? This unconstitutional framing from all elected officials, right? Like, this is all the result of, like, as Jordan said, I mean, Mickey Sherrill's decision to mobilize the fucking state police here. If they weren't here, ICE would have to defend themselves. ICE would have to, you know, like, come out here and harass protesters themselves, right? And instead, now they got the state police spending money. I don't know how much money it costs to harass this many protesters with this many officers. I mean, you got dozens of officers out just in this one shot. It's got to be thousands and thousands of dollars an hour just to harass protesters.
Car or anything. So, and this was totally predictable that this was going to happen when a governor or anyone else tries to create protest cages and tries to create protest cages masquerading as free speech zones. And I just heard somebody say there's tear gas.
Yeah, somewhere. I know. Let's wait till we see it.
Yeah. I don't know if they've deployed tear gas.
I saw smoke that way.
We're hearing. They're continuing to say move back.
Quite frankly, most of what
right now.
Like, the concept of a free speech zone is a literal joke, right? Like, this is a joke from like 20 fucking years ago. Arrested Development. Has anybody seen this show before? This is literally what we're talking about. It's a fucking free speech zone.
The next day, Lindsay, having heard about a military exercise, joined a protest group and went off to exercise her own First Amendment rights.
This way. Thank you. Right here. This way. I'd ask you to make sure you're fully in.
Like, this is a fucking show from 2006, right? Arrested Development came. Wasn't it 2006 when it started? This is 20 fucking years ago. It was a fucking joke. And now we're literally doing it in our government. Actually, only have free speech inside of this cage. Right this way.
Before beginning your protest.
Free speech zone. This is where we're protesting? This isn't right. Where are the cameras?
They're in the free press zone, and if you could save your comments until you're completely loaded into the cage.
They're in the free press zone. This is literally what is happening right now. I mean, some people are saying that some reporters weren't being allowed to cover this. I mean, it's basically what we have right now. Free speech zone here, free press zone over here. No speech until you're inside the cage. Otherwise...
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Now we are right outside the main entrance of the Delaney Hall Ice Camp. I see state police firing something out of a gun. I don't... Pepper. They're firing pepper balls. Pepper balls. That's what they're firing. Which they say are non-lethal, but if you get hit with one, it hurts. Let me tell you.
They're shooting on the ground so they disperse.
They're shooting it on the ground.
Over, what's the fence? What's the fence? Go this way, this way.
Yeah. So there's a fence here, so we're going to watch that fence. Oh, shit.
Come on.
So that's a flashbang grenade. That's a flashbang grenade.
Here's the free speech zone.
Hold on. That's a flashbang grenade that was...
See, they're trying to force everybody into the free speech zone. Like, it's not a joke. Here's the cage. This is the cage they want everybody in. And then they don't even let them stay there. Instead, they destroy the free speech zone. No more free speech zone.
Through horseback.
Don't let go of me. Don't let go.
I got you. So they're trying to...
Don't let go. Let me do that.
This is state-sponsored terrorism. Watch out.
Look out.
guys all right? Yeah. A horse literally just hit our camera. A horse literally just hit our camera. You okay, John?
Yeah, I'm done. Stay there. Let's be honest. You're all scared of your horse. What are you doing?
Protesters are saying, we pay for these streets, we pay for these streets. They are literally attacking unarmed protesters. What makes them different than ICE? What makes these state troopers different than ICE? And John Farina is incredibly getting the shots here while dodging tear gas, pepper ball.
Wow, so ICE is taking pot shots at protesters from the facility while the people get terrorized by mounted police. This is the chaos. This is the chaos. It's not the free speech and the cameras. It's this. It is government-sponsored tyranny.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
All right, let's go here to global news from 21 hours ago. Just a reminder, everybody, the Galactic Content Goal has been started for a while now. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube, and do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as without your donations, we would cease to exist.
They're making war on their own people. They're not. They're not. This is war. No. This is law and order. That's what this is.
Tensions continue to flare outside the Delaney Hall Immigration Detention Center in Newark, New Jersey. Protesters who say living conditions in the building are inhumane, clashing with immigration enforcement supporters Saturday morning. This following a night of violent encounters between ICE officers and demonstrators being met with tear gas and pepper spray Friday. Just hours earlier, New Jersey Governor Mickey Sherrill announced plans to set up a safe zone for protesters to avoid a repeat of the chaos that enveloped the streets of Minneapolis between ICE agents and American citizens just months ago.
We know what ICE has done in other states, and we know American citizens lost their lives. And I refuse to let that happen in New Jersey.
The escalation in protests comes after 300 migrants went on a hunger and labor strike inside the detention center due to poor living conditions, including reports of detainees being burned by scalding hot showers and maggot-infested food.
Yeah, but the fact that the state is defending that, right? That's effectively what they're doing. They're effectively defending it. Oh, you can't see the video? Oh, son of a bitch. It's only a minute long. It's fine. I'll replay it.
They're making war on their own people. They're not. They're not. This is war. No. This is law and order. That's what this is.
Tensions continue to flare outside the Delaney Hall Immigration Detention Center in Newark, New Jersey. Protesters who say living conditions in the building are inhumane, clashing with immigration enforcement supporters Saturday morning. This following a night of violent encounters between ICE officers and demonstrators being met with tear gas and pepper spray Friday. Just hours earlier, New Jersey Governor Mickey Sherrill announced plans to set up a safe zone for protesters to avoid a repeat of the chaos that enveloped the streets of Minneapolis between ICE agents and American citizens just months ago.
We know what ICE has done in other states, and we know American citizens lost their lives. And I refuse to let that happen in New Jersey.
The escalation in protests comes after 300 migrants went on a hunger and labor strike inside the detention center due to poor living conditions, including reports of detainees being burned by scalding hot showers and maggot-infested food.
Yeah, and what I love how Mickey Cheryl's response. She's like, "Oh, I won't let ICE murder citizens here in New Jersey, so I'm gonna send the state police on the citizens instead. They'll let them get ahead of ICE. You know, not that anybody got murdered, but you know, like that felt like what her response was. No, we can't let ICE have all the glory. We're gonna send the state troopers in and have them attack the protesters instead. Fucking piece of shit." The fact is the longer that this goes on, the more the local police forces are complicit in all this ICE shit. And the more, and especially in blue states where this is happening, the Democrats are complicit with it, right? Whether it was Mayor Fry or Governor Walz or Governor Cheryl here, like, this is complicity. Like, you could say, I'm not sending the state police there, or I'm sending the state police there to defend the protesters from these federal forces trying to do crowd control. They have no jurisdiction to do so. But instead, no, we must go and prevent people from having their constitutional rights on a state level. And it's unacceptable. That's why we need to be primarying as many of these sorts of people out as we can. Mickey Cheryl, unfortunately, not up for election this term, I don't think. It's a special election that she won, if I recall correctly. So she's still, I think she's finishing out the term, essentially, of the previous governor. I think there's still... I think it's 28. I think it's 28 when she's up.
The situation at Delaney Hall is pretty insane, and it's only gotten worse. Delaney Hall is a private prison facility, a for-profit prison facility run by a GEO Group, a private prison business, and the conditions inside of Delaney Hall are heinous, immoral, awful, and the people that are inside of the detention facility, the immigrants that are being kept inside of the facility, have gone on a hunger strike, and also on top of that, they have started participating in a labor strike as well. Now you might be thinking, why is there a labor strike at all? Like, how does this work? Well, GEO Group actually puts to work the people that they are imprisoning to maintain the prison itself, to do the janitorial stuff, to work in the kitchens and whatnot. And it's just slavery. These are people who've been living on U.S. soil, awaiting their court date, and then sometimes going to their court date and showing up and then getting kidnapped by masked thugs of the state. Cam Higbee was caught on video walking up to a group of protesters and pepper spraying multiple people outside of a Newark ICE facility. Then, as people reacted to being sprayed, an armed man pulled him away, telling him it's not worth it, it's time to go. Last time I checked, walking up to a group of people and spraying them with a chemical irritant is commonly charged as assault or battery. And then, after spraying the crowd, the video shows Higbee and the armed man running into the ICE facility while agents allowed them inside. Imagine the outrage if a left-wing activist walked up to a group of conservatives, pepper sprayed them, and then disappeared behind federal gates. The headlines would never stop. The law is supposed to apply equally to everyone. Except we all know that these right-wing agitators, Cam Higbee also literally went to Israel too. He's an agent for PragerU and has served as a foreign agent for Israel, which, you know, there's no fair restrictions, obviously.
Yeah, she just got elected, but I think the next governor's primary in New Jersey is in 28, isn't it? Or maybe it's 29. I could be wrong on the number. I know it's not this year.
Sort of stuff.
Not worth it, not worth it, not worth it, not worth it, not worth it. No, we gotta go. Time to go.
Proud Boys are also there today, this morning. They were doing a pro-ICE protest.
What's that? I don't know. Was it? I wasn't.
Yeah,
Were you there?
Yeah, beating cops. All right, on January 6th, how many cops died at January 6th? How many? Zero.
Who the fucking virus is? You mother. Stop pushing me.
Well, it's not peaceful. You can see that. It should be, like Cheryl, I don't know if she listens to CBS.
You got a bunch of...
Yeah, I would point out that one officer died following Jan 6 as a result of their injuries, and at least 4 took their own lives after the fact. So, not no one. So that's just a lie.
Peaceful. You can see that. It should be, like Cheryl, I don't know if she listens to CBS.
You got a bunch of... Kind of looks like cops to me, I'm gonna be honest. Dressed up in Proud Boy gear, there specifically to agitate at the behest of the MAGA movement, the government. People have been protesting outside of Delaney already. Last night, Mickey Sherrill, the governor, who previously had done a stunt to try and go into the Delaney facility, the governor of New Jersey, actually decided to join forces with the ICE agents. They set up barricades, and she deployed the state troopers on her own constituents in the state of New Jersey at the behest of the MAGA movement, at the behest of the Trump administration, where the state troopers of New Jersey worked in tandem with ICE agents, with federal law enforcement, and pepper sprayed her own constituents all the same. And there are still people who are trying to defend it. The use of state troopers outside of Delaney Hall does not seem to have diffused tensions like the state officials had hoped. Raj Parikh says, this misses the point. Governor Sherrill eliminated the ability of the Trump admin to create a pretext to make New Jersey into the next Minnesota for the ICE surge. This is exactly how to protect our neighbors from illegal federal overreach. Yeah, we should just kill our own citizens so that, Trump's agents can't do it. Great logic. Sick the state troopers on the protesters so the feds don't have ICE to do the same thing. Brilliant gamesmanship if you don't actually give a shit about the human beings inside and outside of Delaney Hall. Oh, you see, you don't understand. This is brilliant. This is statecraft. This is brilliant gamesmanship. This is games theory. Professor Chong would love this. We're hurting our own constituents ourselves.
Yes, exactly. We gotta do it ourselves so that Trump can't get the sick satisfaction of doing it. So Stephen Miller can't gloat about it. Because of course they're not reveling in what's happening there. That's why the Proud Boys are showing up, right? Because they don't support what's happening. Like, do you actually think the Proud Boys are anti-police? They're anti-Capitol Police, and just for Jan 6th. And that's the only reason. Right? Because they didn't just let them in and take over the fucking government. Fucking dumb. All right, let's go back to the Delaney Hall. Here's another status quo live stream from 20 hours ago. We're almost done talking ICE.
All right, folks, sorry. Welcome to all of our viewers. I am Will Allen Duprat, live for Status Quo News here at Delaney Hall in Newark, New Jersey. If you are unfamiliar or if you need a recap, Delaney Hall, right here behind us, is a private prison facility run by the notorious Geo Group, and it is being used by ICE to hold hostages, essentially. We have reports of horrid conditions inside, and as of course, there have been protests out here for 9 days as protests. One moment here. Is inside that facility, and protests have been clashing very violently with the police, with ICE, over the last few days. Last night, most notably, the New Jersey governor brought in...
Have the protesters been clashing violently, though? I mean, it seems like the police are the ones who have been clashing very violently with the protesters. I feel like that poorly phrased. Poorly phrased. Just gonna skip ahead a little bit. But it's basically the same images, just stepped up by like 2 or 3 times as the night before. As you can now see, dozens more police here now on the line, coming to prevent protesters from protesting.
Raining down on me. About 40 rockets raining down on me when I was in Kharkiv, Ukraine in 2022. That was a real war zone. Not what these fucking guys are creating here. This is all fucking theater. This is theater.
I forgot to bring you up.
Look at them violently attacking them with cameras and shouting. Yeah, I've watched a lot of these protests, and at no point am I seeing anybody attacking police or ICE. They're just taking photos, videos, and or taking the opportunity to say words, sometimes loudly, sometimes rude ones, but that is in fact all protected under the First Amendment. Fortunately, the government doesn't seem to see it that way, and they are physically attacking them with actual violence.
Violent crime.
All right, they're moving up again.
Fucking punk motherfuckers!
Oh shit! Oh shit! They're throwing stuff in the air! They're throwing tear gas from above! Here goes another one. Here goes another one. That one before almost hit several people. Alright, the tear gas is really burning right now.
Yeah.
Christ Ablanti just cheered 100 bits. This is theater. He says, suddenly 75% if the crowd being theater kids turn in unison facing ICE and begun snapping their fingers and advancing in step, ICE abandons the facility in horror, instant PTSD.
Thank you, Christopher Tablante, for the bits over on Twitch. As you can see here, state police working with ICE to prevent U.S. citizens from exercising their First Amendment rights.
I thought this was America! Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America!
It's like all of my clothes now, and all around me.
not that we weren't. They are targeting press again, shooting my camera with pepper. I don't know if you can see that, folks. I don't know if you can see this, but I got one camera on my hip here, and they're just firing pepper balls. We weren't standing very close to them. We were just forward of the rest of the group, and they started shooting protesters with these pepper balls and shot me right in my camera. That's going to be very difficult to use and put up to my face now. We've been hearing other reports of ICE targeting reporters, targeting journalists, intentionally smashing their cameras, smashing their fingers. We have a journalist friend of ours who had to get stitches in his fingers after having a lens broken. So this is just a continuation of this type of behavior, another way of limiting the First Amendment. Remember, the First Amendment is free speech, freedom of assembly, free press, and freedom of religion. It's all those things. So they're trying to silence the First Amendment free speech of these protesters, their right to free assembly, and the freedom of press by attacking journalists like us, by trying to destroy the tools of our trade, destroy the free press.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
It's a formal portrait. And you can see the full moon above.
There.
Yeah, he could probably drive you.
Yeah. All right. So maybe we'll wrap up in a bit. My car's at the other end, so I thought I wasn't going to be able to get to it.
Folks, excuse me. As soon as I start talking, that pepper dust just gets in my mouth. They shot my camera. I think you saw that. It's like all of my clothes now, and all around me. I shouldn't have taken my mask off. But I got to talk to you, our people, our viewers. We love you. Thank you for.
Well, there we go. State police now working in a coordinated fashion with ICE to prevent Americans from exercising their First Amendment rights, of which we have a whole number of them. They seem to not be fans of. Yeah. But it's not just police acting bad against protesters. No. This is just another example of police misconduct. Because in my opinion, it is misconduct to use force against peaceful protesters engaging in constitutional activity. Fortunately, our government does not prosecute those sorts of crimes, because they're the ones asking for it. Now, one police officer is maybe going to face some charges for something that he did. But it shouldn't take this in my opinion.
Tonight, a North Carolina police officer seen in this now viral video showing him repeatedly punching a woman has been fired.
This incident does not reflect the values of the Shelby Police Department.
The doorbell camera video shows a Shelby police officer taking 34-year-old Sherry Moore to the ground before striking her multiple times. Another officer is seen running into frame, appearing to tell his colleague to stop. Moore can be heard asking the officers to call her father, saying she's not on her medication.
I'm not on my medication.
Authorities had said the incident happened while officers were conducting a criminal investigation and encountered a suspicious female in the area. But
there's nothing that justifies what that fucking asshole did right there. Okay? He had her in complete control. She's smaller than him. He's got her on the ground. Put her in handcuffs. Why are you just sitting there fucking wailing on her? Like, this is disgusting. This dude needs to go to jail.
were conducting a criminal investigation and encountered a suspicious female in the area. But exactly what occurred before the recording started remains unclear.
No justice, no peace.
The video sparking protests Friday.
You can only imagine how I feel to see my niece body slammed to the ground at 90 pounds, no matter what she was charged with, arrested for.
And tonight, Moore's family sharing photos they say show her injuries following the encounter.
This is an example of how
This is ridiculous.
a terrible situation arise. We take responsibility, we engage in dialogue, and we try to come to solutions that will...
Yeah, the solution would put this guy in jail. I know what assault and battery gets you in North Carolina. I think that's a good place to start. And supposedly there is talk about levying charges against this guy. It's a real piece of shit. There's nothing that justifies this dude just beating the shit out of a 90-pound woman. If she committed a crime, put her in handcuffs and charge her with a crime. Right? Like, he's a trained officer. He's a trained officer of the law. He's not out there to do UFC on the fucking pavement to some random woman. If there's charges to be dropped, to be levied here, to be whatever, if there's an indictment, then indict, you know? Gather evidence. It's not time to fucking do, UFC fucking 250 out here in the street. You gotta be a fucking sick, twisted piece of shit to do that. He's in a position of authority. It's his job to uphold the law. He's just randomly beating women up on the sidewalk. And in fact, I think the charges should be greater, not lesser, for police officers when they commit crimes, right? They shouldn't have qualified immunity. They should have qualified consequences.
Consequences.
For misusing power. They get paid our tax dollars. Supposedly keep crimes from happening. When they are the ones committing crimes, they should be upheld. They should be held to a higher standard than everybody else, not a lower one. Qualified immunity is bullshit. Speaking of bullies, let's talk about a guy who's running for California governor right now. We've got an election happening Tuesday. It's going to decide who is going to go to the general in that election. Talk about Spencer Pratt, who cyberbullied a real life hero. Now wants to be in charge of California.
I'm going to tell you a story, and I need you to send it to anyone who you think might be thinking of voting for Spencer Pratt. You see, Spencer Pratt has positioned himself as some sort of hero, right? Hero of the Palisades fire relief effort. But one of the real heroes is this guy, Larry Vane, a man who Spencer Pratt cyberbullied for months and months and months, who was caught up in the politicization of the Palisades fire relief effort, and who 3 weeks ago took his own life. Larry Vane is a father of 2, including a toddler, and up until the fires, he had volunteered around Los Angeles, and he was a Palisades resident who sprang into action when the fires ravaged his community. He created the Pally Strong Foundation to collect information for survivors who had lost their homes. He contributed his own money and eventually was encouraged to apply for a grant from the relief organization Fire Aid and won $500,000 and a Community Hero Award from Mayor Karen Bass. Uh-oh. Because of the Bass backlash and the criticisms around Fire Aid's distribution of funds, which by the way raised $100 million, so $500,000 is very, very little, and had a lot of regulations on how it could be spent, Larry Vane turned into a favorite punching bag of the far right in Los Angeles, who were desperate to blame the fires on somebody. Spencer Pratt was one of those craven people who called him a Palisades scammer and called Pally Strong Pally Con. Vane became an outlet of the dangerous and ravenous group of Angelenos who were desperate to politicize the fires at all costs and presume the worst of anyone who was working for relief efforts. And so on April 27th, Larry Vane, a guy known for his optimism and positivity, took his own life. A guy who did good in the community, gone. And now Spencer...
And what's so twisted about all of this is that the reason why they looked for in that moment people, in the government to blame, is because they wanted to politicize it, right? They wanted to blame Democrats for the existence of climate change, without talking about climate change or recognizing its existence, right? Like they need to have a political reason for why we aren't we aren't completely insulated from the effects of climate change, right? Like the LA fires were a result of that, right? And a result of human activity, essentially. And they just don't want to blame it on that. So they gotta blame it on politics. They gotta blame it on the leftists. Say, oh, communists, they love fish, these little fish so much. They wouldn't use the water to put the fires out. And so they terrorize and harass people. They come up with all sorts of conspiracy theories to solve what is an easily solvable problem if you just thought about it for 1 second. Or at least a problem with which you could actually come up with a reason for its happening without these sorts of nonsensical conspiracy theories. But that's what's so great about conspiracy theories, is you can talk about them forever because they're made up. And you can just try and draw lines from one place to another ad infinitum, right? Forever. You never have to talk about the real issues facing our world. Like how we're not doing enough to address climate change. Like the actual causes of it and the solutions to the effects of it in society, right? And how the government, if we were worried about fires, right, we would get the government to not only get us off of fossil fuels and onto renewables, but also in the interim period, be fireproofing houses, right? Like building homes that are much more resistant to wildfires or to hurricanes, right? And whatever else. But that's not what we're doing. Our government is spending money to cancel green energy projects restart fossil fuel, energy, coal, methane, oil, and canceling FEMA projects intended to prevent devastation in communities, right? Rescinding funds intended for wildfire prevention efforts, flood prevention efforts, levees, prescribed burns, all these things. They're saying, oh, that's not important. Not important. Well, while we were just talking elections, we may as well talk about the election that just happened in Kentucky. One man lost his seat. May be familiar with him, Thomas Massie. He's got some stuff to say about Donald Trump.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Thomas Massie, he's declared his candidacy in 2028 for Congress, but he's just doing that to be able to maintain fundraising. He doesn't know exactly what he's going to run for, and it's basically a fundraising trick. And I think he's discussed that. But this is what he plans to do. I mean, this is just, yes. I would love to see any Republican wreak as much havoc as they can before they're out the door. You know who could have done something like this?
In the Ice Age, how much
What was the name of
taxes
this?
did
She's
people
like
pay?
very
Forget it.
No,
Just CrossFit lady.
Yeah.
Bro? Nah.
Dog the bounty hunter. I mean,
if only she had stayed in Congress, but she had better things to do. Okay.
media time.
Brown, right?
Marjorie Taylor Brown, yeah.
Right, because when the grass
Grass dies, it turns brown.
Yeah, you have really nailed it. You should be president.
Congressman, we're almost out of time. Couple more here. I want to ask about the Epstein files. As you've noted, the speech and debate clause actually protects you from being prosecuted for whatever you say on the floor of the House. You have named names in the Epstein files in the past. Can we expect you to name more names in the coming weeks and months?
Yes. Todd Blanche is violating the law. There's still millions of files they haven't released. We know from talking to the victims' lawyers that their own 302 forms haven't been released. We know the files have been over-redacted. I have released at least 3 names of billionaires who are implicated in this. I don't think it's possible to get to convictions with Todd Blanche at the top and with the FBI director, Kash Patel, at the top, because they've effectively both perjured themselves by saying that there's nobody else in the files. Even Melania doesn't believe that. The First Lady knows that Jeffrey Epstein didn't act alone. And here's the great thing, Kristen. Whether I'm in Congress or not, the Epstein Files Transparency Act is a law, and it goes on for years. So if we can't get this Attorney General and this FBI Director to do the right thing, the next ones who take those seats are obligated by law to release the files that these individuals are not releasing now.
So it doesn't sound like he's necessarily going to read them off, but he might. Right?
Yeah, I wouldn't hold my breath. El Pete. Thank you for the follow. All right. Now, let's move on from talking about Epstein class puppets running the government to real life puppets. The Jim Henson Workshop. That's right, Sunday Fun Day. U-turn.
Hello, this is the workshop.
We've never been open to the public, basically.
Yeah. And you know what? I can't actually, I just remembered why we're not watching this. We can't watch this. It's not fun. It's horrifying. It's horrifying. I promise. promise. You don't want to see your favorite, you know, Muppets dismantled and some body parts all over. Oh, it's horrifying. I can't watch it. It's too disgusting. It's too disgusting. Oh, it's terrible. I'm sorry. I couldn't watch it last night. I started watching it and I grew sick. I grew sick inside. I was puppet parts all over the place. It's horrifying. I can't do it. I can't put you through it. What I can do, though, is take you to another fun place with costumes, fanfare, magic. Atlanta's Comic-Con. Here's the AP archive from yesterday.
So MomoCon is a weekend celebration of anime, animation, cosplay, gaming, music, and more culture. We have over 1.5 million square feet of space.
No, I'm sorry. Okay, the Muppets dismantled. I mean, look, it's the inside. It's the inside of the Jim Henson workshop, and there's puppets taken apart, eyes, arms, bodies all over the fucking place. And it honestly, it ruined it. It didn't ruin it for me, but I hated it. Like, I had like a visceral reaction to it. I can't do it again. I can't do it again. I love the Muppets. Okay, I love the Muppets. I like thinking of them as characters. Okay, don't show me how they're made. Don't show me how the sausage is made. Don't show me how the Kermit is made. Kermit's a real person. Okay, you don't do that.
Come on! Celebration of
Frog.
anime, animation,
Real frog person.
cosplay,
Okay.
gaming, music, and more culture. We have over 1.5 million square feet of space that is going to be vendor, gaming, and guest autographs and more.
I think that there's an interest for everyone at here. Like, I've seen video games, comics, anime, manga, VTubers, video game, like everything, console stuff, like Dungeons and Dragons. I think it's for everyone. Like, if you have an interest.
Wait, how do you see VTubers in real life? That's wild. You know, actually, I guess I could do that, but I feel like that would be weird. I technically own this shirt and this helmet. I could, no. It's just even talking about it feels wrong. You see what I'm saying? It's the same thing. It's the same thing as the Muppet situation.
It's probably here. I found out that a lot of stuff I like is here, so.
I think it's really awesome, especially like seeing how big of a community cosplay is. It really makes you feel like you can be yourself and express yourself in ways that you normally can't, which I think is really awesome.
It does make me feel pretty nice. It makes you feel pretty welcome, right? Like, it's not normal to dress this way, right? Or a lot of these different ways out here, but it's really, it's very nice to be able to be around people who are just like-minded in general, people who are into some of the same things as you are, right? I grew up loving video games, and, I imagine a lot of people here did too,
I would imagine that as well. That seems like a good instinct. Probably a lot of gamers in this crowd. Seems like a safe bet. Yes, indeed. Well, there you go. People down in Georgia embracing their nerdy side. I think it's called, was it MomoCon? I forget the name of it. I don't think it's actually called Comic-Con, but I don't remember the exact name. Now, to a slightly more upscale way to appreciate art and culture. CBS Evening News from yesterday. You see, I've changed my affectation. Very fancy. You can tell it's going to be very, very fancy.
Favorite story of the day. We end at the National Gallery of Art, where a 77-year-old museum curator is using modern slang to bridge a generational divide. In tonight's Weekend Journal, our Nancy Cordes reports it's working.
Girly pop is the moment.
Alison Lux didn't set out to be a social media darling.
Haters will say this urn is mid, but they don't know it's tea.
But her slang-filled videos about art history have taken the internet by storm, drawing millions of views.
Eye contact. High key heated right.
Wait. We gotta go back. We gotta read. I gotta read the subtitles. Hold on. Let me fix the volume really quickly. The goated red purple stone
Slang-filled videos about art history have
was yoinked out of a mountain in ancient Egypt. Then the Romans snatched it. Oh, you stupid Romans.
How rude.
Oh, God, stealing that goated ass red stone. It's fucked up. That's what that is.
Millions of views.
That eye contact. High key heated rivalry coded.
And thousands of comments that say she slays.
What does it feel like to be going viral at 77? I'm stunned.
Lux is a curator at the National Gallery of Art in Washington, D.C.
The dog is so affectionate.
She specializes in early European sculpture.
What do you think people like about the videos? I think for starters, the unexpected quality, the surprise, because obviously I don't look like a person who would speak Gen Z. And there I am doing it, and I work on doing it with a straight face, because if you try to be cute, it's dead. Allison is...
I'm sorry, I gotta go back and read that one too. We're announcing an open call to creative Rizzlers all over the country.
Try to be cute, it's dead. Allison is kind of a legend here.
The videos were the brainchild of Sydney Myers, who runs social media at the museum and had seen the Beamish Museum in the UK post something similar.
This tram slaps.
She teamed up with some Gen Z staffers to craft a script. Allison understood the assignment.
Snatched girly over here is freshly acidified. What? The worst risk is that I would look silly, and that didn't bother me. I didn't think it would hurt the gallery, and it might help.
She's really a natural.
She is a natural. She's not cosplaying Gen Z. She truly is being herself, and as she is saying these...
Did you see?
I didn't think it would hurt the gallery, and it might help.
These baddies are beefing in this bronze sculpture
She's not
from the year 1610. Oh, why are these baddies beefing though? We have to know. God, why are these 17th century baddies going at each other like this?
She truly is being herself, and as she is saying these really funny words direct to camera, you can see the love that she has and affection for the objects that she's talking about.
Allison has now made 7 videos aimed at introducing art to the younger set.
Pete, my bestie.
The response has been so lit, even the pros at the museum are now leaving no crumbs.
Aura is low-key sinister.
Nancy Cordes, CBS News.
Oh no, the volume was low. Oh, I screwed everybody. I screwed everybody just now. All right, we will watch the back half because I knew the volume was low. And I clearly screwed all of you. That is wrong. That is wrong and terrible. I'm sorry.
As if you try to be cute, it's dead. Allison is kind of a legend here.
The videos were the brainchild of Sydney Myers, who runs social media at the museum and had seen the Beamish Museum in the UK post something similar.
This tram slaps.
She teamed up with some Gen Z staffers to craft a script. Allison understood the assignment.
Snatched girly over here is freshly acidified.
Yeah!
The worst risk is that I would look silly, and that didn't bother me. I didn't think it would hurt the gallery, and it might help.
She's really a natural.
She is a natural. She's not cosplaying Gen Z. She truly is being herself, and as she is saying these really funny words direct to camera, you can see the love that she has and affection for the objects that she's talking about.
Allison has now made 7 videos aimed at introducing art
When Roman Rizzlers in Tunisia. Oh, those Roman Rizzlers.
To the younger set.
Peep my bestie.
The response has been so lit, even the bros at the museum are now leaving no crumbs.
Aura is low-key sinister.
Nancy Cordes.
The landscaping is busted. Dun dun dun. Well, there you go, Space Fams. Little cultural appreciation for you. Don't say I didn't value-tain you this evening.
Are you not entertained?
For a little more valuetainment, let's talk about a trend that's kicking off with Gen Z.
You're about to be valuetained.
That's right. More and more people are saying not enough variety in streaming and are turning to an old, archaic form of media consumption.
I'm staying in the race.
In a streaming world with endless content from apps and subscriptions, some movie fans are choosing to go old school.
Evan Moon shows us how DVD and VHS are making a comeback as people trade algorithms for aisle browsing.
Night Owl Video in Brooklyn has hit rewind, bringing back VHS tapes and DVDs.
This is the only video store left in New York City.
And with a blockbuster first year in business, selling more than 30,000 tapes and discs.
When Blockbuster was at its height, people were renting movies like crazy. Now it is definitely much more of a niche thing, but growing.
Who's your typical customer that's walking through the door?
The younger generation, 25 and under. I remember asking a Gen Z customer, why VHS? What's the interest? And they just said, it's just a thing that works.
On the afternoon we visited, dozens of people came into the store, searching through bins, finding inspiration from cover art, and chatting with fellow customers about recommendations.
They're all animated differently.
Creating community.
Watching a film is such a solitary experience, and being around a bunch of like-minded people who want to pick things off the shelf, perhaps strike up a conversation, is really nice.
I feel like that's kind of what we do around here a little bit, you know? Providing a space for like-minded people. Hang out and perhaps enjoy and or inform themselves and or others. But yeah, big time VHS movies, DVD movies coming back. A shocking vintage. What do you call it? Come back. Come back. Well, on to other visual mediums. Other film enjoying experiences, I should say. Let's go to Hawaii, where free family movies are returning. Sunset on the beach. That sounds fun.
New at 6, Waikiki is bringing back free family-friendly movies at Queens Beach this summer. Sunset on the Beach features live entertainment, games, prizes, and a movie under the stars. Tomorrow's showing is Zootopia 2, starting at 7:30.
Oh, well, I think you already missed that one. That was from yesterday. But hey, now you know, if you're in Hawaii, you can be hanging out on the beach with friends, watching free movies, or with your family. Yes, indeed. Now, a group of children in Rochester, New York were creating a visual experience for the public to enjoy on local sidewalks. Here's News 8 WROC.
All right, thanks to a new project over at school number 54 in Rochester, students are making rainy days brighter.
Yeah, this story makes me smile. All around the school, students flex their creative skills and use special spray paint and custom stencils to create inspirational quotes on designated sidewalks. It's called the Lighting Paths Outdoor Community Beautification Project. When the paint dries, it turns invisible, but the moment raindrops hit the ground, voila, the hidden messages are revealed.
Well, that seems like a fun activity for the kids. No doubt. Well, we're not gonna quite stop talking about the children. One young man dominated the National Spelling Bee, winning first prize. And a reason to get shoved into lockers for at least another couple years.
So your first word is Taroni.
T-O-R-O-N-E.
Enthymeme.
E-N-T-H-Y-M-E-M-E.
Iguape.
I-G-U-A-P-E.
Denebola.
D-N-E-B-O-L-A.
Feidodo.
F-A-I-S-D-O-D-O.
Coathai.
C-Y-W-Y-D-D-A-U.
Tesseraconter.
Tessaraconter.
Toracathapsia.
Taurokathapsia.
Rapakivi.
Repakiv.
Wyeb.
Uayeb.
Paremia.
Paroemia.
Melanket.
Emelian.
Shrey and Ishan, the spell-off results are in. Shrey, during the spell-off, you correctly spelled a total of 32 words. Ishan, you correctly spelled a total of 25 words, and that means that Shrey, you are the 2020.
Now, of course, winning the National Spelling Bee is going to get young Shrey here probably a bunch of sweet scholarships at college. This seems cruel somehow. You're right. It does seem cruel. There's almost no way that you get that good without like having disregarded at least a few other things in life. Not always, but I feel often parents involved in this are living out some sort of weird personal thing. It's got nothing to do with the kid, but nonetheless, quite an accomplishment. Speed spelling. 32 words in a given period of time, taking out the competition. Speaking of competition, I think it's time for us to finally talk about the first thing on the freaking thumbnail. It's only taken us like 2.5 hours to finally get to this topic. Look, it's a diverse array of things we're going to talk about today, okay? But it is finally time for physical competition, not one of the mind. Let's talk about UFC 250, which is going to be taking place on, I believe, Donald Trump's birthday on the White House lawn. Here's the AP from Wednesday.
Cage match fighting is coming to the White House. Crews have been seen erecting a 6-foot wire mesh fence shaped into an octagon on the White House lawn, ahead of a martial arts show timed for US President Donald Trump's 80th birthday and as part of the US 250th anniversary celebrations. Trump is known as a proud proponent of cage match politics. He was the first sitting president to attend a UFC show, sitting courtside in 2019. The league is planning to issue 85,000 free tickets for the event, which falls on a Sunday. Trump has said all top guys will be featured.
All the top guys.
Cage match fighting is coming to the White House.
All the biggest, most handsome guys. Everybody's saying it. Big, beautiful, tough guys. Let's see what how the public is reacting to this monstrosity being erected on the White House lawn.
It does a remarkable job of covering the beauty of the White House, doesn't it? Yeah. So, I find it.
It does a remarkable job of covering up the beauty of the White House. It does do that. I'll give this guy that much.
I find it really despicable, but that's all right.
No. It really looks like I thought it looks like the Six Flags Great Adventure construction. It's not what the White House is about.
It's cool for America. There's nothing wrong with it.
It's cool for America.
It's a good opportunity for people. It's fine.
This guy who can barely put together a sentence is like, it's good for America. It's good for people. It's gonna help people. Words.
It's a good opportunity for people. It's fine.
It's a good opportunity for people. It's fine. This guy thinks in like 3-word sentences. Good opportunity, people. It's fine. In what ways is a good opportunity for people? Which people? The people? Certainly not the people. Not just like America broadly. So who is he talking about? Dana White? Good opportunity for Dana to get some free fucking marketing on the, on government property. Oh yeah, what a great opportunity for everybody. I can feel oh my god, I can feel the opportunity right now. I'm gonna go apply for a loan.
The event itself would be cool if it would be open, to more people for one. And it's a cool event, but I don't know if it's proper for the 4th of July or like.
It's not going to be happening on 4th of July. Some people have been tricked into thinking that because it's being called the UFC Freedom 250. It's not happening on America's 250th birthday. It's happening on the president's 80th birthday. Okay, it should be called Freedom 80. UFC Freedom 80. I should change the title to UFC Freedom 80 because that's what this is. It's not on America's birthday. No, June 14th, 2026, the 80th birthday of the President of the United States. 81st or 80th? I can't remember now. 81st? He's old. He's an old man, but he's not turning 250. And the country will still be 249 while this fight's happening. So, CNN here next. Hold on, I'll be right back. I gotta do something real quick.
If you're wondering what on earth is happening on the South Lawn behind me right now, that is not construction of President Trump's new ballroom. That is actually the construction ahead of the UFC fight that is scheduled to take place here on June 14th. Now, it's part of the events that are leading up to America's 250th birthday on July 4th. That will be held, though, on Flag Day here at the White House, which is also the weekend of President Trump's birthday. And he says an estimated 4,000 people will be held in that arena when it's finished being built here on the South Lawn of the White House. Weigh-ins are going to take place at the Lincoln Memorial. Massive watch parties are going to happen here in Washington. And as you look at it, it's kind of hard to overstate just how big the construction is of the Octagon Arena that they are building here for the UFC fight, set to take place in just a few weeks.
For more on this, I want to bring in my political sources, Democratic strategist Maria Cardona and Republican strategist Shermichael Singleton, giant UFC fans, right, guys? No?
Yes, I am.
This guy right here. Yeah. I saw that sort of apparatus at King's Dominion. They like shoot you up in the air.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
No, this is different.
Totally
This is
what it looks like.
this is a stadium. Okay, what do you think, Maria, of this whole affair?
I think it's the continued desecration, Brianna, of the People's House. And look, I'm not putting down UFC. I know that it is, a huge event. Tons of people love it. But why not have it on the mall? Why not have it somewhere else that is not in the middle of the White House? And I think what it does is it reminds people just how much this administration's priority is not affordability, is not bringing down costs, it's not focused on inflation, it's not keeping the promises that they made during the campaign, but it is these grandiose, gaudy, sort of flashy, I think vulgar events that have everything to do with not honoring the American people. He's using the 250th anniversary as an excuse, but honoring Donald Trump. And it goes to Americans now thinking this is why they're so mad and why Donald Trump's poll numbers are continuing to, go in the wrong direction, because he's not focused on the priorities of the American people.
Yeah, how is this making things more affordable for everybody? It's a great question. We should all be asking ourselves. And the answer, I think, obviously, to basically anybody with any sense is that it isn't, in fact, making things more affordable for anybody. Maybe Dana White, I guess, because he's probably going to make a bunch of money on this. But aside from Dana White, CEO and owner of UFC, nobody's going to benefit really from this at all. I guess Trump will maybe have a good time on his birthday. Is that worth it?
Focused on his own priorities.
Look, I think, Brianna, we can focus on cost of living, housing shortages, educational crisis within our country, focusing on issues with young men, focusing on the issues of our inner cities, immigration, and foreign affairs. We can do all of those things, and we should do those things, and we
Yeah, wow, but Michael's making a lot of sense. Although I know he's trying to say this as if Republicans are doing these things, but they're not, right? They're not doing any of those things. In fact, they're making all of those things that he just listed worse, while also celebrating Donald Trump on his birthday as if it's the 250th birthday of the country, but it's not. Oh, sure, Michael.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
He could do those things, but actually all those things are getting worse, right? Housing's getting more expensive. Inflation continues to go up. And unemployment continues to go up. Right? We're waging a war that's costing us hundreds of billions of dollars. Taking away healthcare benefits. Right? Taking away food benefits, right? SNAP benefits. While making healthcare more expensive. Making food more expensive. It's a really interesting vibe. All right, in the world of competition. Actually, you know what? Before we get to Donald Trump celebrating himself, get done with talking about Donald Trump celebrating himself, we should talk about the situation, the ongoing situation at the Lincoln Memorial.
New reporting from the New York Times about the cost of President Trump's reflecting pool renovations. The Times, citing internal government records, says the company given a no-bid contract to repair the pool is being paid an inflated and excessive profit margin far exceeding the norm. Their bid added at least $850,000 to what a more typical contract may have cost, and the administration eventually agreed to pay the company $13.1 million, 7 times more than what the president initially estimated. Meanwhile, this is how the president defended the spending during a cabinet meeting today.
It always leaked, and it was a problem, and a lot of things. And Hundreds of millions was spent. The Biden administration and the Obama administration spent hundreds of millions of dollars trying to get it to work, and they failed. And we'll be spending, you'll give me a number, but I think it's a very low number.
Earlier, I spoke with New York Times investigative reporter David Farenthold, who broke the story. So can you just walk us through what you found about the profit margins for this no-bid contract?
Well, what we found was that this contractor is charging the government 20% overhead and then another 20% for profit. And what we found was that the National Park Service itself, the people who are paying the bill, did their own analysis and found that both of those were inflated. Both of those were excessive. That the normal profit margin is like 6 to 12% usually. And so just
it's a shock of shocks. Trump orbiters are enriching themselves. Millions of dollars. Oh, I just want to say thank you for the dono on PayPal. 10 bones. Message. Space creatures. The evil humans of Earth may be trying to destroy us all. Worst case scenario. Okay, good to know. Good to know. Thank you very much for the warning and the donation. However, I'm just looking it over right now. We are not doing very good on the galactic content goal, I'm afraid. 2.5 hours into the stream, and we're barely... I'd say we're about 30%. We're barely 30% of the way through the goal. Oh, it's not good. It's not a good sign. Not a good sign. Because we're already halfway through the timer. Oh, God. All right. Well... I got a lot to talk about tonight. I'm moving slow, so I'm going to keep going here. No breaks yet. Let's go back to talking about competitive sports, from UFC to the World Cup. Of course, the United States, Canada, and Mexico are all hosting the World Cup together in a trinity of Americanness. However, as a result of geopolitical happenings, I guess you might say, one country is moving its base, its base of operations for the World Cup to a different country. You will be shocked to hear that that country is Iran. What?
Well, Iran's soccer team will not be based in the U.S. during the World Cup. FIFA confirms it's approved the team to move its base camp to Tijuana, Mexico. It was originally supposed to be in Tucson, Arizona. The change comes just 2 weeks before the World Cup kicks off. Iran will still play its 3 games planned in the U.S. 2 of them will be in Los Angeles.
There you go. Iran deciding they don't want to stay in the United States. They'll play the games, but they're moving their headquarters, their base of operations, to Mexico. I guess Tijuana's not that far from Arizona. It just, But yeah, I think of no shock to anybody, Iran doesn't want to be based in the United States while we are in the middle of waging a war against their country. It's weird. Now, a giant FIFA ball, or PIFA, as that guy called it, a giant PIFA ball was on display in San Jose at the FIFA Fan Zone. Here's Cron 4.
We're now less than 2 weeks away from the start of the FIFA World Cup, and the South Bay is ready. Today, crews set up a giant version of the Adidas Trianda Ball in San Jose's San Pedro Square, one of the official fan zones for the tournament. FIFA says the name can be translated from Spanish as 3 waves, with the panel constructing their replicating 3 waves. It's designed paying homage to the 3 host countries, with a maple leaf for Canada, an eagle for Mexico, and a star for the United States.
There you go. Very fancy ball. Big old ball. Here in San Jose. All right. Now, let's talk about a different kind of competitive avenue, right? You can compete with your brain, do spelling bee, like that young boy did there. You could be doing professional sports, sure, but you could also get involved in video gaming, which is sort of combined physical and mental activity. Now, unfortunately, some people are, well, actually, how do I put it? Some people aren't necessarily built for gaming. They are merely getting involved in gaming for attention, hoping that it will somehow improve their personal image, their brand, which I think is a weird decision. It's a weird life decision. It's like, play video games because you enjoy it. Don't play it because you want attention on, I don't know, Twitch. Especially if you already have like an existing sort of personality. It's weird when you switch from that to all of a sudden gaming on Twitch. Right? Am I the only one who thinks that that's a little weird?
It's weird.
This isn't flying, this is falling with style.
It's also going to flail it.
Just like socialist policy, it's all fun and games until you hit the ground.
Exactly.
Oh my God, it's like a parody. Remember I mentioned this? I've mentioned this many times about Ben Shapiro. Now we know Milo Yiannopoulos let the cat out of the bag on Tim Pool about a year ago, where he said they all bought their views. And I'm
out in Miami,
Ben Shapiro in particular. They bought their views, and this is number 12. They bought their views, and they fake it until they make it. And so, in other words, they get up to the top of the charts, and with the way that things are, people, watch the top of the charts. It really helped back in the day when there wasn't so many podcasts and we could be, top 10, top 50 on the iTunes podcast charts. It becomes sort of self-fulfilling. Here's an example. I've mentioned this before, and people had told me this, but here's a perfect example of it. This is an ad in between a YouTube show, and if you look down there, you can see that he runs his whole show as an ad on YouTube. And you've got to skip past it now, of course. All right, people are going to do that. But a lot of times what people do is they run their YouTube and they use it like the radio. Yep.
Right.
And they're not sitting in front of it.
They're cleaning their house.
They're cleaning their house. They're, we got guys, who work in construction. Maybe they're like working in a shop or something like this, or in the mail,
commissary.
In the commissary or in the post office. And this comes on as an ad and just runs and runs and runs until somebody says, hey, what's going on? Oh, God. Sam's become so much more shrill just in the past couple of minutes. And that's how they get, time watched up, and they just pay for it. But they have a new tact that they're taking, and this is gonna blow the doors off.
Oh my God. That's not a parody thumbnail?
So this is this is a real thumbnail. Ben versus Fortnite, and it's got like that playful, almost like Nickelodeon at night font.
Yes, he's doing the Tim Pool thing where it's like time to appeal to
Groom
the core,
children.
I hate that I know this, but that's the quintessential Fortnite font. I hate that I know this, but that's exactly what that is. They're just using the standard Fortnite YouTuber font that literally everybody uses in this meta, which is wild. 1.2 thousand views, by the way.
Truancy of
Nobody
14-year-old
cares.
boys.
Time to
Nobody
groom children
cares.
for fascism.
And let's cool though.
Oh, you
Here
think
it is. These guys are going crazy. Here's a little promo of it.
Zoom in and look around.
Oh, someone else killed him. Oh, you got ran over by a car.
Damn,
Wow.
he sucks. Damn, he really, really sucks. Is that a 71st place?
Oh, someone else killed him.
Oh, 71st place. That is terrible. That is garbage. I mean, I don't play Fortnite, but I've played it a couple times, and I've played enough FPSs that, you know, like, like we were getting chicken dinners all over the place, you know, early on, because it's just so fucking easy. He's like, I mean, you jump into it and you're low ranked and you're still getting play 71st. God, he's got to be trash. Oh my God.
Over by a car.
Wow.
Weak.
So you have to explain to me what this game
Okay,
is.
pause it for 1 second. I just want to say, like, this seems like a regular feature now. Like, they built all that, like, intro
Yeah.
stuff to it, right?
Like the kids are Twitch streaming, playing video games.
That's
We
what
need
they're
to-
they're coming to Twitch streaming 6 years too late.
Oh yeah.
Looks like it.
I'm gonna pull it up. We got a full.
Hold on.
thing here.
Ben is the answer. Ben is the answer to Hasan.
I mean, let's be real. The video gaming meta on Twitch started way earlier than 6 years ago, right? Like, that's been I mean, the fact is the political meta on Twitch is the new thing, right? Or at least over the last 6 years is the sort of newer thing that's been happening, right? Whereas for the 15 15 years before that, it was only gaming essentially, and like a couple IRL streamers. But just basically dudes smashing keyboards and yelling at League of Legends or Fortnite or, you know, Call of Duty or something. I mean, that's always been what Twitch is. And so they're like 20 years late. Or maybe a little bit less, but it's something like that.
Get you to debate him through Fortnite, and you just have Saul control the Fortnite. part.
Listen, I can play Fortnite.
Let's
I'm not-
put about here. Yeah, this looks fun.
This looks fun.
Look down the other way. The controls are.
Yeah, so far I'm doing great.
Yeah, you're doing great. It's great. Way better than I did.
You're really good at falling.
This isn't flying, this is falling with style.
It's also going to flail him.
Just like socialist policy,
That was
it's
a
all fun
terrible
and games
shot.
until you hit the ground.
It wasn't even
Exactly.
kind of.
Oh my God, it's like a parody of
Oh my
itself.
Just like socialist policy. It's
Oh, he's so trash. He can't even figure out how to make the fucking camera work, so he can't see where he's fucking walking. Oh my God. What a fucking noob.
Oh my God, it's like a parody of itself.
just like socialist policy. This is me off the cuff.
How many hundreds of thousands of people did they get to watch this? Scroll down a little bit.
You know what's funny?
45,000 people. Wow.
It's like I was talking to a Gaza doctor.
Yeah. You know what's funny, honestly, is I don't know if I could think of a more uptight person to be playing video games in the right-wing media ecosystem. Like, the whole vibe is supposed to be like you're hanging with your friend. I mean, I don't think Ben Shapiro could act casual alone in his pajamas at his house, let alone in front of a camera playing Fortnite.
Well, I got all the kids together, and I'm wearing my stylish overcoat.
Here, he's warmed up here. Let's see how he is 10 minutes into it.
He's just been hiding.
Give him a chance.
This is a good strategy, the hiding.
You've only made to the top 25%. If we win a game,
It's a good strategy, the hiding. It's a good strategy. If I hide here for the rest of the game, I can die. Wow. It's official. I mean, he's truly just now a washed out dude who has zero appeal to the younger audience he once had and is now trying to salvage it by learning how to play video games at what, the age of 40? How old is Ben now? What the fuck is this shit? What is this shit that we were watching right now? Whoopsies, didn't mean to do that.
I just staying away from everybody. That would probably be.
I coined a new strategy at that point.
You realize you've been doing this wrong your whole life.
I have been.
He's
I've
42.
Been, like, just throwing my control at the
Jesus,
TV.
he's old as shit.
Oh my God, the editing.
Oh.
How is Ben Shapiro 42 but look like he's 12? Like, he still looks like he gets shoved in lockers at the fucking Daily Wire, right? Like, I mean, like, what in the hell? He's 42 fucking years old. Good God.
Remember, that used to be Brett Cooper's thing, too.
It's Family Guy's fault.
No, but it's also like they are trying so hard to cap.
Oh my God, you're right. They're pretending to do split screen, aren't they? Well, no, actually, I don't think they're pretending to do split screen. I think this guy is just... he's the cousin. You know, there's only one controller, you know, and you just let one guy play, and then the other cousin's just gotta sit there and pretend to play. You know, just gotta sit there and watch along and hope that he gets the controller next. Oh God. What a pathetic display.
Oh my God, the
drives me-
editing.
Oh.
Remember, that used to be Brett Cooper's thing, too.
It's Family Guy's fault.
No, but it's also like they are trying so hard to keep your attention.
Yes. Well,
Family Guy cutaway.
yeah, just they think we're all so stupid that we have to see the
Why?
joke.
I'm glad they didn't use the Dutch angle on that. So.
Yeah.
God.
Social conservative fiscal liberal Shapiro versus Fortnite is like what if Conan's Clueless Gamer was boring and not funny.
I loved Clueless Gamer.
I love how humiliating this is for Ben. Like, he thinks so highly of himself that the idea of him playing video games on camera when he thought of himself as a serious commentary
This is gonna go
man,
viral.
I just love what that's probably doing to his psyche, if nothing else.
I bet.
I'm not so concerned about Ben's well-being. She's so thoughtful. She's a thoughtful woman, you know? Even if she thinks Ben is a stupid turd. She's still worried about his mental health.
Close it up, just like my wife's vagina.
All right. Now, let's go back to the world of sports. Leaving esports. Although it's hard to call what we just witnessed esports. More like e-failure. We have to talk about this. At least for a quick moment. The NBA Finals. They're coming up soon, people. I think next weekend. The New York Knicks are going to be facing off against the San Antonio Spurs. Here's CBS New York.
So the Knicks have been waiting all week long to see who would be standing across from them in the NBA Finals. Tonight, they actually got their answer. Steve Obermeyer is here now with an update. And Steve, I mean, we've been waiting to see who the Knicks would be standing across from as well.
Yeah, and this is not only going to be their biggest test, this is going to be their tallest. San Antonio has won the Western Conference. That means the Knicks are going to have to deal with a player who seems to be rewriting the rules of basketball, Victor Wembanyama. The 7'4" tall center can block shots at the rim. He can hit three-pointers. He sometimes makes the NBA court look too small. Wemby had 22 points as the Spurs knocked off the Thunder in Oklahoma City tonight that paved their way to the finals against the Knicks. Now, the Knicks have spent the playoffs overpowering teams. Now, they're going to have to figure out the tallest player in the NBA. And later in the show, Alan will have a little bit more on how this game was won and how the Knicks match up against the Spurs, because game one will be in San Antonio on Wednesday night.
So we were
Yes, indeed. Serious showdown. New York versus Texas. A battle of East versus West. Now let's go to the man who is the mayor of the city of the place where one of these, at least half of these games.
Sam Cedar, Emma Vegland on the Majority Report. It is a pleasure to welcome back to the program the mayor.
My computer is screwing me right now. Like, it wouldn't play the fucking video, and then it did play the video. Oh, that's very annoying. Okay, there we go. Anyway, that ruined it. Zoran Mamdani.
Zohran Mamdani.
On the Majority Report.
Sam Cedar, Emma Vegland on the Majority Report. It is a pleasure to welcome back to the program the mayor of New York City, Zohran Mamdani. Mr. Mayor, welcome back to the program. I will let you guys just do this since you know you need to do it.
After digging around, your account is 13 years old. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's way older than 6 years. They're way behind on the meta. They're so far. I mean, it is over a decade. You know, if you want to get good, if you want to be, you know, in the gaming, there's been guys who've been doing that for so fucking long. It's insane.
And then we can move on to other more important things.
Yeah, it's pretty important. I told Sam I would resign from the show in protest if I did not get the first question. So how about them Knicks, baby? How about them Knicks? How about them Knicks?
It just feels like the city is alive. And I got to say, even for a Knicks fan like yourself, Wes, a host for the Boston Celtics fan, you can still feel that excitement and that joy. Because
I can, but you know what?
99.
Every day.
We haven't been here since 99.
Not since 99, and he just tries to sap my joy away with all of his Celtics fandom. But when I knew you were coming on the show today, I said, I have to get the first question because I've got to ask you, all right, which starter do you think is not getting enough love, and which bench player stands out to you right now as giving the team a spark?
Okay, well, you know, I got to say, Josh Hart, you know, the game that I went to, Josh Hart really put the team on his back.
Yep.
And he's incredible. Like the tenacity, he's just fighting for everything. Sometimes I'm a little worried that he's going to get a tech, but he's doing incredible work. Obviously, we all love Captain Clutch, but in terms of somebody who can always use a little more love, I'll say Josh Hart. And last night, I was very, very excited to see Three Awara get a few minutes coming off the bench. You know,
Hell yeah.
It's great to be in a position where we're 20, 30, 40 points up and everybody's getting some minutes. That's what we want to see.
Yes, bench players showing out. Tyler Kolek was able to hit some threes, and my pick.
He was cooking there, and you know, I'm interested to see if we can explore legislation changing laundromats to landry mats, just as a kind of
yes.
for the city.
11 for 12 from three over the past 4 games, and one more. Jose Alvarado, New York native, right?
I gotta say, I think legislatively that would be a bit hasty. Okay, you know, this is 2026. Okay, 2026 NBA. You can't get too attached to any players, okay? I gotta say. Everybody gets traded. I mean, Landry's been on like a half a dozen teams in like 6 years. Like he's played like for one team a year since he joined the NBA or something like that. I wouldn't go to changing all laundromats to Landry mats. You know, he's good, but I'm just saying he might be gone by next year, and then you're gonna be like, you know, take the time to undo this legislation, or we just leave it that way? You see what I'm saying? It's like a lot of effort, and it's got no guaranteed result from that.
Hey, baby.
Yes. So we shout out to Jose Alvarado. Sam's completely checked out.
I just, as a follow-up, why did you just curse the Mets and not the Knicks too?
The Mets beat the Yankees. We're going to take that.
I appreciated that. I appreciated that. But I'm waiting for football season.
Okay. All right. We watched the other serious half of that video the other day. I figured I'd save the less serious portion of it for today. Glad I did. Now, of course, competition is great and all, but let's not forget that sports, athletic activities, they're good for our bodies, right? They help us stay fit and in shape. Now, of course, some people are using medical enhancements to achieve some of these things. Of course, I am talking about GLP-1s, Ozempics, just your semi-glutides, if you will, are all the rage. Get that NBA body without doing the NBA effort. However, there's an alarming rise in GLP-1 overdoses as a result of people going to unlicensed sources for their glutides.
Across social media, influencers tout telehealth companies offering weight loss medications for lower prices.
There it is.
It sounded like a perfect solution for Carly McLean, a new mom in Nashville trying to lose 50 pounds.
I was looking for a compounded semaglutide because I knew that was the most affordable option to move forward. I was looking for something that had good reviews and actually worked.
Her insurance didn't cover Ozempic, so she found Mochi Health and a compounded, cheaper option.
Ozempic was about $1,500 for me a month, and the one that I ended up going through was about $179 a month.
That's a huge saving.
Yes.
What she didn't know was how terribly wrong everything was about to go. Did you fear you were going to lose your life?
Yeah.
Yeah, economically speaking, 1,500 or 150. I think. I mean, really, when faced with that choice, I think most people are gonna be like 90% reduction in price. Why not?
Carly is one of a growing number of Americans who overdosed on GLP-1s. NBC News, in collaboration with KFF Health News, found that as GLP-1s become easier to get, poison control centers across the country are reporting an alarming increase in overdoses, from 1,366 cases in 2021 to 15,102 in 2025, a more than 1,000% increase. In Carly's case, the problem was on the label.
I received it, and the medication said to inject 88 units, and it seemed kind of high to me.
So she says she called Mochi.
What were you told? I was told that it is the correct dose.
And she took the medication as directed.
And then I get a message from the doctor at Mochi saying that I took way too much.
Almost 9 times too much. Rushed to the emergency room, she would spend 2 nights in the hospital. Dr. Gitanjali Srivastava, an obesity specialist at Vanderbilt Health in Nashville, says to expect more trouble ahead as people opt for cheaper compounded drugs that act like brand names but are not FDA approved.
We do not have any control over what is actually mixed within the compounded formulation, and there's not a standardization or standard process where compounding would be very effective or not.
I'm still upset that it happened to me, and I'm still upset that nobody's taking accountability for what they did to me.
Yeah. Although, this is you know, why you're supposed to get this stuff from a licensed physician, not in some sort of black market. And the fact is this is a problem that is also, you know, deeply tied into our ridiculously unfair healthcare system. I don't know what this woman's medical condition may have been, but assuming that it was medically necessary for her to get this, should have just been approved so that she wasn't forced to go to some other method, because $1,500 a fucking month is insane. I mean, you're talking about, what is that, like nearly 20 grand a year? It's like $18,000 or something like that? It's ridiculous. Yeah. All right. Let's go on from talking GLP-1s to talking about delicious food. Sorry, everybody. Let's go here. Down. Oh, yes, indeed. Oh, boy. It's already making me hungry. This one's already making me hungry. What is that? What's happening? Oh. Oh, and the puppy's hungry, too. Oh, boy. Okay, hold on. Puppy treat. Wait, she's already eating treats. What are you talking about? She's already eating treats. You very silly person. What the hell was I saying? Ah, yes, let's talk about the delicious, delicious treats sold. God damn it. What are we why are we doing this? Why are we she is eating. She is eating those delicious treats right now. Look at her. Look at her go. Look at Leica go. She's going in on this right now. All right, you're killing me. You're killing me. I can't feed her more treats than she's already eating. All right. Let's go to the East Village. South side of Manhattan. To a fascinating historical unveiling at the great Katz's Deli. God damn it. God damn it with the barking. CBS New York. Look, this is a story close to my heart. God damn it. You're killing me.
A famed New York deli has opened the door to its past. For the first time since 1949, Katz's Delicatessen is welcoming customers back inside a historic dining room. John Diaz takes us inside.
It's a new room for visitors, but it actually has a deep history.
It's fantastic. I love to be in a historic building. Very nostalgic.
The newly opened Ludlow Room at Katz's Deli on the Lower East Side is giving people a chance to experience a different side of the iconic deli, which hasn't been used for dining in over 75 years.
Really, really cool, and to think that it's even older than I am, so.
Colin Horton is visiting from Omaha, Nebraska with his family and says the room feels like a step back in time.
Definitely have the old school feel, very busy place, so having a little bit more room for more people to enjoy is going to be a benefit for all.
But to really understand the space, you have to hear from the family behind the deli.
We're in the Ludlow Room.
Before the afternoon rush, I met up with fifth-generation owner Jake Dell, who says reopening the room is about honoring Katz's history.
It connects you to a unique part of history.
The space was once the original dining area, but for decades served as a massive walk-in refrigerator.
This, literally, where you're sitting is where we kept, 100,000 pounds of meat.
The family spent more than a year bringing the room back to life while preserving its old New York feel.
It's not exact replica, but it's paying homage to that time period. The floors, the walls, the sconces, the tin ceiling.
But at least...
Yeah, this was crazy to me when I saw this. I was like, wait, there's what back there? Who? Like, I had no idea this was here. I remember being my dad taking me here when I was like 8 years old or something like that. Had my first Katz's corned beef sandwich. Katz's is known for its delicious corned beef, pastrami, and what's the other one? The brisket? Well, yeah. Anyway, like there's this giant room back here. It's just like completely like hidden from the world for 75 years, apparently. I mean, this is the side everybody knows with the counter. Wait, stop right there, right? This is the side everybody knows. There's a secret room in the back. It's ridiculous. It's making me really hungry. But those sandwiches are super expensive. I think they're like $30 now. Oh, who's got money for that? Okay, all right. Let's go to Philly real quick for some outdoor celebrations. Summer's here, and so is the Roots Picnic 2026. CBS Philadelphia.
Music, arts, and culture are front and center at the Roots Picnic in Philadelphia. Thousands of people are gathering at Belmont Plateau and Fairmount Park to see the lineup of artists. For the 18th year, this big event is hosted by the Philly hip-hop group The Roots. They, along with Jay-Z, are the headliners tonight. It's a star-studded lineup. And then Erykah Badu is the headliner tomorrow. Fans, of course, are excited.
Last year, getting in was a little rough. This year, it's been smooth sailing from the beginning to end.
I was here last year. A lot different weather. A lot different, yeah. But it happens with outdoor festivals. When you go to festivals, you know that it happens. Now, I think this, especially because we got Jay-Z tonight, this might be the best Roots Picnic ever. This got the potential to be the best one.
Well, there you go. Erykah Badu. Don't mind if I do. Sounds like fun. I think the Roots Picnic is a free festival for everybody, isn't it? No, it's not. It's not free. Nope. You gotta pay. It looks fun, though. And packed. Packed. A lot of people there. Jay-Z, the one in the Epstein files. Is Jay-Z in the Epstein files? I thought I heard something about that, but I actually did not look into it at all. Jay-Z being in the Epstein files wasn't my top priority. You know, there's some more powerful people than Jay-Z up in there. It took precedence, I guess you might say. But good help on the transition there. Let's talk about the Epstein files. Well, let's talk about the Epstein class. The Epstein class that continues to oppress all of us. Oh, wait. I forgot about this. I threw this in after the fact. I gotta refresh this list. Well, I think Scott, I don't know, yeah, I think Scott Bessent counts as Epstein class. Let's go to Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, speaking at the Reagan National Economic Forum. Yes, let's check in on the Treasury Secretary, see how the economy is doing. I'm sure he's dialed in to how America is experiencing this economy right now.
And also, tell me if this is.
Right.
I think I'm noticing.
I almost forgot. Larry fucking Kudlow over here. Right? Isn't that this guy's fucking name? Oh, yeah. This is a good one. This is a fun one.
This Iranian war episode, etc., with all of the good things that are going on, the dollar is actually improving. And if I'm not mistaken, you yourself have been a strong advocate of maintaining the dollar as a reserve currency. And I know in the...
I'm sorry, but wait, I just got to hear that again. Did you just say the Iran war is going good?
etc. I think I'm noticing during this Iranian war episode, etc., with all of the good things that are going on.
All of the good things that are going on? What good things are going on with the Iran war? Name one. Name one good thing that's going on with the Iran war. I can't think of a single thing. We're spending hundreds of billions of dollars. We've murdered who knows how many thousands, injured tens of thousands, not achieved any of the laid out goals by the Trump administration. What are the good elements of this? Oh, is it the higher gas prices? Or the higher food prices? Plastic shortage? Which of these things are the good thing?
The dollar is actually improving.
Huh?
And if I'm not mistaken, you yourself have been a strong advocate of maintaining the dollar as a reserve currency. And I know in the first term when I served, the president was always a strong advocate to maintain the dollar as a reserve currency. Has any of that changed?
Nothing's changed. And again, I was in the currency market for 35 years, and I think people have the wrong notion of what a strong dollar means. Strong dollar isn't the price on the screen.
It's not the price on this. Wait, hold on. Let me let him finish that sentence.
The wrong notion of what a strong dollar means. Strong dollar isn't the price on the screen every second.
Oh, it's not the price on the screen. Yes. Well, that's a good point. Because you wouldn't want to pay attention to the price on the screen. The price on the screen is bad, right? Here's where Donald Trump took office, January 10th, right? 109.65 is the US dollar index, which measures the strength of the dollar across all currencies, averaged out according to some whatever. This is a year and a half ago. Here is where we are now. Down at 99. We were lower here, technically. 96, 96, yeah, right? So, like, we were technically lower, but we're much, much lower than we were just a year and a half ago here. So you wouldn't want to look at the numbers, like Scott Besson said, if you wanted to think that things were going well, right? Narrative-wise, you wouldn't want to look at the numbers if you were trying to sell to the American people that the economy was good, that the dollar was strong. Because it's not strong. It's actually weaker than it's been in like 2 years.
Every minute, every day, every week. What a strong dollar means is that we are doing the right things to set our economy on a good course, that people will want to hold dollars, that they feel safe and secure, and that their money will get back to them, that they will have.
The Iran war, we were just talking about the Iran war. Fucking Larry Kudlow just brought that up. The Iran war is making people not want to hold dollars because Iran has been saying that they will only accept payment for transit of the strait via Chinese yuan,
China,
or Bitcoin.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
So if anything, the Iran war has weakened the dollar in that sense, at least in positionally, right? It's like, as Scott's saying, it's making people want to not hold dollars more than ever before.
High, the real returns, and I think we've done that. Whether it's through trade policy, tax policy, or energy policy, the United States, President Trump, with his policies, has made the United States the best place, whether you want to be in the liquid markets or to come build your factory. You will have great certainty. You will have on tax, you'll have great certainty on energy.
Oh my god, this is the worst spin I've ever fucking heard. By the way, if you're not in the liquid markets or the capital markets or whatever he just said, like, and you're just like a normal human being with money in your bank account, like $500, $600 in there or whatever, like, yeah, this is meaningless to you. Oh, wow. Thank you, Scott. Yes, everything's great for the people with all of the money. Since when has it not been? The question I would ask. Because when it comes to the energy markets, for instance, they seem pretty volatile for people actually buying gas to put in their car to go to work. Now paying twice as much as they were last year. Dollar only is up because the price of oil. Right, yeah, right, exactly. Because yeah, we have talked about that in the past. But that's what we're saying. That's what I was getting into, right? With like Iran wanting money for getting through the strait, and I didn't want to go all into it, like with BRICS and or whatever else. But yeah, at least for now, mostly speaking, you got to transact in dollars when you're buying and selling oil. But the dollar is still low, and that's the important thing. Is that if we actually listen to Scott Bessent and we stop paying attention to it on the like intraday, and we just look at it over the long term, over the last 2 years, we're lower now than we were at this time last year and 6 months before that. We've, had an incremental uptick. But Scott just insisted that we don't pay attention to the intraday movements of the dollar. So we got to respect Scott, the Secretary of the Treasury. So we can't even think about that. That would be very rude.
How rude.
That would be highly rude. All right. Moving on from Epstein-classer Scott Bessent. Let's not forget Scott Bessent is now the Treasury Secretary, but before that, he was running his own hedge fund called, I think, Key Square or something like that. I think I'm mixing up two different hedge funds. But he was a hedge funder. His hedge fund managed multiple billions of dollars and got its original seed funding from George Soros. All right, let's talk about what we can do to unrig the economy, away from the billionaire Epstein class. More perfect union.
There's this question that's been bugging me about the CEO of Starbucks, Brian Niccol. On the one hand, he seems like a pretty typical rich guy, $14,000 espresso machine, commutes on a private jet. I asked people outside my neighborhood Starbucks how many times they thought you'd have to multiply the average barista's salary to get to what Niccol made last year.
You're way down here, I think.
1,800, I'll say like 1,600. It's 1,794.
Right on the money. People get it. This gap is almost like a shorthand for understanding the entire economy. But here's what they don't get.
Now we're gonna go back in time to 1980. What do you think was the gap between the average CEO in 1980 and his workers?
Lost by 500.
Like 1,000, I don't know. So back in 1980, the average gap between the CEO and their worker was 42.
That's crazy. In just over 40 years, an economy built on trickle-down policies has locked an entire generation out of the American dream. So here's the question that's been bugging me. If the economy wasn't always this way, is it possible to go back? And
the answer is yes. The short answer is yes. We could go back to taxing billionaires like we did before Ronald Reagan came to office and slash taxes for the wealthiest and for corporations. We could tax them more than working people rather than less. That is the short answer to that whole video. You can watch the rest of it on More Perfect Union, but we already watched this earlier, and this was just a way for me to move us forward, talking about a particular billionaire we got a problem with? The President of the United States. Yep. Epstein-classer Donald Trump. He's enriching himself more than any other president in history. Let's talk about it with this guy. Wait, where is he? Hold on. What is this? Where's Waldo? Good work with Dan Toomey.
We Americans have elected many well-endowed men to the presidency. Franklin Delano Roosevelt was born rich. Herbert Hoover had a successful mining business. And Lyndon Johnson had a huge cock. But crucially, these men accrued their privilege and wealth before entering the oval-shaped office. Meanwhile, today, I keep seeing headlines saying the sitting president has made an estimated billions of dollars while actively on the job. So it's time to ask some questions. Questions like, is this unprecedented? Or is it precedented?
This is the very definition
what's precedented mean?
of totalitarianism.
To answer this question, I had to look into before times, also known as the past. Now, while I was born in the past, I'm certainly no expert in it. That's where historians come in. So I hit up Julian Zelizer, a professor of history and public affairs at Princeton University and author of The Long View on Substack.
Really, the central question of this video is, do presidents always make this much money?
Right.
Trying to contextualize it for people.
And they don't. This is an area, there's a clear no.
Well, that sorts it, I guess. But I need 10 more minutes of video in order for my mid-roll sponsorship to kick in. The debt from that infrared sauna I financed with Klarna isn't going to pay off itself. So let's talk to someone else.
So we made a web, and this web basically represents the mixing of politics and profit making that's been a hallmark in the second Trump term.
Amy Walker is a reporter and graphics editor at the New York Times, who worked on a big piece late last year that laid out the different ways Donald Trump has made money in his second term. Amy was the perfect person to help me deepen my understanding of how Trump is making money, not just because she was an expert journalist, but also because of the unique medium she works in.
Amy, first off, I want to thank you for using pictures instead of words.
That's my job, actually. We basically clustered all of this action around 4 different industries. So cryptocurrency, artificial intelligence, global real estate, and defense and technology. President Trump, through the Trump Organization, has had a really lucrative real estate portfolio. His sons now run the Trump Organization. He is not currently running that. But his sons have been negotiating Trump-branded property deals all over the world.
While President Trump has been in office.
While President Trump has been in office. And he benefits from those deals. He profits off of those deals. So DAR Global is a global real estate company that has strong ties to the Saudi government. And DAR and the Trump Organization have something like 8 deals for Trump-branded properties all over the world.
As Amy points out, one of the most prominent ways the president makes money is through the sprawling Trump Organization, which, among other things, owns condos, hotels, private clubs, and lots of golf courses, including the one where I used to caddy for Epstein. It also licenses out the Trump name to fill up all that usable blank space they got on buildings and Bibles. And while during Trump's first term in 2017, his family promised not to make any deals in foreign countries, this time around, they threw that policy out and started minting deals for a bunch of Trump-branded developments across the Middle East.
If not sooner. He created a meme coin in his name. It's a type of cryptocurrency. He's promoted that coin to investors who have then purchased the Trump meme coin. And as a result, there are trading fees that ultimately end up in 3 different entities that are tied to the Trump family. And some of those fees go back into Mr. Trump's trust.
And what is this? That says fight, fight, fight.
That is a corporate entity that is linked to the Trump family.
Called Fight, Fight, Fight.
WSNT_me
President-
just shared 100 bits.
Wasn't me. Thank you for the bits.
Was originally pretty skeptical of cryptocurrency, and he's now a champion of crypto. So he's promoted investment.
WSNT_me just shared 100 bits.
My God, more bits from wasn't me. I think it was you. I think it was.
Crypto from the Oval Office. He's rolled back Biden-era restrictions on the industry, but he's also standing to gain from these policies he's making because he's a player in the industry.
If you're watching this channel, then it's not news to you that it's...
Okay, we're going to skip to the end of this because we already know. We've talked about this many times. Donald Trump has been enriching himself at an unprecedented level. Shit is out of control.
In the 19th into the early 20th century were pretty massive. So,
and his crypto business, there's never been a president who had a product that his family was involved in, making money, that was connected to policy decisions about deregulating that industry in particular of this sort.
the levels of graft and corruption that were institutionalized in the 19th into the early 20th century were pretty massive. So while Trump is a break from the recent past, it's more debatable whether he is as complete a break from our past in toto.
Zachary Karabell. Well, he's a historian and author who has written multiple books on U.S. presidents. He also wrote an article in the Washington Post contextualizing Trump's business dealings. He argues that while Trump's activities are over the line and potentially dangerous, he doesn't think they represent a fundamental threat to American democracy, citing examples through history of periods of corruption that our country has survived.
In the 1870s and 1880s, and even before that, almost all the positions in the federal government, including the post office and tax collection, was given out to your supporters. Now that clearly happens even today. You get an ambassadorship because you gave $2 million to the campaign. But in the case of the Trump administration, most of the graft is basically old graft. You know, it's kickbacks, it's contracts awarded to friends. The selling of merchandise is a whole other thing that most other presidents, it just didn't occur to them.
Now, folks, I'm going to give it to you straight down the barrel. There has always been money in politics, especially now. I mean, this is America, the business capital of the nation, if not the entire world. And you might consider what Trump is doing to be a natural extension of our toxic slushing together of politics and money.
Some of it is money and politics, I think, desensitized us. There's been so much of it, and the regulations ultimately weakened. And we had a system where people are just accustomed to candidates constantly raising money from private interests. Finally, I do think it's a kind of celebrity political culture where and this is in both parties, we love the individual, we revere the individual. Presidents are kind of like celebrities in their own right. And so I think when they are branding things, we've reached a point where you're almost accustomed to that or almost expect it to happen.
What we're seeing from the Trump administration, does it matter when discussing the overall functioning?
Yeah, I would point out, though, that none of these people have done anything close to what Donald Trump has done. Not even close. Where's the Barack Obama themed fucking anything from between 2008 and 2016? Like, he wasn't doing anything like that. Like, it's insane. If he had, we would never have heard the fucking end of it. Right? Like, this is a different situation, right? Like, yeah, money has always been in politics, right? Money has been filtering around in Congress and in presidential elections, and there's been this sort of vibe of almost like a kind of a pay-to-play system that we have here, right? But the fact is that blatant corruption and money in politics, there are some differences between what we're talking about here, right? Like, because I feel like we're comparing two different things, right? Like, money in politics is one form of corruption, right? Where you have entities, whatever they may be, individuals and or corporations, spending huge amounts of money to attempt to elicit some sort of favors, particular policies from lawmakers vicariously through donations to their political campaigns. Usually plays out well for them, not always, but almost all the time. And I'm not saying legally speaking, I'm just saying they usually get what they fucking want, right? Legislatively. But in this case, it's a different situation to some degree, right? Because, and by actually on multiple degrees, because not only are people directly contributing to Trump's businesses, not to his political campaign, right? They're contributing to his fucking crypto ventures, to, you know, like all these other sorts of fucking things, to his, you know, like staying in his hotels and playing at his golf courses and like funneling money directly to him and his family, because there's laws around what can be done with political contributions, right? Now, people bend those laws all the time, but my point is like, it's a crime to take political contributions and go buy yourself a fucking Lamborghini, right? But this makes it, I mean, I'm pretty sure it's actually a crime to do what's happening here, but it's a different crime, right? And so we just have a president who is engaging in direct acts of corruption vicariously through his businesses and whatever else. And it's fucking ludicrous. It takes it to a completely different level.
American democracy, in your view?
I was making a point that I stand by, that graft and corruption can coexist with liberty and freedom, that they are not incompatible realities. You know what I'm saying, and I will say it again so there is no doubt, black and white, it's wrong, probably illegal, absolutely immoral. Some of it, I'm sure, is absolutely illegal. That does not in and of itself mean that the United States is less democratic, less free, less liberal. It means that we are profoundly flawed, hypocritical, often do not follow our own morals, and that has frequently been true in the past, and it is absolutely true in the present.
What is seen as so bad with Donald Trump making sure that he makes a little bit of money while he's in office?
I think the easiest way to think about this is, well, A, does this open the door for other presidents to act the same? And the reason that is a concern is because there are all of these questions about sort of, are there going to be pay-to-play situations? Are there going to be scenarios in which you have somebody able to influence policy and the president, him or herself, because they're doing business with somebody, with the president's son or the president's daughter?
We are in new territory.
Yeah, I gotta say, like, to some degree, I felt like this piece gave too much, like, wiggle room here on this topic, right? Like, first off, like, it's not whether or not pay-to-play things are happening. We're already seeing pay-to-play things happening. Whether or not it's, Chinese crypto billionaires throwing $100 million or more dollars into World Liberty Financial, or, Trump donors getting pardons. Like, I mean, how many examples do we fucking need to be like, oh, there is actual pay-to-play going on? We don't need any more. I know that. We have enough to be able to say definitively that there is pay. It's not a hypothetical pay-to-play situation. It's a real-life one that's happening in front of our eyes. And that is, in fact, a threat to the democracy.
And it is, I think, the basic danger comes back again, that, if you're a voter living in New York, living in Iowa, living anywhere in the country, you can't expect presidents to be perfect. We expect problems. We expect a certain level of corrupt behavior or politically untoward behavior. But at some level, we want to have confidence that the debates revolve around what's best to do about the problems we face. And that's where people are hashing out, not how can I make more money for myself on every decision I make. That's just dangerous.
Now, the president making a ton of money while they're in office might not impact the day-to-day life of the average American. But if the presidency is seen as a quick way to grow your condo, golf course, crypto empire, then I think it's safe to say we are doomed to have sociopathic podcast hosts running for president for the rest of time. Which is why, for the benefit of our great nation, I am now unilaterally declaring that it has to suck ass to be president. The presidency should be a brutal 4 years where you get paid basically nothing and come out the other side looking like a sunburned football like Abraham Lincoln did. And to be clear, this photo was taken before he got shot in the head.
Once again, Trump's not getting paid anything. He's not taking a salary. He's just getting paid directly by other people. Like, this is the thing. Like, it bugged me about this one. I wanted this one to be fun, but it wasn't, because I felt like we were missing the mark. Very sad. Because I honestly, for most of Dan Toomey's videos, I thought they were all pretty good. You know, generally speaking, we've watched a lot of them, but this one I just felt like was just like making light of what is a serious fucking problem. At least there was too many people in this video making light of the problem, and or being inaccurate about what's fucking happening right now, and that's frustrating to me. We already have a pay-to-play, multiple instances clearly shown. I think the most obvious, I'm just remembering who did this. I think it was Politico who like showed just like clear evidence of these pay-to-play schemes, and it's just clear as day. I just don't understand why we'd even have like a genuine discussion about it. Like, or not genuine. Well, you get what I'm saying. Like actually debate it. It's like, yes, no, we don't need to ask really that hard. Like, we've seen he's enriched himself more than any president in like the last 100 years combined. I'm sorry, I'm upset. I'm fine. I'm also lost my place. All right. Yes, speaking of billionaires who annoy me and who are making society worse, let's talk about Kevin O'Leary, Mr. Terrible, who's still trying to build a massive data center in the state of Utah.
Come with me as I troll Kevin O'Leary, aka Mr. Wonderful, for 48 hours straight. I just arrived in Utah. I'm going to interview people about Mr. Wonderful's data center that he's jamming right into the middle of Box County, Utah. Then I'm going to speak at the community board hearing and address the commissioners that approved this data center. Then I'm coming right back to the airport, flying to Miami tonight on a red eye, where I'm going to go to his neighborhood and circulate a petition to put a data center right in his backyard. He loves data centers so much. He thinks they're so great for the community. Let's go put them in his backyard. It's 4,500 feet above sea level. So I immediately got a headache as soon as I got off the plane.
Immediately, if not sooner.
3 megawatt facility. 3 megawatts. The one they're talking about in Box Elder would be up to 9 gigawatts, so 3,000 times as large.
Yeah. Good God. I am here with, what's your name?
State Senator Nate Bluin.
We're in front of a data center right now. This is not the data center, but it's a data center. How many acres is this?
This is like an acre or two, probably.
Teeny.
Yeah, tiny.
Kevin O'Leary, aka Mr. Wonderful's data center, is 60 square miles.
40,000 acres. Unbelievable.
Yeah, like this is like, that's like a Costco. What's the output of this one?
So this one can consume, I think, up to about 3 megawatts. The proposal for Box Elder County is up to 9 gigawatts. It's 3,000 times that size.
It's 3,000 times the size, 3,000 times the power.
Yeah. And they don't even produce the power on site here. So like, you're not even seeing the generation. Like, this is pulling off the grid. You're going to have a massive data center and a power plant up in Box Elder.
To get their power, they're pulling from the local gas pipeline.
The Ruby pipeline, which is owned by, I think, Blackstone, some big private equity firm that's going to make a bunch of money too.
It just gets better and better. From what I read, it's going to burn enough methane and release enough nitric oxide into the air to rival Los Angeles.
And Utah already deals with pretty bad air quality issues. Right today,
The whole city of Los Angeles? One data center. What was the justification for that? So that we can replace workers with AI? That is literally the justification for all this, right? So that we can, you know, have whatever, AI slop content and so Amazon can have more robots in its warehouses, essentially, and like we can replace your local gas station attendant with a robot and flip burgers with robots, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, it doesn't feel worth it.
ozone issues. The air quality is like at a yellow level. Sometimes in the winter, you get these inversions. You can't even see up to the mountains there because of the pollution. This is such a beautiful state. It's a shame that we would just give away these tax credits, these incentives to billionaires so they can take more and more out of our community. So Utah's methane infrastructure, our natural gas pipelines and such out, particularly in the Uinta Basin where they produce natural gas here in Utah, has some of the worst leakage rates of any state in the nation, which means you're getting methane, an extremely potent greenhouse gas coming straight out of the infrastructure and contributing even more to the air quality and climate issues that we're seeing.
Yeah, because from what I've heard, methane, when it leaks from pipelines, when it leaks during transport, it's nasty.
It's like 80 times worse than CO2 from a climate perspective. People don't understand what this stuff is being used for. It's used to spy on us. I mean, Palantir and these other big defense contractor type companies are going to use this stuff to get intrusive into our daily lives. I mean, we've seen it enable drone strikes in other countries that are killing innocent citizens. It is incredible.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I say.
Yeah, absolutely. We talk about it all the time. It's like we are being sold a fucking web of lies when we're told that methane is a green energy's transition solution. Is the worst possible energy transition solution. Because as he said, I think it's 50 times. I don't know the exact number. I think it's 50 times more polluting to the atmosphere than carbon dioxide, right? Like what comes out of your gas pipe mostly, right? And they're using methane turbines. It's not just this one massive data center. There's a bunch of people. Colossus in Memphis is using them illegally, I would point out, without any
illegal
fucking any working with the EPA. Of course, not that the EPA cares. Run by Lee Zeldin, who thinks that the more wildfires we have, the better, I guess. He's a real sick individual. But like, methane is worse. It's not better. So it's not a good transition. It's not a good transitional product. And the only way that people make the argument that it's good, right, is that it dissipates from the atmosphere faster than carbon dioxide. But while it's in the atmosphere, it's doing 50 or 80, I don't know what the exact number is, times as much damage. So it's not a solution. It's just adding to the problem, especially when you do it at this scale. We've been doing it with the amount of fracking and stuff. We're just replacing oil with a more potent greenhouse gas. It's a terrible plan.
Be Canadian billionaire because Kevin O'Leary is not a billionaire. He's a rich guy, but he's only like $400 million.
Right? Because like, here's the thing. Like, first off, like, think about yourself, right? Humanity. Like, I'm sure there's plenty of times where you thought like, oh, this is a transitional phase in my life. Right? Where you're like, you know, you lose a job and you maybe go on unemployment or something like that. Or like you have to take like a shittier job than you had before. And you're like, oh, this is a transitional phase. Right? Well, I worry that that's exactly what we're doing with methane. It's like, oh, it's just a transitional phase. And we'll be using it for fucking, you know, until the planet's literally on fire. Right? Like, because if it's not like a fucking like a 5-year transition, if we're not done using methane by, you know, next year or something, right? We got a problem, right? Because we've been talking about the supposed transition with methane for like over a decade now. Ever since they started fracking the shit out of the Bakken.
Net worth or something. He wants this to make him a billionaire.
400 million. I mean, that on the scale, that's like broke bitch compared to like the big dogs.
Right, exactly.
I mean, it's hilarious to me.
It's
that
not Zuckerberg.
100 million is like
Zuckerbucks.
So I just interviewed a state senator in Salt Lake City. He's flying to LA tomorrow to be on Hasan Piker's show. He is quite woke. But now I'm driving to Box County and I'm going to meet with a MAGA politician who I don't agree with. The only thing he and I agree on is that this data center is awful and stupid. I don't even think the guy believes in climate change, to be perfectly honest. Oh my God, Jim Bridger discovered Salt Lake. Good for you. What's your name, sir?
Bruce Anderson. I'm actually a resident of Weber County, but I have a piece of property adjacent to the Bar H land with water rights.
Donald Trump used illegal. Oh yeah, he used undocumented workers, and I think multiple. But that's been known for a while that he used undocumented labor, so he wouldn't have to, stick to labor laws or pay people, because a lot of those guys got stiffed too.
Who do you think from the outside is pushing this forward?
Well, from what I've heard, the governor is, the Speaker of the House, the President of the Senate. We hear that the current Trump administration is wanting data centers in general. And I'm not necessarily opposed to data centers. I'm opposed to fast tracking it in such a way that it's not properly vetted and possibly done in a way that could really damage the local people.
The data center lobbying industry has not put forth a whole bunch of propaganda yet. People on the right and the left haven't been told what to think.
Right? Well, look, we've all looked online and seen disastrous results of certain data centers. We just don't want that. To put it into MITA, the problem with that is that it goes into a military type situation where they can fast track it and really reduce the amount of vetting that happens. And look, my concern is in Utah, there is not a high level of trust that the military will always look out for Utahns' interests. My reference to the federal government, or the military, Utah experienced downwinders. And I hope I just wanted to make that very clear that that was the reference I was referring to with the military. Yeah, I mean, there's still, the atomic bomb went off in
the downwind of it.
The downwind. So Utah was the downwinders, and a lot of people died of cancer being downwind from Nevada. Because of the atomic bomb testing. And so, there's been a lot of victims of that. And look, I'm not anti-military by any way, shape, or form. But I am anti just putting this in the dark room and letting it be decided without proper vetting.
I'm glad we can see eye to eye on this, because a lot of people that vote, registered Republicans don't believe in climate change. They don't believe in a lot of these things. I'm glad we could come together on this issue.
Well, I think it's important that we're stewards to the earth. I mean, I think there's, we can disagree on certain aspects of the science, and that's fine. But I think everybody should understand that we need.
Whenever anybody says we can disagree about certain aspects of the science, we're not doing the science. I can almost guarantee it. When guys like this, when they talk about fucking climate change, we can disagree about certain aspects of the science. What does that mean? What does that mean to him? That he's allowed to disagree with all the scientists? That's because that's what it always means. Is that I, a non-scientist, am allowed to disagree with all of the non-scientists out there. Right? I find that to be a weird position to take. Me, a guy who doesn't have the expertise, am going to now claim that I should be allowed to disagree with all the people who do have the expertise based upon my feelings, not facts. That facts over feelings thing didn't last very long for Republicans, did it? All right, let's check in with some other voters and Utahns.
Darren Thompson is my name.
I came from New York, big, woke New York. Do we agree or disagree on most things? What do you think?
I'd say likely disagree.
Okay.
Yeah.
See,
Yeah.
we voted differently in the last election, you and I.
I can't identify with either party. I'm a man without a party. I'm definitely not liberal.
Okay.
And I can't identify with a party that sweeps genocide and see it.
I think this guy did vote for Trump, but he just is too embarrassed to say it. Because, of course, Trump is now underwater in the polls across the country, right? He's like in the low 30s. Like his popularity is plummeting. I can almost guarantee this guy voted for Trump. He's like, look, I don't like either party, okay? Let me just back it up. Look, let's not even talk about who I voted for.
Under the rug either. So I wouldn't consider myself a Republican either.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
what's CSA?
Child sex abuse.
Oh, yeah, the Epstein files.
Yeah.
Child sex trafficking. Yeah.
They sweep that shit under the rug like it's nothing, and that's not something a guy can just walk,
Yeah, and they defended it too, and and gaslit us, and they're just doing it right now. They're still doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's a genocide going on. So thank you for that. I appreciate that.
Spencer Cox just talked a few months ago about the fact that we didn't have any water. We're in a drought. You got to conserve. But all of a sudden now we have enough water for a data center that's going to be a guzzling monster. That's what really has got me pissed off. I'm tired of these blood-sucking parasites making their backroom deals that only benefit them. They don't listen to us. They don't care. They snuck this in under the radar.
Yeah.
I'm over it. I'm tired of it. I'm talking to you, Spencer Cox.
Dude, the way this guy's talking, he should be, he should be a Democrat, right? Like he should basically be like a social democrat.
All of your underlings, sick of it.
So I've been coming to the county commission meetings for 16 years. I've been kind of like the watch person on the tower, watch what's going on. I encourage everybody to get a copy of the Constitution, of Utah Constitution, and watch what's going on because they're violating it left and right.
Oh, wait, show everyone your shirt.
Oh, yes. Do you know Chris Hall?
So you're an originalist?
Yes.
Okay.
I want us to go back to the Constitution and its original intent. We need to go back to the meeting of the minds of our founding fathers and actually see what they said about our Constitution because we have totally...
Well, see, that's the thing is I am from New York. I'm very progressive, and I'm trying to show that people like yourself who don't agree with people like me, we actually are in full agreement on this issue of the data.
For slightly different reasons, but also, there's definitely a, what do you call it? A Venn diagram, if you will. An overlap. I just find it, I do find this fascinating, just how bipartisan the hatred of data centers really seems to be. For, a whole host of different reasons. Everybody hates them. They're all being built out right now for AI. Right? Like there was no rush for data centers previous to this AI fucking boom, right? Like we had the internet for like 30 years long. Well, in being used more and more by society, you would say, right? Because of course the internet has existed longer than that. But like consumer access to the internet started like 30 years ago or something like that. And we've had data centers this whole time, right? We've had data centers. The internet has continued to exist on data centers, and we weren't rushing to build just thousands of them across the planet until the AI boom came because it needs so much data to do these things that it's doing right now that we are building out infrastructure that exceeds that of entire states just to satisfy this urge of the billionaire class to effectively, take over the rest of the world. Parts that they haven't yet with AI, like labor, like your work. They're hoping to be able to, whatever it is you do, automate it away at some point in the near future.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Whether or not they get there is another conversation, not for today.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
But no,
We don't
I'm
agree
not.
on originalism. Maybe next week if we were talking about originalism, but that's next week. Today,
It's about the data
it's
centers.
saying fuck Kevin O'Leary.
Fuck, I need tea. I'll be right back. Oh,
Let's be
shit.
civil. We need to be civil and polite. We just
Jesus Christ, I just realized that we were 4 hours into the stream. Jesus, how did this happen? How are we 4 hours in already? The galactic content goal just ended. Oh my god. We didn't make any, we made almost no progress on it. Only 30% of the way through it. Maybe a little bit more thanks to it wasn't me bits over here. Fuck. Yeah, we got one resub, 200 bits on Twitch. And a few bucks on PayPal. Good God. And now I can't count on, ad dollars from YouTube to pick up any of the slack. That's lovely. Yeah, I'll be right back. I'm just going to grab a drink.
to stand on principles on what the founding fathers said that this country, we're supposed to be a republic.
Oh, we the
we're
people.
Not a democracy, we're a republic.
Well, that's like saying it's not pizza, it's DiGiorno. We have ballot referendums.
Well,
I understand what you're saying. We elect our representatives. That is what a republic does. It's not a direct democracy. However, we also have ballot referendums.
well, ballot referendum can be dangerous because they can put things forth and you will have like mob rule. That's what a democracy is. It's mob rule. Yeah, we could debate a lot.
We could debate, but we won't. I'm happy that we're agreeing on this one issue. This is pressure. Thank you so much.
The data center, I believe, it's the infrastructure to bring the social credit scoring that China has. They're bringing it here because they are going to surveil. They already are surveilling us, monitoring us, and controlling us. Democracy is mob rule. We
Yeah.
are not a democracy.
It's not pizza. It's not delivery. It's DiGiorno. It's not a burger and fries. It's like it's Angus meat with a bun and some onions on it and some cheese.
What's happening in Utah right now, we think over 90% of the protesters are actually not people that live in Utah or Box Elder County. They're being bussed in.
Where do you live, Julia?
I live in Salt Lake City.
And do you oppose the data center?
I sure do.
I have a business here in Perry, but I live in Ogden. And I'm not a bot, and I'm not from getting paid from China or anything else.
Where do you live?
Right in Murray, Utah.
Do you support the data center?
I don't.
You live in Utah?
I do live in Utah.
And you're opposed to Kevin O'Leary's data center?
I am very opposed to Kevin O'Leary's data center.
Do you live in Utah?
I absolutely live in Utah, right here in Brigham City.
Do you support the data center?
Absolutely not. I live in Brigham City, Utah.
Do you support the data center?
Absolutely not.
How long have you lived in Utah?
Oh, since I was 10.
I'm from Ogden.
Do you support the data center?
No.
If you look at the social media around the Utah proposal, much of it's AI generated.
Kevin O'Leary said that all of you are AI. I need you to point out all the boats.
What boats are we looking for?
Point to all the boats.
Kevin, I got no fucking boats, friend.
Are you a bot?
Did you see the fingers? It's
Hold up your fingers to the camera.
See?
Hold up all your fingers to the camera. There we go. You guys think it's funny, but if we don't build the data center, we're going to get conquered by China.
That's what they tell us.
Can you write me a haiku?
China. Oh, crap.
Write me a haiku about data centers.
I know somebody who knows how to do haikus.
Get out of here. She's not a bot. Kevin O'Leary called you an AI bot. Kevin O'Leary thinks you're a bot.
I would be thriving if I were a bot.
You finished the haiku?
This data center sucks big fat booty hole and we do not want it.
That took like 5 minutes. This is terrible AI here.
People live in Utah aren't stupid. They see this happening and they realize, why am I letting people who don't even live in my state make decisions for me? And I don't think it's going to work out for them.
I also think it's so generous that the state is paying.
Yes, why do people who don't even live in my state, why are they deciding for me? Says Canadian billionaire who lives mostly in Florida, Kevin O'Leary. What a fascinatingly revealing sentence. Yes, I'm sure those Utahns aren't stupid. And they don't want some idiot from out of town to come in and ruin their fucking, Yes, I think he's right, but not in the way that he thinks he's right.
You're a moron. For me, and I don't think it's going to work out for them.
I also think it's so generous that the state is paying for this too.
Yeah, it's so nice of us. Paying higher utility costs, higher taxes for, subsidizing a 62 square mile data center to get rid of the lake.
Because if we didn't subsidize it, then...
Oh, right. Did I call him a billionaire? I meant fake Canadian billionaire. I'm sorry. Fake Canadian billionaire, because he's only he's a cent a millionaire, right? I think he's got like $300 or $400 million. He's not and you know what I thought about recently? It struck me as odd. I was sitting here, I was listening to this, and I couldn't help but this thought entered my brain. I was like, wait, why does Kevin O'Leary, because this is actually this is data center unrelated, but I was thinking about Kevin recently and his lack of billionaire-ness, right? He's not a billionaire. He's just a multi-millionaire. And the fact is I don't see why he isn't spending his time fighting against the billionaires, of which he is not. Instead, he's trying to hang out with them in this sort of needy, childish kind of way, of this needing, needing validation from his slightly richer friends, in fact, a lot richer in some cases, but you know what I mean? He said he wants to hang out with fucking, what's his name? Dallas Mavericks guy. I can't think of his, Mark Cuban and all these other idiots. He should be focused on getting rid of billionaires. Because if we get rid of billionaires, all of a sudden, his little $1 million stack all of a sudden looks way bigger. Right? If we just tax billionaires to the point that they only have $999,999,999.99, then all of a sudden, relatively speaking, right? All of a sudden, he's doing way better. He should be out here fighting billionaires on the streets, spending his money, on funding podcasts like this or something, not ruining states like Utah. Should be getting into the fight. They're the ones who are ruining everything right now, including him though. He's involved in the ruining of everything, but he could be helping, right? He could be differentiating himself from billionaires, right? He could be making a difference, because none of us are saying we need to get rid of all the millionaires, right? I mean, considering these days, if you own a home, you're basically a millionaire just in property, considering how expensive they're getting in a lot of places. But nobody is talking about taxing him out of existence as billionaires. I just found it strange. I took a tangent here, but it's just a thought I've been having recently. Because if they don't get on board soon, we're gonna have to start looking at people as wealthy as him too a little harder, I think. All right? And activities like this data center certainly aren't helping his avoiding the inevitable. Because that's exactly what he thinks. He thinks that we're going to tax him out of existence, and he's going to be, sent to the gulags or something. But it's exactly the sort of behavior that I think makes people want billionaires and people like Kevin O'Leary in something like a gulag.
Data center people wouldn't come to this state.
Yeah, exactly. It's so good for the economy and humanity that obviously we have to pay for it.
Yeah.
It's such a boon to everyone.
And my favorite part is that Utah's subsidy laws, there's no relation to how many jobs they bring. So the data center's under no mandate to provide any jobs.
Yeah.
They don't have, they say that Kevin O'Leary says it's going to be 20,000 jobs. His own people that are working on the pipeline, in their own prospectus, they're maybe 3,000 or 4,000 part-time and like a few hundred full-time. And like, yeah, that's enough to give like billions of dollars in subsidies.
Yeah, every employee is going to make like $10 million. It's going to be great.
I love it.
So our land is extremely fragile here. A semi-arid desert is, once you take it out, you can't put it back. And if you want to see an example of that, you go up to Wyoming, where the Mormon Trail, the California Trail, and the Oregon Trail still has ruts from the wagons 175 years ago. And there's one area where the ruts going through sandstone are 5 feet deep. That's never going to go away. So once they dig up our land, it's perfect ranch land. It's going to be gone forever.
People died of dysentery on the Oregon Trail.
They did. They died of everything.
Yeah, because they didn't have a data center.
I haven't talked to anybody that's actually for it. I've had a few people saying they're uncertain. They don't feel like they have enough.
I haven't talked to anybody who's actually for it. I just want to hear you say that one more time.
Everything.
Yeah, because they didn't have a data center.
I haven't talked to anybody that's actually for it.
I haven't talked to anybody who's actually for it. I found that to be hilarious. Nobody. Yeah. Aside from, I guess, Kevin O'Leary, he's for it. He's making a bunch of money. In theory. All right, let's skip ahead to this town hall meeting.
And then the steam that gets let out into the air has the power to change the weather patterns for that entire area. But when you will.
Have you ever been out there?
What?
You ever been out there?
I have not personally been out there, but I know how steam works. I know if you're emitting that much steam, it is plugging right into the Ruby pipeline. It is going to burn an incredible amount of nitric oxide. It'll burn enough nitric oxide to rival Los Angeles. And the water that it releases, steam that it releases on its closed loop system has the power to change the weather in the area and surrounding areas.
There's nothing out there.
I mean, that's fine. But why just because there's nothing out there, what does that mean?
The only thing that's out there is thiocol.
What?
The only thing that's out there is thiocol.
The only thing that's out there is thiocol. The only thing out there is thiocol, okay? You know, it's thiocol. What is it? What is thiocol? Anybody know what thiocol is? I'm a little confused. Let me get that again. What's out there?
Out there is thiocol.
What?
The only thing that's out there is thiocol.
Thiocol? What?
It's Northrop Grumman now. It used to be thiocol, and I used to test rocket motors out there.
Okay.
And they get water from somewhere.
But this
guy's a fucking pea brain. He is a fucking moron. Does he not? Where does he think that he gets his water from? There are people who are just so like small-minded, like they're incapable of conceiving of large concepts, right? He's like, there's nobody out there but Taco. Whatever the hell Taco is. Taco there, man. Come on now, man.
It's our water.
No, it isn't. It's privately drilled
and not our water.
And managed water.
The Salt Lake water, whose water is that?
Salt Lake is the government. But out of the North Arm, it's so salty. I dove on the #1 pump station, Great Salt Lake Mills and Chemicals once. I had to put 109 pounds of weight on me to get down.
Yeah, because it's salt, yeah.
It's super salt. There's a reactor out there, I'm sure.
What?
There's one plan for Box Elder County, a nuclear reactor.
Their plan was not to use a nuclear reactor. Their plan was to plug into the Ruby pipeline, and that is how they're going to power it, through burning methane.
Like, this guy's such a fucking pea brain that he doesn't seem to understand that the aquifers are connected, right? Like, in fact, I can't remember if Utah is part of this aquifer. There's one aquifer in the United States. It's like, it covers most of the Midwest. It's all connected, right? Like, and that is, you know, the biggest example, there's like, I mean, aquifers stretch in some cases, for many, 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 many miles, right? And so you drill one place, water disappears in another place. You might not be able to see it. It might be where a dark hole here, but it's gonna hit you. You know what I mean? Like, it might be out there where a dark hole, but that aquifer may be your aquifer too. It most likely is, in fact.
Hey, Jimbo.
Just a quick announcement for you guys. So court's still in session. This is probably going to be for the next 15-20 minutes. They can't start commission meeting until court's done. So just hang tight. Yeah, we'll get it open. Get everybody.
Thank you, commissioners. I appreciate that. One of the things that's being said that I just like to clarify is that we're being bought off. That's absolutely untrue. Secondly, our citizens need to know that we care. And so we want you to know that we do care about you. We care about Box Elder County. That's why we ran, and that's why we're in office. And we care about our county and going forward. So at this time, we will have our public comment period. Walter Masterson.
Utah residents don't really like data centers. You know who loves data centers? Kevin O'Leary. You know where Kevin O'Leary lives? Miami Beach. I looked into it, and the people of Miami Beach love data centers.
I'm out in Miami, ho.
Let me just list some of the local residents. Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, Ken Griffin, Peter Thiel, Larry Page, Sergey Brin, Ivanka Trump and her leader, Jared Kushner. All these people keep saying that we need to build more data centers so we can compete with China. I cannot think of bigger fans for data centers than these true American patriots that I just listed. Washington, D.C., San Francisco, Miami, Atlanta, St. Louis, Pittsburgh, Minneapolis. All of those cities I just mentioned are smaller than Kevin O'Leary's data center. Kevin O'Leary's data center project for Utah is called Project Stratos. It will be 64 square miles. Kevin O'Leary says, oh, don't worry, we won't be taking power from the grid. And he's right, because the data center is going to plug into the Ruby gas pipeline. It's going to burn methane to meet its projected 9 gigawatts of electricity, which means it's going to release over 50 metric tons of nitric oxide into Box County every year.
Yep, okay, I skip this, the rest of this meeting here and see how Walter's efforts to get people to sign for a data center in Miami. I just want to see how this went.
I'm so tired. But hey, you know what? I gotta soldier through because I need to troll Mr. Wonderful.
Kevin O'Leary, aka Mr. Wonderful from Shark Tank, wants to put a 63 square mile data center right in the middle of Utah. But he doesn't live in Utah. He lives in Miami Beach. So I decided to come to Miami Beach.
I'm out in Miami.
And see who wants a data center in his backyard. We have a petition to bring this data center right to Miami Beach and make it all data center.
Why?
What?
Why?
Why not? Because,
why not?
I mean,
Why?
AI is the future and we need to...
Why not? I say why.
Exactly. Well, we need to...
This is a paradise here.
If it's good for private equity, it's good for America.
It's good for the country, and we have to beat China.
What, like right here?
Here would be a good
Where
spot.
else are we going to put it?
China! Maybe back here.
Why would I want a data center right here?
Is back here good, or
where else? I mean, where else?
Here?
Out there. Way out there.
Is here fine?
Where there's plenty of water.
Maybe we could start back here.
Who's Kevin O'Leary?
He's Mr. Wonderful from Shark Tank.
Oh, Shark Tank.
He was the...
I know who you're talking about.
He was the good guy in Marty Supreme. But all your neighbors seem to love data centers, so we want to put it right in their backyard. They love putting data centers in the middle of Utah.
Now I'm starting to see what you're trying
The
to do.
vision, right. You see how this is good for the private equity, for the economy.
You think I don't want a data center
Don't know why
in
you would
Kevin
think
O'Leary's
that.
backyard?
We don't want.
We as in the royal we as in Kevin O'Leary and I.
We, the people that live here, don't want one.
So let's knock on their door, see how much they want a data center. How you doing? We have a petition to bring a data center right to Miami Beach. Miami Beach should just be a data center. Mar-a-Lago data center. Look at all this grass. What do you need all this grass for? Excuse me, we don't live here at all. I live in another state, and I want to put a data center here. Kevin O'Leary is putting a data center in the middle of Utah. So we are trying to make an alternative and put the data center right in his neighborhood.
Here, yeah.
What would that consist of?
It would take up most of Palm Beach and Miami Beach. And we need access to water and access to energy. So by the water is best, because then we can have oil tankers come to power it.
Why would I want that?
Because we'd be able to compete with China.
When you say come to my neighborhood, you're talking about down my street?
With the whole, kind of
like the whole... Like, any public place, any public park, or stuff like that. Yeah, just everywhere, really. Okay, so you're in, so no.
It's a no.
Okay, thank you. I'm getting the feeling that no one in Kevin O'Leary's neighborhood wants a data center.
That just doesn't make any sense. Kevin O'Leary has one, but he's putting it in Utah, but he lives here.
He lives here, and we thought, why don't we put it in his backyard? And we're just collecting signatures.
Yeah. I think he's probably my neighbor.
Yeah, really?
Yeah.
Well, I live on 44th and Bay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like right over there. So.
Up and down here, everyone loves data centers.
Do you see that big boat? It's called Utopia 4 when you go over 195.
Yeah.
It's a big gray boat?
Yeah.
That's mine.
That's yours?
I thought you were going to say it's a data center.
No.
Everyone's all uptight about this 63 square mile data center that's going to go in the middle of Utah. Yeah. But you guys here, you love data centers, like we're not woke in Florida. We love data centers, right?
I'm not worried about it.
Yes, exactly. Why would you be worried about it?
Por aquí o algo y estamos tratando de colectar firmaturas para ver si hay interés en construir el centro de data aquí.
Soy un gran centro de datos.
Centro de datos.
Sí, un centro de... Sí, él no entiende, pero...
I'm envisioning the oil tankers coming right up to the shore to refuel the data centers. It's like how many people are on this beach right now?
A lot. I know.
I mean, I count like a few hundred, right? I mean, but how many people would an AI data center serve? Like a few billion.
Yeah.
Petition to bring a data center to Miami Beach. What? No, it's a data. We have to compete with China. I cannot think of a single demographic that loves data centers more than the billionaires that live along the coast. The one that Kevin O'Leary wants to put in Utah is bigger than Miami.
No, that needs to be dispersed into smaller. It doesn't even make sense to make them in one location because they're sourcing and they're supplying certain areas. So to put them in one, center, it's gonna fail.
I feel like kind of an idiot. Like we're over here asking people if they want a data center. No, we should be telling them you're getting a data center. Can we put a data center here? I know. You're getting a data center, or we're sending the IDF to your house. The IDF has already sent advanced drone teams there to kill whatever children are left in your house.
I mean, it's from Kevin O'Leary. He's Mr. Wonderful. We're just trying to make
Mr. Wonder. Kevin O'Leary lives here, and he loves data centers.
Data centers.
You're the reason why they don't want to build data centers. You know what? It's these goddamn birds. Every time we want to build something in this country, they're like, "Oh, what about the birds?"
Yes, the goddamn peacocks. Look at this peacock. This pompous asshole standing on this wall, not allowing data centers in this Miami neighborhood.
How rude.
Good God. Okay. Well, that was fun. That was a fun traipse down the data center path. Now, you'll be shocked to hear that Utah farmers are already struggling with some of the worst conditions that they've ever seen. That's not me saying it. It's KSL News Utah from yesterday.
This patch of land is far from the worst of it.
I've been a farmer all my life. I got grandkids that's coming up to be farmers.
I'm already a farmer. I farm all my life.
We are definitely in trouble. We totally rely on snowpack for all our irrigation.
The lack of rain this spring also means
Green ones are the larvae that do all the eating.
more bugs.
The grasshoppers are just thousands of them, tens of thousands, and they just eat everything. And the weevil hold up the hay back to where it won't grow.
Really do a lot of damage.
Neighboring farmer Scott Sunderland feels the same pain.
It's hard. You try to be positive. You wake up every morning, you go to work.
He's had to give up on a lot of his land.
This spring, we had a really hard frost. It froze it right back to the ground, so it basically had to start over again on a year when we didn't have any water to start over.
Any water he does have is lost to the wind.
I don't water in the day unless I absolutely have to, because I'll lose anywhere about 35 to 50% of my water.
Sorensen says this year's alfalfa and grains are a bust, so he's trying alternatives.
I mean, I am starting an herb garden this year, but it's like an acre, so I don't know if that's going to help, but we're trying anything. And
So, let's get this straight. Kevin O'Leary wants to build a data center that's going to draw more energy than the entire state of Utah and suck up groundwater from a state where farmers are having entire crop losses. The entire alfalfa crop is lost for the year. It's a bust, they just said, because they didn't have enough water. They didn't have enough snowpack from last year in the mountains. And now... And let's not forget, snowpack. What is that? What does snowpack do? Oh, right. It refills the aquifer. The aquifer from which Kevin O'Leary's data center is going to draw more fucking water from. And these guys are having full crop losses. Alfalfa is one of the biggest crops in Utah, if I'm not mistaken. It was used to feed cattle. Not just here, but across the world. Now these guys are trying to fucking grow herbs all of a sudden. 1 acre at a time. That's not going to make up for it. If they don't have enough water for crops, do they have enough water for giant fucking data centers? I would say no. I would say no, probably not. And yet the city council approved this despicable fucking project. All right, now let's go to a place
any suggestion
way up north. You're talking more about environmental issues. Let's go to Alaska, where it's officially king salmon fishing season. Here's Alaska's news source from Tuesday.
Thanks for joining us here. Anglers at Ship Creek, they aren't waiting anymore. The first king salmon of the season is finally here. Let's go live now to Charlie Fellows at Ship Creek. And Charlie, I see something hanging up behind you.
Yeah, Ariane, this is the official start of king salmon season here in 2026. You remember I was down here a week ago, almost to the hour, talking about how anglers here at Ship Creek had not yet seen any king salmon. Well, now, as of about an hour ago, the wait is officially over. This one pulled out by Cody Turner of Anchorage, weighing in at 8.9 pounds. Pretty typical for the first fish of the season. His first king salmon ever here at Ship Creek, and it happens to be the first one here this year. We've So far, we've seen a few other anglers along the banks here of Ship Creek, hoping to get lucky, but the prize here in 2026 going to Cody Turner, walking away with some swag courtesy of the Bait Shack, and of course, this beautiful fish.
Well, there you go. First salmon of the season in Anchorage, Alaska. Summer's here, folks. It's official. Oh, boy. Well, trying to figure out what I should do here. I've still got a hell of a lot left to talk about tonight, but we are 4.5 hours into the stream. We didn't even get to 50% of the way through the galactic content goal. It's been 2 days in a row where we've been struggling to complete it. I've still got like half. Still got about half of the stream left. A little bit less, maybe. But yeah. Yeah, we got half the clips left here about. But we got to complete the galactic content goal. So do consider contributing on Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, or Patreon. It'll really help out. If we can't pay the bills, show can't exist. At least not in its current form. If we could just get remonetized on YouTube, I'm fairly certain that would probably solve much of it. Maybe we need to do like a letter campaign or something. Boy. All right, I'm gonna keep this going for a little bit longer. It is Sunday fun day after all. I don't wanna be the Grinch who stole Sunday fun day.
Omega 5 Tar just cheered 1,000 bits. Happy Pride Bishes.
Happy Pride Bishes. Omega Star. Thank you so much. Incredibly generous. That certainly helps us out. That gets us over 50%. I know that much. Let's go to Vancouver, Canada, to a fascinating wildlife story. Involving a bird.
Well, there's just one crow here now. Leah Wilson will never forget the day the sky was full of them.
The crows were dive bombing over here and circling this house.
A crow was stuck in an eaves trough, Leah was told, but nobody had a ladder long enough to save it.
So I was really distressed and knew I had to do something.
So, after noticing a fire truck parked a couple blocks away, Leah raced over to ask for help.
And I was like, hey, you look like you want to save a crow today.
The firefighters agreed and rescued the crow.
Firefighters that were so gracious and wonderful. Just, my heart was so full.
Leah drove the injured bird to the Animal Rehabilitation Center, and in her car, the pair connected.
He latched onto my finger and held on. Aww. And that was life-changing.
Leah didn't know exactly how life-changing until a few days later, when she was told the injured bird had been released back into the wild.
When I was going for my walk with my dog, a crow flew down and dropped this beautiful feather bundle at my feet.
And it definitely didn't feel like a fluke.
I was like, wow, this crow gave me a thank you gift.
And that was just the start. Since then, Leah, who's Métis, has received all these items crows have left for her with gratitude.
I grew up with understanding the importance of having a relationship with the natural world. Hello, sweetie.
So now, whenever Leah and her dog go for a walk,
How are ya?
all sorts of crows join them.
Oh, it feels so good. It's like visiting my friends every morning, and I just know they're going to be there.
And
well, there you go. One woman making a relationship with a crow after getting help in a difficult situation. Now rewarded with crow friendship. Where are our bird chatters right now? Huh? Quaximus, Frizla.
Are you not entertained?
God. It's like, I mean, this is always happening. The bird chatters are always missing the most relevant bird stories. Good God. I think it's because the ducks are birdist. That's probably what it is. They're birdist against all the other birds. Alright, let's go further south now, down to Utah. Another wildlife story. In Park City.
Well, this is the time of year that many of Utah's animals are having babies.
Yeah, new special Shelby Lofton shares wildlife officials' reminders here on just how to keep the young animals safe and healthy.
We're getting more reports into our newsroom about...
Bits. Be proud of the progressive milestone of freedom that is Happy Pride. Tilde equals 3 equals caret tilde.
Thank you, Christopher DeBlante. The sweet, sweet bits.
Animal sightings. This is the time of year to see them.
You never know when you're going to come around the corner and a moose is going to be there, much less a mom and a baby.
A cow moose chose to have her twin babies in Park City's Pinebrook neighborhood this weekend.
I've seen baby moose before. They're usually about 5 or 6 months, never fresh born.
Kim Olson and her neighbors admire them from a distance every day.
They've blocked off the road with garbage cans yesterday because the mom started walking back and forth across the street with the babies.
Steering clear of young animals is a good idea. Utah Division of Wildlife Resources Mike Wardle says getting too close can harm humans and the animal.
There you go. A rare sight, a newborn moose. Very cute. I think can barely walk. In no time, it's going to be the size of a freaking F-150. Yes, I see you, bird. I see you. I see you, Frizla. I notice you. I recognize you. You are valid. All right. Well, staying with the family, what's it called? Shit. Sir, something. I can't remember. I can't remember what it is called. Let's go from moose to deer. From Utah to Minnesota. Where one deer decided...
MIDI doctors just cheered 200 bits.
MIDI, thank you very much. Very generous. What was I saying? Oh, yes. That's right. Let's go to Minnesota, where one local deer decided to try and get a private school education. Crash course, if you will. CBS News, Minnesota. From Monday.
Well, it's summer break, but one visitor was still eager to get into school.
Adam Duxer shares how they're making it a teachable moment.
You went buffalo hunting?
When you've taught Montessori school as long as Catherine Curtis,
What are you doing, Jack?
you start to think you've seen just about everything. After all, a day here is organized chaos, but it's got nothing on this past Saturday.
We were like amazed at how fast it all happened. Actually, how fast the sheriff was able to get here.
When just before 9, a buck too eager to learn made an unauthorized and immediate enrollment.
We got a call. We were up at our cabin.
Immediately,
I
if
was
not
more
sooner.
concerned about the deer, which is just the way I am.
After 10 minutes and some help from the sheriff, the school day was done for this deer. But the lesson
Have you ever seen a deer this big before?
is just getting started. And as for that boarded up door,
It's supposed to be funny, hooves up, because sheriff had to shoo him out. He came in illegally.
the woman who's tamed thousands of tots.
I have a little more control over my environment with the children, and the deer, we weren't here, and I wasn't able to discipline or, set them straight.
Finally,
Wow, 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 wow. Well, there you go. An unconventional learning environment interrupted by an unconventional student. What's funny is I actually went to a Montessori school between kindergarten and second grade. That could have happened at my school. Yes, I went to a crunchy granola liberal private school as a very young child. All right, CBS New York. Wait, no. Was that what's next? Yes. Let's go to New York Harbor. The Sail GP race has begun as of yesterday.
The New York Harbor was busy today. It was turned into a raceway for the Mubadala New York Sail Grand Prix. The event attracts some of the world's top athletes in the sport. Unlike traditional sailing events far offshore, Sail GP is designed as stadium racing, keeping the action close to shore and close to the fans. If you missed today, there's more tomorrow starting at 1 p.m.
Well, there you go. Big sailing racing happening.
And finally
in
tonight,
New
a
York.
special event today on the High Line. It hosted
what
its first
are
ever
you doing? No,
plant sale. The event
this
was
is not
called Rooted
what I
in
asked for. This is not. How did we get here? Why is this happening? This is not at all the video I wanted. What the fuck? This is just in the wrong spot. I see. Maybe you're the illegal occupant to the deer. Oh, yeah, good point. Maybe the deer's just reclaiming the wilderness. That could be it. Now, let's go up the coast a little bit to a different boating incident where fun turned to rescue operation in the Halifax Harbor.
Well, in the storied, long history of marine rescues in Canada, it's a safe bet that few have ever been rescued by a tiki bar. but a group of friends were having a bachelor party on a floating tiki bar in Halifax Harbor on the weekend when they helped rescue 2 jet skiers in distress. The group of guys were returning to dock after a cruise on Saturday when the captain noticed the pair of jet skiers struggling in the water, not able to get back on their machines. He sailed up to them, and all the people aboard pitched in, helping the 2 get on board and securing their watercraft. They even helped the pair get into dry clothes, then returned to shore. Our next guest is the captain of that floating tiki bar, Stefan Jedry. Stefan, thank you very much for joining us. I have to admit, the tiki bar element to this caught my eye.
I'm a little disappointed he's not wearing a captain's hat. Am I the only one? I feel like a captain's hat and an eye patch. I don't even care if he wears them on the normal, just for the TV, just for the fun of the interview. I mean, come on. Come on! Am I wrong? It's a missed opportunity is what it is. How much would that have cost? 10, 20 bucks or something?
But it's a very serious story, and you guys did great work. And so walk us through what happened.
How much does a banana cost, Michael? $10? Never actually been to a supermarket, have you? Anyway, that captain and the crew aboard this floating tiki bar rescued 2 jet skiers in distress. What I'm wondering is, did the jet skiers, after getting dry, decide to start partaking in the open bar? Or, I mean, well, I assume it's not an open bar, but you would think a perfect opportunity. Once again, I don't know if that went missed, but you're already on a floating tiki bar, might as well start drinking. Just saying. You were already trying to have a fun afternoon on the jet ski. Now that's over. Time to switch focus. Or exactly, or a Hawaiian shirt. Sure, anything that would have signaled that he's a boat captain. Not some freaking sweatshirt. I would have watched the interview had he worn any of the things listed, right? Hawaiian shirt, eye patch, captain's hat, parrot, even a fake parrot on the shoulder would have sold it for me. Okay, any of these options. But I can't sit here and watch this interview in good conscience without any of those details being met. Yes. Let's go to the United Kingdom, across the pond. Of course, boats, like that floating tiki bar, mostly need fuel to transport themselves across the waters. You know, oil. And as a result of Operation Epstein Fury, oil is more expensive. And so are all the other products that are made from oil. Petrochemicals, like fertilizer, for instance, are now harder to get your hands on for farmers. But one UK startup has come up with a brilliant plan. And actually, before we get into this, I just want to point out that I have talked about this before. I have said in the past, I think a few months, maybe once or twice, that technically there is another way to fertilize crops that are not petrochemical related. And that these things exist naturally. Nitrogen, phosphorus, ammonia, right? Urea. These things, we can get them from other sources, right? Long, long ago when we were hunter-gatherers, we would burn down forests, right? Well, or parts of forests. You know, we would do... You know, what do you call them? I wouldn't call them prescribed burns, but like seasonal burns of plant life, right? And of like forest wood and stuff. That in turn would create ash. on top of a layer of soil. And then people would spread... What would people spread? Anybody know the answer to this? What would people spread on top of the ash? Anybody? Poop. It's poop. And also urine.
Toilet. Toilet. Toilet.
Toilets.
These scientists are creating fertilizer from an unlikely source, human urine.
Right there, while an event is taking place, urine isn't getting flushed down the drain.
Instead, Bristol-based NPK Recovery is collecting it from portable toilets and processing it in their mobile unit. The company says the result is a fertilizer made from nutrients that would otherwise be discarded.
There is a real, genuine opportunity to stop waste going into sewage, to stop waste ending up in our rivers, and instead use these nutrients in a more effective way. What we can do with this unit is we can take it to events.
That's Lucy Bell Reeves, NPK's co-founder. She says their portable system is designed to work with urinals, compost toilets, and urine diverting toilets, collecting urine before it enters sewage networks. The N, P, and K in the company's name represent the chemical symbols for nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, all of which are found in urine. Lead scientist Olivia Wilson explains the process.
So in our bioreactors, we have bacteria, and their food is the urine. And within the bioreactors, the bacteria are taking the nutrients and turning them into the forms preferentially taken up by plants. We use nitrification bacteria, which is being mixed with the urine. That forms this brown mixture within our bioreactors. Further on in our process, we use techniques to remove the bacteria and leave a clarified final product.
NPK Recovery has tested the system at the 2025 London Marathon, where organizers said they gathered over 250 gallons of urine to process into fertilizer for wheat growing trials. Bell Reeves says now more than ever, it's important to source local nutrients.
Recent geopolitical events have really highlighted that we are pretty much dependent on...
Yes, that's as local as it gets. Well, there you go, people. There you go. One sustainable company in the United Kingdom looking to turn your poop into very necessary fertilizer. Sounds gross, but it's really no grosser than putting petrochemicals all over your food. Could say it's much more natural. Nature doing its thing, rather than us implementing our will, interacting with nature, which is filled with miracles. Speaking of a natural wonder, staying in the United Kingdom, a new novel fungus has been found in the peat moss of the British, what do you call them? I know there's a word for this, I cannot think of it. I'm stuck on this word. What's the word? Moors? I think moors. British moors. Yes, one killer fungus, which is destroying invasive plants, destroying the native wildlife.
You know, it's quite an aggressive species. Each one of these little shoots can grow into a completely new plant. It's quite a pretty looking thing.
But we don't want it.
It's not nice for the environment,
Yeah.
really. It has caused a lot of problems.
Scientist George Greif is showing me how one invasive plant, the heath star moss, has taken over habitats like this one in the Banau Brycheiniog in South Wales.
As you go along, you start to see it's just really everywhere.
Heath star moss arrived on British soil in the 1940s. With nothing to control it, it has spread far and wide, crowding out native species. But while out walking one day, George saw something strange. Something was attacking the moss.
We'll start to hopefully eventually see The fungus.
The killer fungus.
Here we go.
Ooh.
So
Okay.
if you look down at the moss,
Yeah.
right through this whole area here, almost as big as my hand, they're kind of what they call a fairy ring of death.
George has discovered a new fungus species that kills the heath star moss. Using a macro lens, we could film the fungus. It is these white spots infecting the tips of the moss.
Completely dead here. Covered in sort of algae and gunk.
Now, wherever George goes, he is looking for the moss dieback fungus.
I really started finding it everywhere. I'd go on, on holiday and I'd find it in different parts of the country. And yeah, so it's in North England, it's in South England, it's in Wales. It hasn't been seen in Scotland just yet, but no doubt it's there because I haven't been in a while.
From here, you can really see the killer fungus at work. The invasive moss is green and alive there, brown and dead here. This looks like a win for biodiversity, but what if the fungus is threatening other species as well? At Amgueddfa Cymru Museum in Cardiff, George analyses how the fungus works. The blue blobs are the fungus spores leaving the dead moss stem after entering the moss cells. He now believes it's an unusual case of nature attacking an invasive species.
I haven't heard of any other instances where that's happened, so it could genuinely be quite a rare phenomenon of kind of the British environment fighting back against this moss to try and restore balance. There's actually just one group of very closely related mosses that this fungus grows on, so it's not a threat to other trees and other wildlife as far as we know.
The samples will now be added to the museum's collections. Scientists can use them to help bring back the UK's native habitats.
For 18 months.
Donald James Aggs with the resub. 18 beautiful months. This is an incredible story. Like, honestly, this is I was like, when I saw this, like, oh, this is Sunday Fun Day. Big time. A mystery fungus appearing in the British wild, fighting back against native species in ultra rare occurrence of nature, trying to correct some sort of wrong created by humans. As if the British wilderness is fighting back against this invasive species. This has held a grip on the land.
Don James 1676 just cheered 300 bits. Happy Pride, y'all.
Happy Pride! Thank you, Don. Oh shit! I hear a hype train going. Ah, beautiful. Scottish moors too. I think it was in Wales, wasn't it? I'm pretty sure they said Wales. So not Scottish moors to me or to anybody, I don't think. Did I mishear that? Could have sworn they said Wales.
George Greif is showing me how one invasive plant, the heath star moss, has taken over habitats like this one in the Banau Brycheiniog in South Wales.
There it is. South Wales. Okay. Still super cool freaking story. Hopefully the killer fungus will be successful, and it's what seems to be its goal. Hard to know what is in the mind of a fungus.
Omega 5 Tar gifted a tier 1 subscription to MIDI Doctors.
Oh, Megastar with a tier 1 gifted to MIDI. Incredibly generous. We are making some progress on the galactic content goal now. Big time. Trying to think exactly how much progress. 3 of 13 on that. I'll do the math on that while we're doing the next story. Now down to Denmark. To one Danish artist. with a message on consumerism and waste.
The biggest thing I actually think is not the sculptures themselves. It is that the sculptures brings people out to experience things that they would otherwise have been too lazy or maybe not creative enough to go and visit those places. But my trolls, they bring people out to all these small little underdog corners of the world. It is 8 trolls that break into the museum in the middle of the night and then shove it full of all the trash the humans have left outside in the world where the trolls live. It's not really about recycling. It's about you probably have enough clothes in your cabinet to wear for the rest of your life, you know? So stop buying more stuff. So this is not my recycle project. This is my stop buying stuff project.
That's a good point. It's a good point. We all have so many things. Should be looking to utilize what we already have, rather than this continuing the cycle of endless consumerism. The Earth is a finite resource, you know? Even though it is vast, there's so many of us. Our consumption is, in fact, having an effect. However, I would point out that much of this is the fault of corporations, who continue to push on us this consumer culture, this one of waste, of single-use products, of things with built-in lifespans, intentionally, what's the word? Engineered obsolescence, or whatever it's called. Manufactured obsolescence, I think it's technically the term. And of course, you know, the endless wars that we are waging on this planet are constantly ravaging the environment, using more fossil fuels than, you know, entire countries of drivers and things like that. Speaking of drivers and consumerism. Oh, wait, before that, I take it back. I almost forgot. We gotta go down to Zurich, Switzerland first, before we do that story. To a robot being built, or has been built by researchers. I think it might have been like a researcher/student team. I can't remember. But a team of researchers have put together a robotic apparatus which can measure lake ice in a much less invasive way beneath the Alps in Switzerland. Here's Reuters from 2 days ago.
This sleek, yellow robot navigates the waters beneath a sheet of ice in Switzerland. It's the brainchild of a team of students developing it to better observe lake ice.
We want to collect more data about the ice thickness because there aren't that much data out there yet.
In the future, it could also help scientists monitor frozen environments that are difficult and sometimes dangerous to access. The autonomous vehicle is called Polaris. Students from ETH Zurich designed it to operate in alpine lakes and collect data throughout winter. Project co-lead Richard Rudin says the goal is to make it safer to observe ice conditions.
The problem with sending humans out onto the ice is that we want to observe the ice during its entire season. So at the very beginning when it's thin and at the end where it's structurally unsafe. So for that, we like to use a robot which can measure it from underneath the ice.
There you go. Sweet technological innovation. Making it easier to monitor ice conditions in a world where ice is melting faster and faster seems like an important innovation. Shocked nobody came up with this sooner. All right, now to another vehicle. It's making headlines, but not good ones. Let's go to Italy with KTLA5 to talk about Ferrari's newest car.
All right, Laz, the market has spoken after Ferrari unveils an all-electric vehicle, but at least it's inexpensive.
Oh, it's cheap. It's a deal. We'll get to that in a moment. But indeed, Ferrari, which is the most valuable car maker in Europe, its shares were down 5% today after the company rolled out its first fully electric vehicle. And you think, wow, an EV Ferrari? I want one. Here's the asking price. That would be $640,000. That's the first thing that should make you stop. The second thing, however, is the styling. Now, take a look at what you're going to be seeing as the shot pulls back here. This is the Ferrari Luce. Luce is Italian for light. Now, this car was designed by former Apple designer Johnny Ive, the guy who designed the iPhone, so he knows a thing or two about smooth curves and things like that. The problem with the Luce, aside from that massive price tag, is, well, when you get a better look at it now, it doesn't look like a Ferrari.
Yeah, and that is the problem, isn't it? I mean, this thing is honestly fucking, like, it's a fine car. But there's no way, A, that it should cost $640,000 fucking dollars. And it looks like a fucking BMW i8. Not a Ferrari. Right? Do you see what I'm saying here? They really pulled it up. BMW i8. Does it not look like this a little bit or a lot of it? Am I wrong? Like, I mean, big time. I mean, look at this. There's some serious similarities here in the styling. And it's not a Ferrari, and nobody's going to want to buy that. I could have told you that. You're a fucking idiot. You're a fucking idiot. I honestly wanted this to be good. I'm not going to lie, because as you know, like, I want us to, do everything we can to switch over to fucking, renewables in places, in all the places we can, and what a great place to start. Supercars. Electric engines are hella fast. It's going to be fun to drive. But then you make it not look like a Ferrari and you've ruined the point. It would have been so easy. Just make it look like... Just make it what they should have done. I really wish that Ferrari was listening to me right now. What you should have done, you stupid fucking idiots. If they actually wanted this, and that's the other thing that I was wondering to myself when I was thinking this, is maybe they didn't want this to be successful. And they'd prefer to just keep making cars the way they have been all these years. And it's just like a fucking gimmick to get people talking about Ferrari. But what I would have fucking told Ferrari is to just replace the engine with a battery. Just make just make versions of the currently existing line of Ferraris electric. Right? Use the same body and put all the batteries where the fucking V12 engine goes instead. Right? There's plenty of space back there. You can't fit anything else in the fucking car, so just fill it up with batteries. And you got to change the motors to being the wheels. But really, not that fucking complicated. I could have told you how to fucking do this right instead of getting the designer of phones, getting a phone designer to build a car. What a dumb idea. Wait, you can't see it? Wait, you can't see it? Did nobody... Wait, you can't... You can't see the Ferrari? What do you mean? Was it on the wrong screen the whole time? What are you talking about? only show these stupid pictures, which actually don't show you the fucking car. Do I have to pull this back up again? I could have sworn I just did this. Looks like a Nissan Leaf with a fancy body kit. Yeah, exactly. It does not look like a Ferrari. It looks stupid, but it looks like. And it's no way it's worth $600,000. It looks like a failed iPhone launch is what it looks like. Yeah, okay, so you'd have to change a few different parts to accommodate for the differences between an EV and a regular car. I'm just saying that could be done while still keeping the body looking as it does, right? Keeping the shape of the body. Would you have to maybe make some some changes internally? Yes. The browser window is tiny compared to the video? Oh, right. Okay. Well, sorry. I'm sorry. Now, speaking of car-related disasters, in China, heavy rains led to a bridge collapse, which led to this car. I don't know if anybody was in it, but this car taking an impromptu trip down this river here in Zhaogan, in China's Hubei province. The emoji is super cute. Yep, it is a cute emoji. That's a hype train emote right there. Oh, by the way, the hype train did end level 1, 81% of the way through it. Pretty good. Pretty good. Just see, he's got a hype train. Oh, I forgot to calculate whether or not we had completed the galactic content goal still. All right, let's go from China to Japan. Talk about a tiny, cute little fish just conquering the hearts and minds of the internet.
Tiny, charming fish, which can only be seen in spring, inhabits a stretch of coast in Hyogo Prefecture in western Japan. Many divers come here hoping to catch a glimpse of it. This time, we managed to capture footage of this rare creature.
Takeno Beach is in the midst of spring. Seaweed, a rich habitat for marine life, is thriving. New life takes root all around. Divers gather from all over the country, and their main target is
colors like red, yellow, and yellow-green.
Aren't they tiny?
water depth, about 7 meters. Looking closely, there it is. It's only about 1 centimeter long. The round creature is not a good swimmer. It uses its pelvic fins to attach itself to seaweed. It's called the cherry blossom lumpfish, or sakura dangouo in Japanese, because it appears in the spring blossom season. It was registered as a new species in 2017. Tanaka Yosuke is a veteran guide of these seas.
Every year I feel that spring has arrived when the sakura dango will appear.
But the seaweed that the fish inhabits has been declining rapidly. And the fish population has halved in the last 10 years.
Well, that's unfortunate. The world's tiniest, cutest fish. Main habitat is disappearing. Save the Sakura Dango, or whatever it's called. Save that goddamn seaweed. For the love of God. All right. Moving on from Japan. And from the environmental news. Down to the Philippines for some space news.
A what now?
That's right. Seen in footage earlier this week. A meteor falling into one of the largest volcanoes in the Philippines. Okay, what was the likelihood that you got a volcano erupting while a meteor is falling? It's got to be pretty low. And for them to have been right next to each other, kind of crazy. All right, staying on space news, let's get to this topic now. We are making progress. By the way, I did the math. We are super close to completing the galactic content goal. 93% of the way there. I'm just going to keep streaming, assuming that we get that 7% done. Of course, you all know the many ways available to you to support the stream, but of course, for no money at all, you could help out by following on Twitch and subscribing on YouTube. But then, of course, you got Twitch, bits, power-up, subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal, Throne, and, of course, Patreon. All right, CNN, to the NASA press conference.
Christ Ablanti just shared 100 bits. 94%.
94%. You're so damn close, Christopher. I think that's actually closer to 95%, but yes, exactly that. All right, let's talk about that lunar base. NASA's press conference here. CNN streamed live 5 days ago.
Good afternoon, and welcome to NASA headquarters in Washington, D.C. Today, we're joined by agency leadership to share updates on the moon base and to discuss NASA's progress towards establishing a sustained presence on the lunar surface. I'm George Alderman, NASA Deputy Press Secretary, and I'll be moderating today's news conference. I'm joined by NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman, the head of Artemis, Dr. Lori Glaze, and the moon base program manager, Carlos Garcia Galan.
Great. Let's hear from Jared. This fucking twerp.
Okay, thanks, George. Thank you, everyone who's here today. Those from industry leadership, our new deputy administrator, Matt Anderson. Thanks for everyone who's tuning in online. Also from industry, from our NASA centers, classrooms, and really those.
Hold on, I forgot this fucking guy's name. Not this guy. Oh, is it here? Oh, okay, never mind. I found it. Okay, all right, never mind.
Across the country. Many that are watching are from the interested public. They are excited about the moon base, the latest status, what comes next, and how this grand return to the lunar surface will begin. Now, that curiosity is exactly what NASA is supposed to inspire. It means people are looking up again, believing in big things again, and paying attention as America returns to the moon again, and this time to stay. Now, you can't undertake and achieve the near impossible, like establishing an enduring presence on another celestial body, without many contributing to this mission. It starts with leadership at the top, and I would like to thank President Donald Trump, the bipartisan commitment from Congress, industry for adapting to and meeting the moment, our international partners for standing alongside us, and the tens of thousands of the best and brightest across the NASA workforce whose contributions make all this possible.
Oh, look at Jared. He's so excited about this project. Oh, God. Get boots on the moon. We're going to build a freaking lunar base. Oh, boy. The excitement is tangible. Jared couldn't be more thrilled. All right, I'm just going to skip ahead a little bit because he's got some, like, that's like a PowerPoint here.
Industry to build a moon base. For all we hope to accomplish in this endeavor,
I'm going back slightly. It's too far.
Again, a new deputy administrator with Matt Anderson. On May 22nd, in a workforce note alongside a series of directives, I announced investments in the NASA organization into our centers to meet the urgent priorities outlined in the National Space Policy, focus resources on the most pressing objectives, strengthen and empower the workforce and agency leadership. And today, May 26th, we're very pleased to update you on some of our progress. America is returning to the moon. We are working alongside our many international and commercial partners to leverage the incredible capabilities from commercial industry to build a moon base. For all we hope to accomplish in this endeavor, what we are embarking upon is extremely challenging, and we know so little from what is a combined 80 hours of lunar astronaut EVA time across the Apollo missions, and that was more than a half century ago. So we are not jumping right into the glass dome moon base as a service. As we announced during the ignition event, we intend to take an iterative approach, sending a demand signal to industry for a lot of landers and rovers and tech demonstrations and all the scientific payloads these missions can accommodate. We are leveraging the NASA playbook from the 1960s, figuring out what works and what doesn't in this epic science of survival.
I mean, I don't know if this really is 1960s as Jared sees it. I mean, we're involving a lot of private companies. I could have sworn there was quite a deal of secrecy back in the 60s when we were doing that moon race thing. I feel like it's a lot different than the 60s, actually. The more I think about it, the more it feels very different from the 60s. Like we've completely privatized this whole endeavor. So, yeah.
The moon base is as beautiful as it is hostile. In sunlight.
Oh, it's beautiful as it is hostile. Fantastic. What about getting there? Oh, that's right. They're planning on sending people up there in Blue Origin rockets right now because they're feuding. Even though Jared's really good friends with Elon, since Trump is feuding with Elon, they're planning to use Blue Origin rockets from Jeffy Bay. I almost called him Jeffy Bay. Jeffy Bezos. He's not Jeffy Bay. I know that much. God. Gross. Jeffy Bay gross.
Surface can heat.
Fix planet Earth. Well, they're not all that interested in fixing planet Earth, are they?
For 250 degrees. In darkness, it can drop well below minus 200. In the permanently shaded craters, areas of great interest that have been untouched by sunlight for millions, even billions of years, temperatures can fall well below minus 400 degrees. There is no atmosphere to moderate these extremes, no protection from radiation and solar particle events, and the surface is exposed to meteorite impacts, including the kind of light flashes the the Artemis II crew observed from orbit. Recognizing this reality, I'm often asked why we send our astronauts into such harsh and dangerous and unforgiving environment of space or the lunar surface, and at such great cost. And we go for the technology we will pioneer to get there, the science and all that we will learn that will make life better here on Earth, to advance humankind on this great adventure, to inspire the next generation to do it better than we can, and to be very clear, to master the skills for where we will inevitably go next. I want to acknowledge the speed of the NASA Moonbase team and all those that are supporting this effort alongside industry to bring us to these announcements. So we are discussing 3 Moonbase missions and a series of additional awards with more missions to be announced in the months ahead. Now, Moonbase 1 will be the first privately funded lunar lander mission in history. The Blue Origin Mark I Endurance lander will deliver multiple payloads to the Shackleton Connecting Ridge, a strategic area of the lunar South Pole. In addition to flying 2 NASA science payloads, SCALPs, a lunar retroreflector array, the mission objective is to demonstrate critical capabilities that reduce risk for the human landing system missions.
Yes! The human landing system missions. Indeed. This is what the lander is going to look like, supposedly.
This time, and eventually through the power of orbital observation and communication satellites, we will do so with impressive detail on the Moonbase website, which launched, I believe, in the last hour. The website will be a central hub for announcements, for mission updates, for imagery, video, solicitations, and procurement awards, and all the latest breakthroughs from NASA industry and academia. Now, just as the world paused to take notice of Artemis II and its historic mission, this website and all the associated moon-based missions will inspire students, instill curiosity, promote internships, and encourage them to work in industry as scientists, engineers, pilots, and astronauts to build hardware that will go to the moon and to control it from Houston.
Oh, my God.
Perhaps even themselves to walk on the lunar surface as they grow up and carry the fire during the golden age of exploration.
Oh my God, the golden age of space exploration. Oh my God, people are going to walk on the moon. It's going to be so exciting. Everything is going to be great. We even got a website. You got a Moonbase website, dude. NASA.gov/Moonbase. Look at it. Oh my God, Moonbase. Home for Artemis astronauts who will live and work at humanity's first lunar outpost. NASA's leading global teams of innovators across international space agencies, industry, and academia to build the Moonbase and establish an enduring human presence near the lunar South Pole for the benefit of all. Oh, it's a 3-step phase. Phase 1. Now to 2029. Secure reliable access to the lunar surface and experiment. 29 to 2032. Establish initial Moonbase operating capabilities. 2032 and beyond. Achieve semi-permanent crew presence. Oh, it's gonna be sweet. Alright, you gotta show us the Moonbase. Like, show us a legit-ass Moonbase, baby.
4 brave explorers ready to ride the most powerful rocket NASA has ever launched. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis II now bound for the moon.
For the benefit of humanity. Oh my God. Crazy. Help build the Moonbase. Totally, dude. Oh, yeah, let's build it. Build it. Help build the moon base. Commercial lunar payload services. Clips 2.0. Look at all the sweet CGI, AI generated imagery. Unfortunately, the guys who NASA are relying on to get all that stuff up there, they've been having some problems. But we'll get to that in a second.
Another giant step from NASA today. The space agency talking about plans to build a permanent base on the moon.
News 4's Kay Ingram's in our newsroom with more on what they had to say. Kay?
That's right, David and Natalie. Now listen, we learned a lot about where the moon base stands now, what comes next, and how America's big return to the moon will begin. NASA was very excited to share the details this afternoon. Today we got a first look at NASA's plans to build out that moon base, something NASA says will span hundreds of square miles. And just like the moon itself, the entire process will happen in phases. Now through 2032 and beyond, phase 1 will be all about building out the base and a high number of missions. I mean, we're talking about 25 launches, 21 landings, and about 4 tons of cargo deliveries to drop off things like rovers, drones, and the equivalent of an ATV for the moon. Now, phases 2 and 3 will cover permanent infrastructure and a place to live. We also got to look at model versions of some of those new landers.
You know what's really pissing me off about this? And we've talked about it multiple times. I refuse to stop talking about it. And it is that this is not a science-based mission. This is a capitalist, militarist-based mission, right? They're looking to turn the moon into a military base slash, you know, place for the tech oligarchs to put their AI data centers and whatever the fuck else. And like, for like, Elon to build like a moon hotel or something. Like, this is not about science. It's not about research. It's not really not about furthering humanity. And anyway, it's just about furthering a very small few. And or furthering the military agenda of the United States. And that's it. That seems to be all that they are interested in with this mission. They don't care about the scientific implications of having a base on the moon. It's just about being there. It's about occupying the moon. Boots on the ground. It's the very thing I've been saying we need to try and prevent. It's now happening before our eyes. In the 2.5 years since this was just a fantasy. I mean, technically it is still just a fantasy, of course. Because we still might not have a reliable way of getting stuff to the moon. Of course, after this press conference that NASA held, the guys who were supposed to be getting stuff to the moon for all of this building, well, they had a little bit of a kerfuffle on the launch pad. Talking about Jeff Bezos and Blue Origin, of course. Yep, in an explosion that looked quite similar to a nuclear explosion. Look at the mushroom cloud on that puppy. Blue Origin rocket on the launch pad exploded into a ball of fire. Can be seen from miles away. Same thing for the being able to feel the shockwave from this explosion. Look, there's a fucking plane flying over there. Yeah. Yep, all the way across, I don't know what body of water this is, but a large body of water in Cape Canaveral. This mushroom cloud could be seen here, emanating a eerie red glow. A bit, you know, I gotta say, as somebody who, if I were younger, maybe would, not doing the things I was doing, maybe I would consider going to the moon. This sort of thing doesn't give you a lot of confidence in going there. Yeah? You feel me? Like, you see the rockets intended to bring all the stuff to the moon explode in a ball of flame. A massive ball of flame, visible for miles. And you think to yourself, hey, that could have been me. I could have been that ball of flame visible for miles. I feel like that's going to disincentivize that future group of astronauts who Jared Isaacman was just talking about from maybe taking up the challenge, if you will. But maybe, I don't know, here's an idea. Maybe we should stop having billionaires with personal, like, benefit to possibly gain from these missions, to stop being in charge of this stuff, and go back to having the government in charge, who has a duty to, you know, protect the people that would be going on these missions, in theory. It feels like a better plan. Let's not forget that, at least the last time I checked, I think like a year ago, last time we talked about this, SpaceX, for instance, had the worst safety record in all of aeronautics. Like, multiple factors higher than everyone else. That's because he's more interested in profits than in human lives or in science. Didn't NASA want to go to Mars in 2030? Yes, that plan has been scrapped. We're not getting to Mars by 2030. That's silly. We haven't put a person on the moon in decades. Why would we go to Mars? But in theory, we do get to the moon. One company supposedly has the lunar rover that NASA will be using at the planned moon base.
Tonight, Jeff Bezos' Blue Origin team is outlining plans to start clearing and rebuilding its Florida launch pad. It was severely damaged when the company's New Glenn rocket exploded during a test at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. The cause of the explosion is under investigation. While the blast is a setback for NASA's plan to return to the moon, the agency did take a giant leap forward this week, ordering rovers for its planned lunar base. Here's CBS's Chris Van Cleve.
This is really a rock and roll ride, isn't it?
It was 1971 when America's love affair with the car went lunar. The Apollo lunar rover turned American moonwalkers into moon drivers, allowing astronauts to explore more than 50 miles of lunar crust and craters.
I'm glad they got this great suspension system on this thing.
The Apollo lunar rover was a phenomenal machine, but fundamentally it had a very different job to do than the one we're doing. You just point the joystick whichever way you want to go, super intuitive.
Jarrett Matthews is the founder of Astrolab. On a back street in Hawthorne, California, he took us for a spin in a Zamboni-looking prototype of his company's 21st century lunar rover called Flex.
It's a stupid name. Well, there you go. Flex. The new lunar rover from Astrolab. Did she call it a Space Force Station? I think she did. I mean, Trump still wants boots on the moon, right? That's why he created Space Force. Like, in his mind, He was going to have boots on the moon in his last term. I guarantee you there's going to be a Space Force base. Or at least there's going to be a concept of a plan for a Space Force base. That's a guarantee. If we ever do build a fucking base on the moon. And Trump is still in office, guarantee he's going to be wanting one of those. All right. Well, to things that are actually intended to blow up in Earth's atmosphere, I'd like to go here. To a giant 3.5 billion year old space rock on display in Spain.
Everyone
associates a meteorite falling with a... Wait, whoopsies. Everyone associates a meteorite falling with a huge crater and with extinctions. The reality is that is not the case. Our planet's relationship with the stellar environment is continuous. Some of those fragments are already larger in size. Let's say the size of a melon. A watermelon. Even the size of a washing machine. Of course, those objects can pass through the atmosphere. The atmosphere is a great defense against small particles that fall, but it cannot completely stop the larger ones. So some small fragments reach the ground, and those fragments are remains from the formation of our solar system. They tell fascinating things about the origin of the Earth and the other planets. Well, there you go. Meteorite exhibit in Spain. Showing a giant rock originating from the beginnings of the universe and of the solar system. Don't fluff the orange turd up. I'm just saying he wants it, right? I'm not saying he's going to get it. I'm just saying he's going to try for it, right? If we get there to the base, if we start making a moon base, I cannot guarantee you he is going to want a Space Force base. Just the concept of that plan. He loves that idea. Come on. And he was going on and on about it. That's why there was a whole show. That's why they made a whole show with Steve Carell. Because Trump really wanted that fucking Space Force base on the moon. He just lost the second election. And now he's trying for it in term 2. That's literally what's happening right now. I'm not saying it's going to come to fruition. Merely that the attempt is already underway. Like, they're already trying. I'm not here guaranteeing any level of success. In fact, I'm fairly dubious about it. Oh, I need food. I need a snack. I never took a break either. Good God. We'll finish space news, and I think we'll take a quick break at 6 hours here, since we've been going for so freaking long. And then we'll do the rest of the Earth news. But let's go to this strange phenomenon that was heard all over the place. Although, well, actually, we'll get to this. Multiple strange events happening in a 2-day period. First, in New England, Massachusetts, loud booms heard after a meteor entered the atmosphere. That one was kind of hard to hear. I got one more clip.
A loud boom heard across New England this afternoon is confirmed to have been a meteor exploding off the coast of Massachusetts. Security footage from a home in Rhode Island captured the sound of that sonic boom. Take a listen. Wow, a couple of rumbles there. Scientists say meteors enter Earth's atmosphere all the time, but typically burn up overhead. Sometimes a large object survives and creates powerful shock waves that travel down to the ground as it...
Right. So yeah, a large meteor apparently exploded off the coast of Massachusetts and caused this large sonic boom sound to be heard across New England. But one day before that, a very similar, loud, sonic boom was heard in South Carolina. But, according to scientists, according to astronomers and the like, there was no meteor.
Tonight there's a loud, earth-shaking mystery swirling over South Carolina.
Boom! You heard everything rumble. You're like, what's going on?
Around 5:30 yesterday evening, hundreds of reports came in about that thunderous boom. From rural communities to the state capitol. Watch pets go scrambling. This airport hangar's walls rattle. Multiple cameras visibly shaking too.
Yeah, I'm sure you're going to start getting multiple 911 calls, but we had some type of, not sure if it's an earthquake or something.
The U.S. Geological Survey says this was not an earthquake. What? NASA says it was not caused by one of its launches. The space agency ruling out a meteor too. What'd you drum up? So what could it be? The U.S. Geological Survey says the recorded waves and eyewitness reports are consistent with a sonic boom. That's when an object like a fighter jet travels faster than the speed of sound, around 760 miles per hour or faster. Sudden spike and drop in pressure sounds like a boom. A nearby Air Force base told our affiliate WIS nothing reported there would have caused the boom. We reached out to local law enforcement, but so far no answer on the cause.
What in the hell caused a sonic boom? I mean, you gotta go like 500 miles an hour or something to break the speed of sound. What could have caused that mysterious noise in South Carolina? A lot of meteor stuff here tonight, Space Fams. All right. Well, that's it for the space news. Yeah, I think we'll take one break here. 6 hours into the stream. Don't worry, though. We'll be right back after these brief messages. All right, everybody. I hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. Don't forget, we still have a galactic content goal we got to complete. But there's a lot of great ways for you to show your support. Things like Twitch, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal. And of course, Patreon, where you can get a bunch of sweet, sweet benefits for the price of $3 US a month. Avatar, shout-out, secret Discord channel inside of the Discord server, and much, much more. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I'll be right back. All right, everybody. The break is over, and the stream is about to begin once again. So, you better get yourselves back in those seats, otherwise, you're gonna miss it. All right, people, we are back. Break over. Stream about to begin. Earth half. About to get started. Done talking about the United States and the environment. We've actually made great progress. Made great progress on this Sunday Funday stream. Faster than I thought I would go. But we're doing pretty good. I mean, pretty good in terms of we still have, you know, a good amount of stream left to do. So don't worry. It's certainly not over yet. And I'm sure everyone here is thinking, well, what about Hasan Piker? Well, that's coming up very soon. Hold your horses. But I've been holding it off until the United Kingdom portion of the news, right? That's how we do things around here. And this is technically British news. I mean, Hasan might be an American streamer, but the country he's being banned from is the United Kingdom. But first, let's talk about the protests that have been happening down in South America. In multiple countries. This is in the wrong order. Starting in Peru, where the presidential race has gone to a runoff election. Keiko Fujimori, an anti-immigrant fascist, I believe, daughter of the former ruler, is running for president herself on a seriously anti-immigrant platform, even though her and her family don't technically originate from Peru. That may shock you, but her family actually immigrated to Peru. That's why their last name is Fujimori. But she really hates immigrants. Bad. Oh, that's right. I almost forgot. Her late father, Alberto Fujimori, actually served 16 years in prison for human rights atrocities.
Illegal.
Aren't I a good guy?
That is why it is important that we choose not to give total power of our country to Keiko Fujimori. Fujimorism has already captured the institutions, has already destroyed many democratic institutions, and that is why in this election, what we can choose is to give total power to Keiko Fujimori or open a path to rebuild democracy in our country.
Yeah, unfortunately, I mean, she's made it all the way this far to the runoff election. I mean, we've been talking about her rise here for months. And it is, I mean, these protests are sort of representative of the fact that she has made, to some degree, huge gains in the country. And it's just, I mean, possible that she might win. I don't know exactly how tight the race is at this moment, but it did go to a runoff, and she's in it.
There is outrage in the streets of Lima over Keiko Fujimori. The 50-year-old presidential candidate is the daughter of former President Alberto Fujimori. Protesters fear that if elected, she will continue his authoritarian regime.
Fujimorism has already captured and destroyed many democratic institutions. And that's why in this election, we can either choose to give total power to Keiko Fujimori or open a path to rebuild democracy in our country.
We believe that Keiko represents the continuation of a dictatorship that is not only mafia-like and corrupt, but also one that handed over the territory and natural resources to large transnational corporations.
Yeah, and these are the current polls. I just found them here on ascoa.org. And this is the disturbing facts here. I mean, there's a large amount of undecided in all three polls, somewhere between 9% and 26% undecided, and somewhere between 8 and 16% deciding to not vote. But of those saying that they are planning to vote and are decided on who they're voting in each one of these polls, she's winning by 2, 3, 4, 6% in this one. Not great. Not a great sign. I mean, huge undecided numbers, so it could go any direction. But right now, of those who are willing to say who they're voting for, if we just go by those numbers, she's slated to win. And that spells bad things for Peru. Sorry, I'll let him finish.
Alberto Fujimori, who died in 2024, ruled the country with an iron fist between 1990 and 2000, before serving a 16-year prison sentence for human rights abuses, including commanding death squads that massacred civilians. At age 19, he appointed Keiko as Peru's First Lady, and she later inherited his right-wing populist movement. This is the fourth time she has stood in a presidential election. She campaigned on a promise to crack down on organised crime, a hot-button issue in Peru, and came out on top in the first round of voting, ahead of the centre-left Roberto Sanchez.
Okay. Now, we're not leaving South America yet. Let's go quickly to Bolivia, where protests still continue. For those of you unaware of what's been going on here,
will face off at the runoff.
Yeah, we've talked about this a lot, so I figured I'll just let Democracy Now! Fill you in a little bit here, but people are calling for the resignation of the president of Bolivia. Bolivia, a country that had socialist government for a long time, wound up with a capitalist president, and the effects of that have been not well received by the Bolivian people.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. Mass protests in Bolivia have marked 1 month as thousands continue to take to the streets of La Paz and other cities demanding the resignation of President Rodrigo Paz, a Trump ally who's aligned himself with Latin America's right-wing leaders. Labor and indigenous groups, other protesters, are calling on Paz's government to roll back austerity measures amid soaring costs of food, fuel, and medicine.
We want the government to solve this problem, to fix it once and for all, and to do so wholeheartedly.
The babies are starving. We can't afford to buy food. We seniors no longer have the money to buy food, and I have my granddaughters who are orphans. I'm asking for a solution.
Earlier this week, Bolivia's Congress approved the possible deployment of armed forces to suppress the mobilizations, a move that would also help President Paz declare a state of emergency in Bolivia. For more, we go to Cochabamba, Bolivia, where we're joined by Catherine Lederberg, Director of Andean...
Sorry, I'm eating a snack. Bagel. All right, because we watched that already, I just want... God damn it. Sorry. Look, listen. I streamed for 6, 8 hours, 10 hours last night. And, you know, I struggled to keep my eating schedule regular. And I wind up in situations like this. At least I'm not as bad as Hasan, okay? Hasan is always eating. Dude is literally never not eating. It's out of control, all right? All right, right, I just wanted that quick clip from Democracy Now! For those who didn't know anything about the situation. This is the latest from France 24 from just yesterday.
Camped out on a major road into La Paz, the Red Ponchos indigenous group pressed on in a nearly 1-month-long blockade, protesting a president they feel has betrayed them.
We don't want to engage in any dialogue. They've invited us, but no. And our leaders have said we cannot engage in dialogue. This government has to go. It has 2 options: resign today or call for elections.
This is one of 60 roadblocks across the country, causing severe food, fuel and medicine shortages in urban centres.
We have been here since yesterday, since 6 in the morning, waiting for gasoline. They still have not served us. We slept like this in the cold. I need transport to take my son around. He's disabled.
Backed by Washington, President Rodrigo Paz's election last October supplanted 2 decades of mostly socialist rule amid historic economic turmoil. Soon after, though, he allied with right-wing parties in Congress, marginalised indigenous parties and scrapped fuel subsidies, to the outrage of many of the low-paid and rural Bolivians, many of whom lent him their votes. Concessions early on, including on land reform and minimum wage, were not enough to quell the unrest. And on Wednesday, he took steps towards declaring a state of emergency, which could lead to soldiers in the streets to end blockades.
Yep. Now we're at the point where Bolivia's government is considering military action against these protesters, who have not given up after a long month of demanding action from its government, from their government. Okay. Now to more protests across the ocean in Ireland, where Dublin is demanding justice for the death, the daylight murder of a man killed by security guards.
Justice for Eve! In Dublin, protesters gathered bearing the Congolese flag. One person held a sign that read, "Racism kills here too." Others simply, "Eve's a killer," the name of a man who died after being forcefully restrained by security guards. He was allegedly caught shoplifting. They want answers for why it cost him his life.
At a very basic level, we need justice for Eve Sakila. We need a proper investigation into his death. The video footage of his death is really shocking. It's over 10 minutes of a security team holding him to the ground, his face being held into the ground, somebody pulling his hood over his head, and then somebody driving their knee repeatedly into the back of his head.
The video of the incident on May 15th quickly circulated on social media. On one of Dublin's busiest shopping streets, a number of men had the 35-year-old pinned down, while onlookers watched and filmed. He became unresponsive at the scene and was later pronounced dead in hospital.
I'll grab that.
Campaigners have dubbed it Ireland's George Floyd moment, after the African-American who was killed under the knee of a white police officer in Minneapolis in 2020.
Yep, it does feel a little bit like that. A lot of similarities there. Quite a disturbing video to watch. People are demanding justice. No shock there. But how do you get justice from a Labour government? This is relatively unresponsive and doing little to help the people. Well, I guess what you could do is you could get into the comment sections on Substack. Follow me here, because apparently Keir Starmer, among a number of British politicians, have been on a fucking Substack spree recently. Rather than, you know, focusing in on making sure that United Kingdom has enough money to keep the fuel subsidies going, or ending its campaign against protesters, or I don't know, like this, rather than doing any, like rather than shoring up the NHS right now, or like any other relevant things, Keir Starmer's focused on his Substack. Here's BBC from yesterday.
Joe Pike.
Lord Koonsberg.
How nice to be with you on this very hot day.
Very hot day. Just the sort of weather for an essay crisis.
Or just the kind of day to stay inside and read tens of thousands of words written by politicians.
Which is what students do and school kids do all the time. That's when the exam season is, I suppose.
I suppose that's right, studying in the park. Well, we have all, and everybody in the political world has been doing quite a lot of studying this week, because not one, not two, but three politicians decided that the best way to communicate with the world at large was to write some very long pieces of texts. I haven't seen that for a while.
No, Tony Blair, I think, wanted on Tuesday night or Wednesday morning to provoke a debate, and I think he's certainly succeeded.
It's certainly what he's done. Lots of discussion of Tony Blair's essay this week with Adam. Lots of discussion too of Andy Burnham's riposte to Tony Blair in the newspapers as well. But we're going to talk today about, weirdly, one of the maybe under-discussed of all of these essays, the essay from the current Prime Minister, who joined in with his Substack.
It's weird.
And to do that, we'll be talking to one of his former directors of communications as Keir Starmer tries to fight back. All on this Saturday's episode of Newscast. Hello, it's Laura in the studio.
It's Joe Pike, also in the studio.
Now, before we introduce our guest, can you actually remember something like this happening before?
I can't know, but it does feel a bit sort of mid-noughties and the advent of the blogosphere, when everyone had a blog, and I would write a blog responding to your blog, and everyone was talking about blogs, and seemingly we are sort of getting a bit of that now in the media ecosystem with Substacks. Substacks are becoming a big thing, and Keir Starmer actually wrote his riposte to Blair and Burnham and Streeting and everyone else on Substack.
And if you're not the initiated, Substack is essentially, it's an internet platform where anybody can write something, long, short, whatever they want, and essentially have it published online in quite a sort of snazzy way. And you're right, it is kind of all the rage for, I suppose, thinkers. Some journalists have them, some celebs do them, some politicians do them. So, you know, check out my Substack. In the way, as you said, people might 20 years ago have said, oh, sign up to my blog here. But now you might say for something that comes with pictures and little bits, look at my Insta. But if you're trying to be a thoughtful, clever person and set out ideas, Substack is somewhere where there is an awful lot of debate going on about all sorts of things. And you can make money out of it.
In the creator economy, where people are not being parts of big organisations necessarily and being on YouTube or writing on Substack, there is a way.
You know what? You know what it felt like to me? It's like rather than going out there like it's the 21st century and going in front of the media and saying, oh, that Tony Blair's a terrible guy. I don't like him. Or whatever. And Labour's doing a great job. Or whatever Keir Starmer is saying in this stupid piece. Rather than doing any of that, he decides to write a long-winded letter. Like some sort of, like, Elizabethan, like a Victorian, like some sort of Victorian, lady or something, you know? It was like a back and forth. They're like, you know, sealed with a kiss. And here's my wax seal on my letter. Now send it to Lady Longbottom. She's been bothering me, oh, so greatly, with her terrible rose bushes. It's like, dude, we have a new form of communication. It's called the internet. And, slightly less new, television. I don't know why you're writing things all of a sudden. Not sure it's helping anything. Now, they brought on his his former communications guy. He was thrilled about this. He thought it was great. I disagree. I think it's stupid. All right, well, here we are, finally, at this story. Let's talk about... Actually, maybe we should do it in the reverse order. Yeah. Makes more sense. Let's go to this breaking news from earlier this evening. Yes, indeed. The United Kingdom has banned Hasan Piker and Cenk Uygur from the country for rudely criticizing the nation-state of Israel.
How rude!
First guy on the story, Kyle Kalinske.
Hey guys, so I'm sitting here prepping for the show and eating, and Crystal tells me that Hasan Piker and Cenk Uygur were both banned from the UK. Their visas were revoked.
What now?
The reason is they criticize Israel. I wish I was kidding. I'm not.
Illegal.
Did they try to, like, say, Crystal, that, oh, they're anti-Semitic or something like that?
I don't even think they said that. According to Cenk, they just said they didn't like that he said Israel controlled our government.
Aw. By the way, what an ironic way to react, because, like, you're just making his case more solid.
Correct.
Like, what a ridiculous... Oh, yeah, you're so out of bounds that I will do exactly the thing that you said I do. Like, what the fuck is this?
We'll show you by banning you from our country.
Oh, yeah? We'll prove it. We'll prove it for you. We will literally ban you from the country. You thought we weren't serious about it? Oh, no. Israel before the United Kingdom.
Of Israel. We'll show you that Israel's not in charge.
Now, at the same time, Bezalel Smotrich, the genocidal freak from Israel, one of the top government officials, who said, like, all of Gaza should be destroyed. I mean, he's got, you know, a litany of horrendous, disgusting statements. He was just in the U.S., in New York, for the Israel parade. So, if you're following along here, genocidal criminals are apparently allowed in our country, but Hasan and Cenk can't go to the UK because they've said mean and accurate things about Israel. So, I mean, look, man, this is one of those things where it's like...
Yeah, and let's not forget the United States banned Bob Villain, right, from coming to the United States. It's both, we're working together. We're working together on this project.
The West, whatever the fuck that means, we're not free. We're not free. It's ludicrous at this point to call us free. Whether it's, you know, going after Rumeysa Ozturk and Mahmoud Khalil, going after the people who made jokes about Charlie Kirk, the 1,001 ways Trump has like sued the media and tried to silence the media for criticizing him. It's at the point now where it's like we've hit a tipping point. And I think it's fair to say we are in outright authoritarianism, not only in this country, but in the UK. And I should point out, this was the Labour government that did it in the UK. The Labour government. So what's supposed to be the nominally left-wing party just decided to ban Hasan and Cenk for criticizing Israel. In fact, Hasan, when he was going to the UK, one of the things he was going to do, among a bunch of things, is have some sort of event or do some sort of interview with Jeremy Corbyn, the former leader of the Labour Party. But now the Keir Starmer's Labour Party is apparently so authoritarian and so anti-free speech and so anti-truth that you get banned for saying things that are just factually accurate.
Yeah, although let's not forget that he's no longer in the Labour Party. My brain just broke. Jeremy Corbyn started his own party, the what is it? U Party? This is a terrible name, I'm not gonna lie. I still think the name is terrible. I stand by that. So I'm sure that you would think there'd be some element of pettiness involved in this.
Like, as I'm sure you guys know, I've heard Hasan do rants and Cenk do rants where they actually like stress the point that you cannot and should not blame all Jews for the actions of Israel. And they've explained that in phenomenal ways where there's no denying these people actually care about anti-Semitism, but they also are anti-genocide and anti-apartheid and anti-terrorism.
Can't have that.
But here we are, man. I really feel like the Israel lobby is sort of out over its skis here. You know, like you've already lost the entire younger generation, and this is only going to like lock that in place and solidify it. It is wild to me that you can have stuff like this happen. You could have these like anti-BDS laws in America where you can't get a government contract if you criticize Israel. It's very strange, the like outright authoritarian extremist tactics that this government uses and this lobby uses to try to get their way. It really is. They really are like among the worst of the worst in terms of their impact.
Yeah. Well, I mean, of course, the United States. I feel like he's going back and forth between the United States and the United Kingdom here, but of course, the United Kingdom has made it illegal to say the phrase or write the phrase, display the phrase. Palestine action. That's a crime.
Illegal.
Right to jail, right away.
He tried a bunch of people for terrorism for putting paint on a plane.
Our politics. And the thing is now, everybody sees it.
They tried to... Didn't they also charge, what's it called? The Irish band, oh God. Oh, it's right there at the tip of my fucking... It's right there. Oh. Dudes who wear the masks. I cannot think of their name. But United Kingdom's been, you know, not only have they been insisting the genocide, they've also been cracking down on free speech at home. Kneecap.
Everybody sees it. You know, there's no way...
I kept wanting to say foxglove. I was like, that's not it. Kneecap. Thank you. Who said that? No star so far. Great job.
Everybody, you're not going to gaslight us out of the obvious truth that you guys have way too much money, way too much impact in our politics, and now it's at the point where, like, you know, well-meaning, left-leaning commentators can't even go into your country to give a speech. Like, and stop and think about this. So if you're in the UK, like, you could just turn on Twitch or go to YouTube and watch Hasan say the same things that he would say if he was giving speeches in the UK in person. Like, what do you, like, how are you, like, keeping the country safer or whatever fucking bullshit you want to peddle here? And the fact of the matter is, it's got nothing to do with that. They know it's got nothing to do with that. You are committing the ultimate sin and the ultimate crime if you criticize the Israeli terror rape state. Okay? That's how they view it. So we're going to try to censor you. We're going to try to silence you. And they're trying to lay a precedent here where it's like, if you're thinking about speaking out, if you're thinking about criticizing Israel, don't fucking do it. Shut the fuck up, or maybe your life gets ruined, right? Maybe you can't go to these places that you want to go to because you dared to actually tell the truth about the genocide that we all witnessed with our own two eyes. So, I don't know, man. It's really dark and really disturbing.
It is. It certainly is, Kyle. Very dark and also disturbing. All right, we got one from a clip from Al Jazeera English. U.S. commentators Cenk Uygur and Hasan Piker say that the United Kingdom has barred them from entering. I've been banned from the UK. Wait, hold on. Hold on, I gotta do the Cenk Uygur impression. I've been banned. Wait, no, that's Alex Jones. I've been banned from the UK. I tried to get on a flight to London to attend SXSW, of course, London, and give a speech at Oxford. I've been banned for criticizing Israel. Are we free anymore? This is oppression of Western civilizations by our government on behalf of a different country. All right, Hasan impression time. The UK has revoked my visa as well, all at the behest of Israel. The West is betraying liberal values for a genocidal fascist foreign government. Soon we will all become Israel.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Okay, that was a terrible Hasan impression. I'm not sure which one was worse. I wasn't prepared. I didn't think about doing the impression until just now. It was bad, but it was off the cuff, so give me some slack, goddammit. According to the Times UK, officials said Uyghurs' presence was not conducive to the public good. Not conducive to the public good. Wow, the public good. Cenk Uygur. I mean, I too think he's not for the public good, but I don't think that's a reason to ban him from coming to the country. That seems a little unfair. Israeli officials haven't been banned from coming to the United Kingdom or to the United States. They're doing an actual genocide. Hasan and Cenk are just talking about it sometimes. Ah, boy. Next clip on this horrifying situation. To the man himself, Hasan Piker.
Left-wing YouTube pundit Cenk Uygur banned from entering the UK. Yeah, it's... Okay, well, I didn't want to talk about it, but my visa has also been revoked. We just found out. Yes, I will not be going as it stands currently. I don't believe that I'll be able to go to the United Kingdom this upcoming week. I don't know who to reach out for this. I was supposed to do something with Yanis Varoufakis, do something with Zach Polanski, do something with Jeremy Corbyn, do something at the Oxford Union. And now the Labour government has revoked our visas. Go to Ireland. Okay, guys, it's not about being in the vicinity of the UK. I was supposed to do in the UK. Yeah. A sad state of affairs where obviously the interests of Israel take the highest priority. But yeah, they've revoked my visa as well. It's a 40-minute flight is what I meant. Politicians fly over there all the time for press stuff. Dude, what are you talking about? I had like actual things to do in the UK. It's so funny. You guys are like, dude, just swim across the canal, take a boat and enter illegally. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to risk getting deported and not entry into the country.
I mean, it wouldn't be the canal unless he flies into France. I mean, he'd have to swim the entire Atlantic Ocean somehow. Or trek through the Arctic, I guess? Like you go up through Canada. over Greenland, I guess. You still got to cross some amount of water there, for sure. I don't think the canal's going to come into play.
For 10 years. Can Jeremy Corbyn do anything about it? Probably not.
You know what's the problem with the canal?
It's just too French.
It's just too French. It's a good point.
I don't know. Dear Hasan Dawn Piker, your UK ETA has been cancelled. This means you cannot travel to the UK without a visa. This is because your presence in the UK is not considered to be conducive to the public good. You cannot appeal this decision.
Stupid.
Apply for a visa. If you still want to travel to the UK, you need to apply.
Wow, you can't even appeal the decision. It's final. No takebacks. Wow, wow, wow.
How rude.
All for criticizing Israel. You'd think Hasan did a terrorism or something.
Visa so we can consider your circumstances in more detail. Having your ETA canceled does not mean you will be refused a visa. Nick Shirley can go, though, of course, because Nick Shirley is a dog for the fascist state. Yeah, it's sad, man. What are you going to do? The other day, someone said, watch Labour Party do this a couple days before your trip, and it happened. Yeah, I genuinely, listen, I'm going to say something. This is a warning. I hope you guys understand. The Western world and liberal democracy is a sham. And all of the supposed things that they claim to care about, they do not actually care about. We are moving into a very different timeline. This is why I constantly reiterate that fascism is here, right? Like the administration trying to deploy subpoenas against political dissidents in the United States of America, or the UK that's like completely captive to the interests of pro-Israel advocacy organizations. Like they are moving in a way. And this is the liberal government, right? The Labor government is supposed to be the liberal government doing this, and the American government is the right-wing government doing it. Like we are in the 1930s era, where I think that the administrations in both the UK and the United States of America, regardless of like their supposed ideological differences, are absolutely moving as a uniparty. And things are going to get even worse from here on out. Yes, I was supposed to fly to the UK Tuesday. I was supposed to fly to the United Kingdom on Tuesday. I was supposed to speak at the Oxford Union alongside Cenk. I was supposed to speak at South by Southwest and also do another interview with Yanis Varoufakis. But Jewish groups call on UK to bar dangerous Hasan Piker.
Starmer is Mossad. He might as well be. I mean, everything he's been doing, it's fucking insane. I mean, people have less freedom to speak out against the Israeli government in the United Kingdom. I'm sorry. People have... Sorry, my brain just broke. People have more freedom to criticize the Israeli government in Israel than they do in the United Kingdom. Which, in a way, you know what? Welcome home. Welcome home, UK. You know, we're back to being the same again. Enjoy that. Because that's basically the same version he is. We're doing the similar things here in the United States.
Anti-Semitic attacks. And they did. Because Israel advocacy organizations have unbelievable amounts of power over what even the United Kingdom has to say and do. Yeah, if you're an avowed anti-Zionist, your travel will be restricted. It's totally ridiculous, dude. And no, this is not an opportunity for you guys to say go to France or go to other countries, okay? It's very, very shitty. I genuinely did not think this would happen. I'll be honest. You have enough clout now to set the narrative if they turn you away. The UK arresting its elderly.
This is such a fucking ridiculous thing. I can't believe we're talking about this. I'm still like kind of in like a stupor. Sort of like living in some sort of weird in-between world where this isn't real. Like I'm in between reality and some fiction world where this hasn't happened yet. And it's just like, I know it's happened, but it's not fully set in. But Hasan, fucking a Twitch streamer was just banned from coming to the United Kingdom for words that he said on stream. And let's just go over some of the other people that exist on the fucking internet. Asmongold. Let's think. I mean, I don't know if Asmongold's been going there or anything, but like, they haven't gone and been like, hey, Asmongold can't come to the United Kingdom. Hey, Nick Shirley can't come to the United Kingdom. Hey, like any of the other like psychopaths, like Nick Fuentes, he's not banned from the United Kingdom, is he? Is Alex Jones banned from the United Kingdom? Like, Hasan for criticizing the government of Israel. A Twitch streamer. A guy whose earnings are mostly measured in bits and subscriptions is now banned from entering the fucking country of England, of the United Kingdom, for saying words on the internet.
Precision of language. Please.
For protesting in support of genocide wasn't enough for Keir Starmer. Now the pro-genocide Labour Party is denying entry to anti-genocide tourists. If anything, you should fly out and make it a major news event. What are you talking about, brother? No, I'm not going to...
GSL, do you have a Hasan Parker mask for the triumvirate inception? I don't have a Hasan Parker mask. Do they make Hasan Parker masks? I didn't realize that was a thing.
Hasan Parker. Hasan Parker.
How much does one of those puppies cost, huh? Exactly. Tommy Robinson can continue to, have these hate marches all over the United Kingdom, but Hasan can't come. Absolutely.
Don't put me on a flight if I don't have a visa. You don't know what you're talking about. If the Labour government is actively denying a visa that they already issued to me, because we got the visa and they revoked it, you can't get on a flight. It's not how that works. You can't just fly. I've been banned from the UK. I tried to get a flight. I
just realized who that is. Edward Gregorian is back. Edward Gregorian, the financier. The tenant financier. Are you going to bestow us with some sweet, sweet tenant money, Mr. Gregorian? Times is tough, okay? We got demonetized on YouTube. We got all that sweet, sweet tenant money. Come on. Come on!
Get on a flight from London to attend South by Southwest London, give a speech at Oxford. I've been banned for criticizing Israel. Are we free anymore? This is oppression of Western citizens by our own governments on behalf of a different country. Yeah, that's when I found out as well. They wouldn't let Cenk on the flight. At least they didn't let him fly into the country and then deport him. If you can't address Oxford Union in person, can you not interact via Zoom? No, it's not the same. And I don't know what these guys are going to do anyway. Rima Hasan was refused a visa to Canada 2 months ago. Yeah, well, Canada is different because I'm an American citizen. I'm not French. So, I mean, they might do this now that the Commonwealth has established the precedent. This could also potentially limit my travels to Australia, which I was planning to go to. Weren't you let in already once under Starmer? Yes. I've been to the...
Yeah, does that apply to Australia? Does that apply to the entire Commonwealth? Is Canada off limits now too? I feel like we need some clarification on all that, don't we? Oh, that was your father, Edward Gregorian II. You're Edward Gregorian III. That makes sense. Silly me.
Okay, on numerous occasions, and all of the stuff that they're complaining about, I said and freely entered the country. All the stuff I said prior, the things that they're complaining about were things that I had said already, and they didn't have any issues with my travel into the UK. So yeah, we've had warnings. It's just time now. Everything else has been 0 to 100. This is what we've learned. We cannot be shocked when history has been playing in front of us in lockstep. As a nation, we have been quiet and idle, which allows it. Yeah, this is straight up fascism. Israel is a fascist country, and it gets to enforce its bidding upon other countries, and in an effort to abide by the wishes of a foreign country like Israel, the Western liberal democracies that are supposed to protect and preserve speech, even if they don't have a First Amendment like we do here in the United States of America, they're supposed to have reason, good reason. This is not one of them. This is not one of them. Being critical of Israel while effectively combating anti-Semitism is not a good enough reason to bar someone entry into the country. Ironically enough, one of my famous speeches that I delivered was at Oxford Union, which is what I was supposed to attend once again. Where
I gotta say, it's kind of incredible that the literal reason that the government of the UK has given is the same reasoning given by the villains of what's it called? Oh god, my brain just broke. The Hot Fuzz. The villains of Hot Fuzz. The greater good. Oh, it's for the greater good that we've banned Hasan Piker. And he's a real piece of trash. Human garbage. And he had to go.
I warned the Western governments, and I warned those who were worried about anti-Semitism that this dangerous association between anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism, this conflation between Judaism and Zionism, was going to create an environment where anti-Semitism would manifest. I was supposed to see you at the Varoufakis event. I'm so pissed. Well, yeah, I'm pissed too. I really was excited to go to the UK. Like I said, I was linking up with Zach Polanski, Jeremy Corbyn, Giannis Varoufakis. I was doing something at South by Southwest. I was going to be there for almost 7 days, dude.
Unfortunately, Hasan just listed 3 people that the Labour government isn't a huge fan of right now. So, yeah, I can't say with any certainty which specific thing has caused the government of the United Kingdom to ban Hasan Piker here. I mean, I don't, whatever the public good means, I don't know what that's supposed to mean exactly. I don't know how this is improving Britain. In fact, it feels like, you know, they're just repressing the citizenry. Like that one chatter who said that they were going to see Hasan, that they are now sad. They're being repressed.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
I was doing something at South by Southwest. I was going to be there for almost 7 days, dude. We had a week's worth of events and things to do lined up. Yeah. You're a member of the media? Attack against the free press? Oh, 100%. Left-wing YouTube pundit Cenk, we were banned from entering the UK. Turkish-American book to appear at South by Southwest London as travel authorization revoked by Shabana Mahmood after concern over comments about Israel and grooming gangs? About grooming gangs? I'm surprised that they went after Cenk too. It's very obvious that it's like, it's not even just, the fact that it's not just me. Dude, I can't believe it. I cannot believe how much motion Israel has over other countries.
What's crazy about this story, I think, right now, I mean, aside from the obvious, in terms of Hasan's reaction to all this, I mean, the way that he started this whole conversation and is now returning to it, it sounds like he was just going to ignore it or just like not make a big deal out of it, even though he just got banned from a fucking country. He just had a visa revoked. He's going to be like, whatever. I've got a bunch of other shit going on in the United States, primaries or whatever. I don't know what's going through his mind. I'm just making assumptions here, but it sounds to me like he was just going to ignore this and not even talk about it. And then his uncle got banned. And he was like, wait, Cenk got banned? And that, like, just like, I don't know, just like took it to another level for him for some reason. And now he's just like, dude, this is, this has gone too far.
That's too much, man!
And I would just point out that I think that the original banning was going too far. You know, like, I mean, of Hasan, right? Like, 2 people doesn't really make it worse. You know, the one instance is in fact enough to criticize and to have a discussion over. I mean, that's why I didn't even put Cenk in the fucking title. I had space, but I don't really care about Cenk very much and is superfluous in this conversation because I feel the same way about him being banned from the UK as I do about Hasan. I think it's ridiculous. I think it makes no fucking sense. And they clearly have no good justification for it. They just don't like that Hasan and Cenk are vocal critics of Israel, and that Hasan was probably going to meet up with a number of vocal critics of the current Labour government.
The fact that it's not just me, dude, I can't believe it. I cannot believe how much motion Israel has over other countries. Like, what the Meanwhile, speaking of motion Israel has over other countries, we were just talking about Connie Chen. Obviously, Israel is subverting American democracy once again. Bezalel Smotrich is in the United States of America. Let's take a look. Israel Day Parade in New York City with Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, far-right Israeli Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich, another far-right Israeli...
Look who's smiling in there, though. You see him? Oh, no.
Call a crackhead. Call a crackhead.
Whoops, I didn't mean to hit that. I haven't hit this.
Far-right
Eric Adams. Far-right of the picture. Look at him smiling. Look at this man. He's, oh, my gosh. I thought he was in Turkey. Glad to see him back in the city.
Israeli Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich and other far-right Israeli lawmakers and American politicians march on Fifth Avenue. New York City Mayor Zohar Mamdani decided to skip the event. Look at this. They're flexing on us. David Taylor demanded Kneecap be banned from Glastonbury for criticizing Israel, demanded Bob Villan be banned from Glastonbury for criticizing Israel, and is now demanding Hasan Piker be barred from entering the country for, yes, you guessed it, criticizing Israel. That's a Labor guy, by the way. That's a Labor guy. It's a Labor government that banned me. I've literally been to the UK. So ridiculous. Liberal democracy is dead. It was already dying due to how aggressive the contradictions were becoming, how apparent they were becoming, but Israel killed it. Israel is the final blow, straight up. I appreciate sponsors comparing the parade to Jerusalem Day Flag March. The two are interconnected after all. One is an annual crystal knock for Palestinians. The other exists to support that effort. Yep.
Well, there you go. That is all I have for you.
Wow.
On this ridiculous situation regarding Hasan Piker being banned from the United Kingdom. I mean, what else is left to say? Aside from reverse the ban. It's utterly nonsensical. And sure, is the British government filled with all sorts of nonsensical stuff? But this, no, be sure, yeah. But this is really testing the bounds, in my opinion. Truly absurd. But is it any more absurd than banning the phrase Palestine action? Is putting paint on a plane terrorism? Is it any more ridiculous than those accusations? I think not. Really, we're like all working together on this narrative, right? United States, United Kingdom, Israel, some of the other countries in Europe are in on it. And we're not actually going to leave the United Kingdom quite yet. Here's an uplifting story for people, since it's Sunday Fun Day.
Wow. Oh, it's lovely.
The UK's first rooftop garden.
It's lovely.
For critical care
I think
patients.
it gives you a real boost to keep on going when you're stuck inside all day. There's no motivation to really, try and, get back to normal life. It feels lovely. I don't want to leave.
It's going to be absolutely critical to the NHS going forwards, because a lot of what we do is about rehabilitation, saving people's lives, as I've said, but making sure that when they leave intensive care, they leave in a way that A, they're not going to come back, and B, that they are returning to their normal lives in the best possible shape.
See, wasn't that uplifting? A slightly more uplifting UK version of the show today, but the banning of Hasan Piker caused me to undo that plan somewhat, but I left that one in there. I thought that was lovely. And hopefully that's a project I feel like is needed in more places, right? Hopefully that could be a seed that grows and creates other trees in other places, because honestly, being in a hospital is terrible, right? I don't know how many of you have been in a hospital recently or ever for an extended period of time. But, you know, you're just surrounded by machines and beeping and people talking on phones and pale blank walls. The same annoying charts about pain. Whatever else. Nothing to, lift your spirits. And that looks like a lovely little rooftop garden right there. In fact, I would like to take a break from the show and go there right now, and I'm not sick. All right, now to France, across that channel we were talking about. Oh boy, Sunday fun day. Sunday fun day in France. Well, Saturday turning to Sunday in France. The fun day turned to chaos. Paris Saint-Germain fans, after winning the Champions League final. Final? I think final. Yeah. May have celebrated a bit exuberantly. Leading to, well, you'll see here.
Illegal.
Well, as you can see, throngs of exuberant fans took to the streets of Paris after PSG won the Champions title. That's football, soccer for all of you Americans. You were in the hospital with a collapsed lung? Good God. Yeah, I'm glad you're well enough to be in chat. I don't know when that happened to you. Anyways, you can see a lot of chaos here on the streets of Paris. Football hooligans, you might call them. Excited fans on the streets. You got a little carried away for quite a while, and eventually the police started arresting people. And apparently something like 700 people were eventually detained across France. We got more clips. Actually, we already saw these clips. I'm going to BBC. Take it back.
Football's Champions League winners Paris Saint-Germain are heading home after beating Arsenal in Saturday's final. Thousands are gathering in the French capital where the players are to be received by the president, Emmanuel Macron. Now, the match against Arsenal was decided by a penalty shootout with the score at 1-1 after extra time, PSG winning 4-3 on penalties. Now, French authorities are saying that more than 780 people were arrested after clashes between football fans and police last night. Meanwhile, Arsenal are returning to London for their...
Well, there you go. A little Sunday Monday action for you people. The latest on football news. PSG beating Arsenal in the Champions League final. Arsenal sent back home with their figurative tails between their legs. Sorry, I have no horse in this race. I don't care. I don't watch. Honestly, I don't watch any sports anymore. I used to watch a little bit. These days, I got no time for anything. I mean, the news cycle, at least back in, I feel like back during Biden, I could, catch a basketball game or something here and there. Under Trump 2.0, there isn't a single fucking second, it feels like. Maybe that's just me. I just got to think outside the box. It's not being innovative enough. That's probably it. Okay. How are we doing on time? Not bad. 7 hours. Okay. It's almost exactly as I planned it. All right. I can't find my ending point. Oh. To The Hague. Don't worry. We're not charging anybody with international crimes.
Right to jail, right away.
Nope. Actually, we are going there. The Netherlands, that is. To check out some sweet, sweet art. Ahem.
What I really wanted to do is show the area and show arts to everybody. Everybody walking the streets. There are thousands and thousands of people walking here every day. Tourists, people who work and live here. And I think it's really nice to have this kind of art just in the middle of the street, in your face, for everybody.
So Crested takes this very simple and overlooked piece of architecture and transforms it into something that people can look at and holds its own. That was the idea, was that this piece would hold its own amongst this wonderful architecture that you see around us.
I think this one speaks to me the most. It's either this one or the snake coming out of the apartment building. It's one of the two. I would love to come out of my apartment building on Earth and find this fucking thing. Same thing for this guy. The statue that now has a giant spiky inflatable around its waist is fucking hilarious to me. I don't know why. It's just the juxtaposition of the old art versus the new, I think, to some degree. It works. It works.
Was that this piece would hold its own amongst this wonderful architecture that you see around us.
All these aspects of our culture, for me, gives a very honest reflection of the island culture instead of just the beach, sun, and very touristy storyline that you get out there of what Curacao is and what the people are about.
Okay. Well, there you go. New art installation at The Hague. Bringing a little fun to a perhaps dark place. Is it true that the French president is actually a man? We should check his genitals. That's weird. That's a weird thing to say.
That's really weird.
But I don't know. I mean, I know Candace wants The First Lady checked. Oh, God. I think both of those are terrible plans. Although, if I recall correctly, what's her name? Brigitte Macron actually said that she would let a doctor check her genitals in the lawsuit against Candace Owens. Oh, God. By the way, when is that lawsuit starting? I haven't heard anything about it. I'm just realizing right now, as we're talking about this, what's going on with that Brigitte Macron, Emmanuel Macron lawsuit against Mrs. Owens? I'm sorry, not Mrs. Ms. Owens. She married? No, she's married. Right? Mrs. Candace Owens. Am I wrong? She not done. Huh? No.
Every single person on this planet is gay. Yeah.
Yeah. Married to some guy by the name of George Farmer. Hey, what's going on with that lawsuit? I feel like I'm taking a tangent here, but like I genuinely want to know what's going on. At least at one point, I was deeply interested. And just thinking about it has returned me to being interested. Oh my God. I mean, they're pretty pissed off at Candace. And to be fair, she has been saying some pretty terrible stuff. Let's be real. That's my place. Yeah. Okay. From art at The Hague to fashion in Nigeria. Reuters from Tuesday.
I want to move this so I can get the shoulder. I know I needed to make extra from what I was doing. And when I prayed about it, I felt like God heard me. And I saw my dripping in my dream then. So I went to my studio and I tried it out. Since then till now, I've been dripping and people have been loving it. I chose pin because I knew pin was going to be faster than the sewing machine. If you decide to go for a designer to make your dress for you, it will take them 2 to 3 days to get your dress done. But with me, it won't take you 45 to an hour, depending on the style we're going for. Currently at home now, I have a material I have used more than 5 times, and it's still in good shape for me to use for another person. But the style I'm going to create for that person would be a totally different style that wouldn't require so much of the fabric.
Yeah, drawing on traditional African fashion techniques, Mbonu says draping is both time-saving and waste-reducing. There we go. Both functional and stylish.
Yeah!
Okay, moving it along to the Middle East. Let's talk about the harsh reality that nobody wants to admit. With that guy we were just talking about 2 seconds ago. Hasan Piker.
Okay, you're a liberal Zionist. You want a two-state solution. You're saying that. Are you going to, at gunpoint, forcibly remove some of the most rabid Israeli settlers? Because that's what you have to do. 750,000.
Let's dig into that a little bit more and what you mean when you say that you support a Jewish homeland. Because this really gets to the rub of why, in my view, it's very dissonant to hear the term liberal Zionist. Because liberal would indicate you support equal rights for all. You support, civil rights, equality, human rights, and the expression of, a Jewish homeland or a Jewish state is a sort of ethno-supremacist expression, where the moment that there are too many Palestinians, you have a demographic problem because we can't possibly have a Palestinian or a Muslim or an Arab majority here, because that will destroy our whole state. And so I'm wondering how you square the circle of being, a progressive who does support equality on, matters here domestically, but also supports this ethno-supremacist state of Israel.
Yeah. And before we get deep into this is what I could find when I looked it up. The latest story I could find is from like 6 months ago. We were literally talking about, I think we talked about that actually. So there's nothing that I see new here. Oh, here's one. I might have to look at this. Anyway, we're going back to this. I'm not seeing a lot of big news around this Candace trial. Well, not trial. Lawsuit.
So the word that I try to push back on would be ethno-supremacist. The concept of Israel when it was founded was to be a place where Jews around the world who had been living stateless for 1,800 years and had suffered through, whether it was the pogroms in Russia or the Inquisition in Spain or the Holocaust in Germany. I mean, just a litany of a history.
Oh, this is fascinating, though. I'm sorry. I've already listened to what he's saying, so I'm like reading over here right now. But about like 3 months ago now, I think. Wait, no, 2 months ago now. Wait, no, how long ago? Wait, what's today? June 1st. No, less than 2 months. Like a month and a half ago. Like a month and a half ago, in the middle of the Iran war, a lawyer linked to President Donald Trump withdrew from the team defending a former Trump ally, right-wing podcaster Candace Owens against defamation claims filed by French President Emmanuel Macron. Oh, God. Mark Kasowitz, who has represented Trump for decades, didn't offer any reason for leaving the case in a court filing Tuesday. Oh, boy. Oh, no. Poor Candace. She had the big Trump lawyer, and then this dude just walked out on her. I'm sure that has nothing to do with the fact that she's been mildly critical of the president on like 3 things in the last couple of months. Oh, that's so sad for Candace. Oh, my God.
The idea that there should be one place on the planet where the Jewish people can claim citizenship because of who they are. That is what the state of Israel was founded on. The people who founded the state of Israel, of course, were by and large socialist, right? I mean, it was a very left of center place.
Yeah, they were national socialists. It's literally true. They were, by the way, they were secular and they were socialists. They were self-described socialists. They were also national socialists. And yes, they did do pogroms to the indigenous population.
Yeah, and since we've gone over this so many times in the past, I don't think I want to watch all of this here, so I'm just gonna skip most of this. Because it's tiresome, I feel like, to some degree, that we have to continue to even discuss this aspect of it all. It's just so tired that anybody still exists. I mean, I know this guy like works at J Street or something, so he's like the last line of defense. But I'm just saying, like, it's just crazy that anybody still exists that's making this argument. Because like this guy is in here making just I listened to the whole. I already listened to this. I'm saving you from having to listen to this guy make like a bunch of really stupid fucking arguments that we've all heard. Just stupid, sort of like ethno-supremacist arguments, or just like sort of completely ignoring the facts of the current situation, or like it's just tired. It's just tiresome.
Vehemently oppose Bezalel Smotrich and
Pay them
Itamar
to
Ben-Gvir.
leave.
And as I said, 75%.
Pay them to leave like they paid white slave owners after Enfant Door. I don't know how you keep bringing this analogy back to Black American existence, and you end up taking the most reactionary points. You literally just said, offered the West Bank settlers money to leave? What do you mean? No, arrest them. What are you saying right now? No, they don't get to live there and then get paid to leave. if they're already living there illegally, I'm saying the appropriate measure in a two-state solution, if you're a real one, is to forcibly remove them from this land. I'm saying that's virtually impossible. You don't want the Palestinian people to be free if you want them to live alongside these animals. Okay, I know you're also, you earlier said desegregation was a mistake. So I'm not really invested in your point of view on this issue. I'm going to be very honest with you. I know you think that I'm out of touch when it comes to black issues, but I feel like between you and I'm going to go out the bat here, and I'm going to gamble here and say I think my perspective is a little bit better than yours on this.
Oh. Damn. Chris Petsavas. Hello to you. Just a reminder, everybody, don't forget to follow us on Twitch and subscribe on YouTube. Do both of them, okay? If you're watching on Twitch right now, go subscribe on YouTube. If you're already on YouTube, go follow us on Twitch. Helps us out. It'll help you out potentially in the future. You never know. Could come up. You never know. All right. Let's talk about what Israel's been up to recently. In Lebanon. Because, of course, Israel's been claiming that they have a ceasefire with the state of Lebanon. Meanwhile, they've been murdering people every single day since that ceasefire was declared, continuing to occupy approximately 20% of the land, doing strikes across basically the entire territory, at least as deep as Beirut, which is basically as like central as you can get to the country. They're also seizing more land, though. Exhibit A. Reuters. So it's a little hard to make out, but this is actually the ruins of a castle called Beaufort Castle. You can see it's hard to tell because the image is small, but there is an Israeli flag planted on the top of this parapet, or whatever you want to call this. It is a man-made wall, you can tell. It's kind of hard to... I know it's harder for all of you because of the image being smaller for you than it is for me. Wish I could solve that for you. I guess I could do this. Is this easier to see? Is this an improvement?
Oh.
All right, now for more on this development, let's go here to Al Jazeera from 21 hours ago. With Israel having declared the capture of a supposed strategic location in Lebanon. They use all these stupid fucking military words. And or like just like nonsense phrases like buffer zone. And it's meant, I feel like, to some degree to draw our attention away from the fact that they're completely violating the ceasefire, or, like, in some cases, it depends on the day or the situation, but you know what I mean? Like, the crimes they're committing, or the occupation. It's very annoying to me. Is anybody else annoyed by Israel's use of language? I think maybe it's more annoying to me than others because I have to constantly like sift through the propaganda and then try and talk about it every day. Or maybe not. I don't know. Might be wrongly. Whatever. Yeah, Al Jazeera. Let's do this.
Al Jazeera Podcasts.
I'm David Enders, and this is The Take. As Israel's war on Gaza continues, we're coming to you on Sundays with a weekly roundup. This week, 242 days into a ceasefire, Israel has killed at least 922 Palestinians in Gaza. Israel announced it would increase its control over Gaza. Israeli troops advanced further into Lebanon than they have in more than 25 years. Iran and the US continued indirect negotiations. Today is Sunday, May 31. Israel has killed more than 72,900 Palestinians in Gaza since October 7, 2023. Israeli attacks in Gaza killed at least 26 Palestinians during the Eid al-Adha holiday, while on Thursday, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said he had ordered the military to increase its control of Gaza's land from 60 to 70%. Al Jazeera's Tariq Abu Azoum reported on Friday from the site of an Israeli strike on al-Shati refugee camp in Gaza City.
Under the pretext of security, Israel has scaled up its aerial attacks across Gaza, targeting residential homes, makeshift tents, individuals, and security forces. Since the ceasefire was signed, killing more than 900 Palestinians during what was supposed to be a period of calm. Beneath my legs are a three-story building that has been largely destroyed. Civilians are trying to repair what's left of the partially destroyed buildings, and they are also trying to take rubble out of this heavily destroyed site. Militarily, pressure has been ramping up. Remarks made by the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying Israel now controls 60% of Gaza, with new directives to push forward to control 70% have been viewed by many Palestinians as a political declaration of the future shape of the territory. And some
Okay, hold on. I forgot that there was this Gaza discussion in here. I'm gonna switch to Lebanon. I can't remember where they start talking about Lebanon. Is that it? Is that all they talk about? I could have sworn they talk more about Lebanon in here. Am I losing my fucking mind? Oh, here it is.
Monday, the Israeli military said its troops had moved further into Lebanon than at any other time in more than 25 years, crossing the Litani River and claiming control of a strategic hill overlooking much of the south. A castle known as Chateau Beaufort, or Khalat al-Shakif, sits atop the hill. Al Jazeera's Obeida Hito reported from Tyre in South Lebanon on Saturday.
Israeli troops are trying to take the high ground surrounding the city of Nabatea. They're also pushing forward towards the towns of Debin and Ablat with heavy bombardment and airstrikes. They seem to be trying to encircle the city of Nabatea. That's following a blanket evacuation order that was issued for the entire city earlier this week, along with a blanket order for evacuation here in the city of Tyre. All along, they have been carrying out dozens of airstrikes, drone strikes, and artillery strikes throughout the southern sector, declaring the entire southern part of Lebanon a conflict zone, warning anyone that's still here to go north of the Zahrani River. And that's turning into a growing humanitarian crisis with over 1 million people displaced in the country. Now that people have to flee from these areas in the south, it's not clear exactly where they're going to be able to go. Many people who have chosen to stay in the south, for example, here in the city of Tyre, are living in their vehicles and in public parks, while many of them who've reached the capital Beirut are staying in makeshift tents around the capital city.
Okay. I'm sorry, this is not a Sunday fun day. This is the region of the Middle East is hard to make fun. I'm afraid. Everything's kind of fucked right now. I don't know if you noticed. Your name translate to Raymond Luxury Yacht? Edward Gregorian III. Huh. That's not what I would have expected. All right, let's go here to the majority report. To some more people trying to defend Israel's actions and really having a tough time.
Also, Reza Pahlavi, I think there's, I can't say the numbers for sure, but I think there's like 150,000 people within the ranks that are looking to defect to him. And so
what are you basing that on? How do we know that?
Oh, right, this is Iran. I forgot. I'm sorry. We've been going for so long. I totally forgot. This is actually not about Israel. I totally take this back. this is oh my God, I forgot. I've got to go back. I'm sorry. This woman has a fascinating take here. You've already heard part of it on Iran. The government of Iran, the people of Iran, the Shah, former Shah, son of the Shah, the son of the former Shah. She's got a whole bunch of interesting thoughts on all of that.
Also, Reza Pahlavi, I think there's, I can't say the numbers for sure, but I think there's like 150,000 people within the ranks that are looking to defect to him. And so
what are you basing that on? How do we know that?
His team says that. How do we know?
I saw this clip of this Iranian pro-monarchy influencer named Alicia Liban, who went on.
I love the incredibly just accepting mindset you have to be in to be like, oh well, his handler, his fucking PR team said it, so it must be true. It's like saying, oh well, Caroline Levitt said that Trump said that the Epstein ballroom is getting paid for by billionaires and not the taxpayers. Doesn't mean it's true. It's a silly thing to say.
The Trigonometry podcast, and she's making such an outrageous claim about support for the monarchy within Iran that it leaves the Trigonometry guys almost aghast. And it's just not something I anticipated. So you'll see the wind up. It's really at the end of this like minute and a half clip of this this monarchist who is trying to say like, don't worry, there are just hundreds of thousands of IRGC and maybe even millions of Iranians who are praying for the monarchy to come back. We're just waiting in the wings.
Immediately, if
well,
not
yeah,
sooner.
of course, those are two completely different things.
Right.
There's obviously, a well-meaning sort of skepticism about what are the objectives of this war and when do we know if those objectives have been achieved. I think one of the main issues that's sort of, and it's something that I can't even get my head around, is that I don't think that there's ever been a time where war by itself would effectuate regime change. There are other things that need to sort of unite, like, for example, uprisings, defections within the ranks. And the person that has largely been responsible for that is the Crown Prince, Reza Pahlavi. So when he called people out into the streets in January, they went out in their millions. When the internet got shut down, his views went down in the millions. So there was a strong evidence that there was a strong connection there. And so I think where this war has gone...
I mean, this whole thing has already gone off the rails. I mean, she's calling this guy the Crown Prince. But he is, of course, the former Crown Prince. He hasn't been actually the Crown Prince since he was like 6 years old, and now he's like 50. Like this sort of pro-authoritarian, like, sort of viewpoint on Iran is just so fascinating. It's like, look, the theocracy is bad. What we need is a monarchy. You know, we just need one dude by genetics and genetics alone to run the country, right? And that is less arbitrary somehow than people running by religion.
He called people out into the streets in January. They went out in their millions. When the internet got shut down, his views went down in the millions. So there was a strong evidence that there was a strong connection there. And so I think where this war has gone sort of been negligent is in not pulling in the other actors that would effectuate regime change, right? Also, Reza Pahlavi, I think there's, I can't say the numbers for sure, but I think there's like 150,000 people within the ranks that are looking to defect to him. And so
what are you basing that on? How do we know that?
his team says that.
His team's saying it, dude. Come on.
How do we know?
Come on, guy.
Come on. I mean, I can only tell you what his team says.
Replay it. Replay the final 20 seconds.
If you're just listening, you're missing beautiful condensate.
Also, Reza.
Just a little head tilt.
Say the numbers for sure, but I think there's like 150,000 people within the ranks that are looking to defect to him. And so
what are you basing that on? How do we know that?
His team says that.
Look at his face.
How do we know?
His face is hilarious. Really?
It's funny because I didn't think that guy was capable of
skepticism.
Yeah,
He's British. Earnest skepticism.
No, but
That's
I
like
mean, he's
in
also,
their DNA.
I've also seen him talk to Tim Pool. I mean, to be fair, actually, Tim Pool
Let's
made
get the
him
files
do
and
some of
figure it
those
out.
faces too. I don't have a high. I just want to say I don't have a high opinion of this guy. Typically, that is an all-time reaction.
That's an indigenous reaction to that comment. That's how all British people are. They're the masters of that look.
Let's see. I'm going to do this in slow mo.
Yes.
This 0.75.
Yeah. Did you just say something so stupid that we can't even sell it on trigonometry?
Is that?
Yeah. I mean, what's fascinating about this take to me is that, like, I just don't know who is it for exactly. Because first off, we of course have no evidence of these 150,000 people, and she's not prepared to provide any. But just following her logic, right, and just believing her made-up figures, right? What she's saying is that somehow there's like some tiny portion of Iranians, like 150,000 out of what, 15 million or something like that? No, more than that. Is that like 60 million, 50 million? Hold on. It's high. What? 92 million? 150,000 out of 92 million. They're going to take over the whole country. But here's the other thing about it. Is that we've been told that Iranians need to be free. But she's saying, no, actually, Iranians don't want freedom. They want to be ruled by a dictator. They don't want democracy. They don't want, human rights. Because let's not forget that, Reza Pahlavi's dad, with the help of the British and the United States, repressed brutally the people of Iran. Trump was claiming, we got to protect the protesters. That guy did a whole lot of repressing protesters, I'll tell you that much. And so it's just, I mean, like, if people were to, people getting on this train, and even like the Trump administration to some degree is like, was making this claim that Pahlavi was going to come in and he was going to take over the country. Like, it's such a strange turn from the, the generally accepted idea of what protecting these protesters meant. There would be American democracy or something. But nope, actually, installed dictator. We just need the Americans to help us out with the installation. Because there's no way 150,000 Iranians are going to take over the whole country. Even if that were true. Once again, I'm giving her so much leeway. Just if everybody's following me, like this, I'm playing devil's advocate here. I'm granting her fake ass numbers just to make a point that they're so infinitesimally small in comparison to the size of the country of Iran that it's a bit laughable to think that they are just going to overthrow the rest of the country, the rest of the leadership, the rest of the IRGC, like the theocracy, right? Why can't I think of the fucking word right now? As well as the democratically elected leadership, or well, quasi-democratically. They're going to overthrow all three of those things? It's laughable. Sorry, I lost my place. Oh, okay, yeah. Let's just wrap up the Middle East Al Jazeera live stream here before we move on to Asia. I gotta say, Space Hams, we've covered quite a lot this stream. So many different things. I mean, just going back. Hasan and Stavros, Halkias, Erica Kirk, and some sort of a scandalous affair. Or at least some sort of scandalous argument on Twitter over an alleged affair. Dave Rubin and Jillian Michaels being really weird on the Real Friends podcast. ICE continuing to detain people at Delaney Hall, protests outside of Delaney Hall continuing, and the government continuing to oppress those people. State and federal. We talked all sorts of Sunday fun day stuffs, entertainment-wise, sports, UFC 250, White House edition, Ben Shapiro making a fool of himself, Twitch streaming Fortnite, like the weird 42-year-old man that he is. NBA Finals, of course, coming up. The economy a little bit. Data centers. Specifically, the data center of Kevin O'Leary. Which is coming to take all the power and water from Utah. All sorts of summer environmental stories, wildlife. Space news, lunar base. Hasan being banned by the United Kingdom. French people getting a little loony over the win of Paris Saint-Germain, and a whole bunch of other shit. So much stuff, people.
Are you not entertained?
Are you not value-tained yet?
You're about to be value-tained.
Well, if you feel you've been at least slightly value-tained, please hit that follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube, and do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as not only did we technically not complete the Galactic content goal tonight, even though we got a full stream for, what, 5% off? You thankfully have a lot of great ways to support us. Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, PayPal, Throne, and Patreon. In lieu of our monetization on Twitch, was our bread and butter being taken away? Still have some options. All right, let's see what's happening over here.
What it means to report on an economic war from inside the country it is being waged against.
Right now we have breaking news. President Trump declaring a national emergency over threats by Cuba.
The president claimed the policies and practices of the Cuban government are an extraordinary threat to U.S. security.
Most of the media outlets who cover Cuba, who report on Cuba, they do it from the outside.
We've traveled to Havana, where many go without power.
They do maybe spend a week in Cuba and they go back thinking that they really understand what is going on here.
Oh, I'm torn. This is genuinely interesting to me, but this is totally off topic. We're supposed to be talking the Middle East. I was hoping Al Jazeera would be able to give me an update on what's been happening in Iran. Has there been any sorts of... What the fuck was that? What was that? Did I just look at? What the fuck? What did I just see? I don't know what I just looked at, but there's like something crazy. I have no idea what the hell that was. Aeroblast? I have no idea what the fuck that was. Are they talking Iran at all right now? I don't think they are. Nope, that's Lebanon. Well, screw it. I was just hoping for an update on Iran. There's been a lot of up and down on that situation. Where did we even last leave off? I'm trying to remember. Wasn't there were supposed to be talks in Pakistan? Yeah, weren't there supposed to be fucking talks in Pakistan? What the hell happened to that? And we were like on the brink of a deal, right? Didn't Trump said there was like, oh right, because Trump was still determining the deal. And the last where we left, now I remember, we last left off with Trump leaving the Situation Room without giving us press briefing and without tweeting about it and leaving us all none the wiser about what the fuck is going on there. You would think something had changed between now and then. I've been focused on Sunday Funday. Honestly, I haven't seen a whole lot. All right. Let's go to China. Well, let's go to talking about China. Let's go to the Shangri-La Dialogue, which, where was that held? Was it Indonesia? Japan? No. Singapore? It is Singapore. It is Singapore. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That does make sense. Okay. Yes, to Singapore. Let's see what Pete Hegseth, Secretary of War, had to say earlier on Friday.
US Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth says there's what he calls rightful alarm over China's military buildup in the Asia-Pacific region. He made the comments during the annual Shangri-La Dialogue in Singapore. Leaders are discussing the region's most pressing defense and geopolitical challenges.
There was a deal that Trump won't sign because it's a big L. Yeah, right, but that's what I'm saying, right? Like, that was Friday. It was Friday that Trump was talking about there was going to be a final determination on, right, on the concept of a plan for a peace talk, and then went to the Situation Room, came out and said nothing, and said fucking nothing. They had some sort of meeting on this for like 3 hours. He came out and then he's Donald Trump. He says he tells us all every fucking thought, whether we want it or not. And like 2 straight days of him saying nothing is fucking weird. It leaves me very uneasy. Just like looking at Pete Hegseth does.
When we look across the region today, there is rightful alarm regarding China's historic military buildup.
China!
And the expansion of its military activities in the region and beyond. We share a clear-eyed assessment of that security environment.
Clear-eyed assessment.
And a mutual understanding that a Pacific dominated by...
Yeah, it's hilarious for a guy who's known for excessive drinking to be talking about clear-eyed assessments of anything. The guy who got his suit fucking embroidered with this lining, or whatever you want to call it, like, I mean, this guy wants to talk about clear-eyed vision or whatever. What was the phrase again? What did he call it?
By any hegemon would unravel a clear-eyed assessment of that
yes.
security environment.
Yes. Clear-eyed.
And a mutual understanding that a Pacific dominated by any hegemon would unravel the regional balance of power and undermine the equilibrium we all seek to preserve.
The shadow of Iran war hangs heavily on what's billed as Asia's leading defense forum. Hegseth told the gathering that the US is capable of resuming the war if necessary.
Our ability to recommence if necessary is, we are more than capable. Our stockpiles are more than suited for that, both there and around the globe, because of how we balance exquisite and more plentiful munitions. So we're in a very good place.
All right, well, Michael Shoebridge is the Director of Strategic Analysis Australia, and that's the defense.
That's just a lie, right? Like, the claim that we're fine on munitions. All the reports we've been hearing is the exact opposite. And who do you believe? Pete Hegseth or literally anyone else? I would go with the latter.
Defence and Security think tank, joining us live from Canberra. Thank you for speaking to us once again here at Al Jazeera. The kind of language that's been used by Hegseth towards China seems to be very different from the general sort of anti-China rhetoric that we've heard from Donald Trump, from the administration, whether it was in his first term or moving into his second term. And of course, all of this off the back of that meeting between Donald Trump and Xi Jinping.
Yes, that is an interesting part of Hegseth's speech. He talks about less public confrontation and about a calmer relationship with China, less of a megaphone and more quiet strength. And so his tagline for his speech was strong, quiet, but clear.
Strong, quiet, but clear. That is not the vibes of the United States government right now. Vibes of the United States government are erratic, loud, and confusing. ELC. That's America.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
All right, now to some fun. It is Sunday Fun Day after all, still technically. Don't you start with me, I know it's technically not. But the show is still the Sunday Fun Day show. So I got one last goddamn Sunday Fun Day clip. It's June 1st. It's Pride Month. And in Thailand, Bangkok Pride Parade. What's going on here? Tons of people here for Bangkok Pride. Look at this guy. Wow, look at that outfit. Good lord. I think it's radiating like the sun. Look, wait. Look at that. My god. Like a golden goddess. Skipping ahead more, what is this? A literal angel? What is happening? Everybody's got wings.
Happy Pride, guys. 1, 2, 3.
Look at those wings, my god. As you can see, people turning out here in Bangkok. It's just a quick snippet of the festivities. The furries are even here. Okay. Oh wow, a large group of furries. Wow, wow, wow. An entire herd of furries. Ack. Pride? What do you call a gathering of furries? A gaggle? Oh, there you go, Space Bams. Everybody turning out in Bangkok, Thailand for Pride 2026. All right, now to a less fun story. Right next door in Laos. Well, it's not the worst story. I mean, it started off really bad. It was ongoing all week. We didn't cover it. But now we are. I'm not actually sure how many originally were trapped underground. I think it was over a dozen. But, villagers in Laos were mining underground when a flood caused them to be trapped in a mine, leading to a weeks-long rescue effort. With some number of villagers now emerging and shockingly alive. Honestly, I can't imagine it. And there's like more clips of it, and there's like of like what it was like inside of this like man-made like dug cave. I mean, it looked so fucking claustrophobic. I cannot imagine being in there for fucking 4 days. Oh, you would imagine you'd be quite thrilled to finally be rescued after that ordeal. All right, now to the Philippines, where we are actually going to be ending this stream, second to last clip of the night. Let's talk about how farmers in the Philippines are feeling the economic fallout from the Iran war.
Dindo Namor has been a banana farmer for nearly 30 years. Where he grew up, in the Philippines' Davao region, banana plantations dominate the landscape, and they've been a stable source of employment. But he's lost his job a few times when diseases ravaged the crops. Now he's concerned a conflict thousands of kilometers away may do the same.
I hope the conflict in the Middle East doesn't get worse, or better yet, I hope it ends already. Because if my boss's business gets affected, my family won't have money for our daily needs.
But his employer, Joe Caseta, says it's already having an impact. The Iran war has limited fertilizer shipments and pushed prices up. All while a flood of bananas going to China, his company's main export destination, is forcing him to sell low.
Bananas rot quickly, so those that can't reach the Middle East have to be diverted right away and sold at lower prices. And when traders sell low, banana growers like us suffer the most.
Industry leaders say the Philippines has lost nearly $150 million in revenue since the United States and Israel attacked Iran in late February. Banana shipments heading for the region have had to turn back and divert exports to an already saturated East Asian market.
The Philippines is one of the world's largest banana exporters, and the Middle East has been a growing market in recent years. Iran, in particular, became the country's fourth largest buyer last year, with orders worth nearly $100 million.
Expanding markets helped farms which had been struggling with pests and diseases for years survive. Now, the Iran war is threatening to erase those gains. But banana producers here say failing is not an option.
We cannot just throw in the towel, as they say. This is one industry worth saving, simply because millions of people are dependent on this industry to survive.
Yep, industries all across the planet are still being affected by the war in Iran. There's still a blockade, and it doesn't feel like things are about to get significantly better. All right, staying on the same topic, the economic fallout from the Iran war on Filipinos. NHK World Japan.
The Philippines is widely regarded as one of the world's largest exporters of labor, with some 3.7 million Filipinos estimated to be working outside the country. But tensions in the Middle East have prompted an increasing number of these workers to return home, with the government accelerating its support. NHK World's Celerina Del Mundo Monte reports.
On April 10th, a government-chartered flight from the United Arab Emirates landed in the capital, Manila. It was carrying about 350 returnees. On hand to welcome the returning workers and their families were government personnel with wheelchairs and stuffed toys for children.
It felt like explosions were going off over our heads every day. I plan to look for work in the Philippines.
If the situation doesn't improve, I'm considering applying for work in other countries, probably Taiwan or Japan.
By the end of April, the government had helped some 6,400 Filipino migrant workers return from the Middle East. These overseas workers, whose remittances provide vital support to the nation's economy, have long been celebrated by Manila as heroes. In March, President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. personally welcomed a group of returnees to express his gratitude.
You know, every single day that this thing drags on, it has an impact. Measured in economic cost and human suffering. Lost opportunity. And the continued destruction of the American reputation abroad. When will it end? Who knows? Hopefully this was a reasonably value-taining Sunday fun day stream for all of you tonight. It's Monday, officially. So I guess that is going to wrap this up. Well, we got through another stream. It's quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Gothdogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robotcat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anticorporatist, Obsessive Audio, Noah, Nadia, Choki, Skelt, Selena, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rica, New York, Willen Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Herman Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl, Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Frizla, Benny Honda 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the Six, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, Perfect Cell, Winnie and Robin, Young Chris, Echios, Emily S., and Hecate. Yes, that's right, all these people here have helped produce a show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon. And just a reminder to any of you new Patreon members still listening right now, you have to respond to my questions on the Galactic Questionnaire on Patreon so that I can put your name up here on the list. Otherwise, I'll be left in a weird spot.